And it's a good day from the heart of Tashkent, and this is it. The final day of the third UzChess Cup. Only one thing guaranteed, there will be a champion. I'm International Master Jovanka Hauska, and I'm here with the fabulous International Master Tanya Sajdev.
Yavanka, I am super excited today. All of last week, we've had the setbacks, the comebacks, our heartbeats racing fast, being on the edge of the seats, the hits and misses, all of it drama on and off the board. And today, the trophy is in sight. It comes down to this moment. We had Nodirbek Yakuboev in 2024. We had Pragnananda in 2025 as the winners of his chess. Who will be the winner this year gets answered today, right here, right now.
Exactly, and it's super unclear. We even have the possibility of a six-way tie. Now, that would be mind-blowing if it does occur, but we have to have the results in play in order to get that scenario. But as the games are about to start, maybe we can actually go straight to the live hall and see the cameras in action as we saw in the cameras in the build-up that we had former world champion Rustam Kazimazhanov getting ready to make one of the first moves.
A very special guest for the ceremonial moves today. Makes a lot of sense. He is a former world champion, and I'm sure from Uzbekistan there will be many more in the years to come. There we see all the players, they're seated. So much of it this comes down to today. It's been a tournament that's been dominated by the breadth of Uzbekistan chess. You've had players leading from the top, and then everything we saw happen yesterday had a lot of shakeups. And there we've got Grandmaster Rustam Kazimzhanov, former world champion, second to Fabiano Caruana in the past, and many of the elite players, has worked with some of the top grandmasters there. He's making the ceremonial move. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, after the heartbreak of yesterday, immediately takes that move back. Handshakes, a very quick one. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, it's all about emotional recovery from yesterday. And for Vokhidov, what a moment this is, looking at the biggest career win of his life.
It would be an absolute sensational storyline for Shamsuddin Vokhidov. He is part of the Uzbek gold medal winning team. But here, this would be a triumph of his own as the games kick off. So much on the line because Shamsuddin Vokhidov, playing with the black pieces, is out there in the lead in a two-way tie with 5 points out of 8, alongside Mukhidin Madaminov. And trailing by 1 point, it is none other than one of his opponents, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, as we're seeing the game kick off right now.
First moves on the board. On our top row, we've had a king's pawn opening and we've had a queen's pawn opening. That's top center. Vidit Gujarati was the first to arrive in the tournament arena today. I did see him get into the lift. Felt like he was in the mood. Now that board top center, that's not where the trophy gets decided today. But for Yakuboev and Vidit, it is about pride. It's about finishing, leaving with a good last impression and those rating points we're seeing. A potential Nimzo Indian being developed there. On our bottom row, we've got a 1e4, a king's pawn opening, a Petrov between Arjun Aragaisi and Nicolas Theodorou. And right next to that, Hans Niemann versus Madaminov, one of our absolute marquee matchups for that championship trophy, starts with the English opening. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Shakrar Mamedyarov develops on top left in the Queen's Gambit decline. Yavanka, quite a variety of openings we've got today in front of us.
Exactly. And so many games have an impact on the standings. So let's take a look at the standings and let's just in our minds get the whole order figured out. Because as mentioned, it's a two-way tie at the top between Shamsuddin and Mukhidin. They're both on 5 points. But get this, Tanya, half a point behind them. They are the duo of Mamedyarov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, both of them on 4.5 points, both of them playing off against each other. And don't discount the duo there on 4 points, because if they win their games and the top two loses and the results that we need happen, and there's 3 non-negotiable results for that to occur, right, Tanya?
Absolutely. A half point separating the table from top to number 6, and that's where our eyes need to be. We can potentially have a 6-way tie right now with a half-point margin for these players. For that absolute crazy scenario to take place, we'd need Shamsuddin and Mukhidin to lose their games. You'd need Shakrar and Jan Nepomniachtchi to draw their games. They join them at 5 points, and Nordebek and Arjun to win to move on to 5. So potentially 6 players at the end of the day could end up at the top of the leaderboard with 5 points. For Vokhidov and Madaminov, these are the two players with fate in their own hands. If they win today, Yavanka, they're at least guaranteed a tiebreak with each other, and the other player needs to bring as well. And I have to point out, third and fourth, there's Shakhriyar, Yan, Nepomniachtchi. This is where the chasers collide. That's a massive board for the standings. They play against each other, and their natural instinct, their brand of chess, they're not two players who just sit on the board. They're going to go at each other. Shakhriyar, Yan, Nepomniachtchi, both with massive wins from yesterday round, have to be feeling that finally the stars are aligning for them. For Arjun and Nordebek Abdusattorov. Now, Nordebek Abdusattorov plays Shamsuddin Vokhidov. He needs to win, Yavanka. Arjun needs to win and then look around what's happening on the other board.
Yeah, and let's have a visual of what Tanya is saying. Let's see the pairings for the final round. There we are seeing, as Tanya highlighted, there is a contest between Shakhriyar Mamajorov and Yan Nepomniachtchi, both of those players on 4.5 points. Whoever wins, well, they could leapfrog over Vokhidov, who is playing Nordebek Abdusattorov, and more importantly, Mukhidin Madaminov. If he loses, then, you know, it will be chaos, but it will be a delightful chaos.
We'd love to see that happen. Let's just go board by board on this pairings before we deep dive into the action that's there. Yavanka, you set the stage really well for that top board clash, and we could not have written this script better. These are the two chasers in the back, half a point behind. So much depends on this. I think they have to try to get that win in to try to leapfrog into the standings, but a draw on this board could also suffice depending on what happens with our two leaders. Now, Vidit versus Yakubov is not a decider for championship, but it's for pride, rating points, and a good finish. Nordebek versus Shamsuddin. It is all eyes on this. So much emotional background after the heartbreak that Nordebek had yesterday. Vokhidov has been super solid. Looking at that trophy, and what's the final roadblock? The biggest superstar of Uzbekistan chess, Nordebek Abdusattorov for Vokhidov. Arjun Aragaisi needs to focus on the job at hand. Take down Nicholas, who has been struggling. Got a bit of luck yesterday going, but Arjun with white pieces, it's clear, task cut up, you win, and then you see what's happening on the other board. Hans Niemann, has he recovered from what's happened against Yan Nepomniachtchi yesterday? He takes on the very much in form Mukhidin Madaminov, who's taken down 3,700 plus players, alongside, drawn with Nordebek Abdusattorov, almost beat Arjun Aragaisi yesterday. He's been in the form of his life. Hans Niemann, has he recovered? Is this the moment that Madaminov continues his Cinderella run, or will Hans play spoilers?
Yeah, these are the questions of the day. So bear all of this in mind when we look at the games. So let's go back to our multi-board viewer as we see the games in progress. And we gotta begin, I feel, with our leaders. That is the duo of Shamsuddin Vokhidov, and there on the bottom right between Hans Niemann and Mukhidin Madaminov. So Tanya, the marquee matchup, will it be top right?
It's the big one, right? And we've got quite a fun position right now. Look at that pawn formation that Nordebek Abdusattorov has on the top right board. That's 7 pawns to black 6 pawns, and Vokhidov is down a pawn currently, which has just been taken on the d5 square, destabilizing that knight. But the pawn weaknesses, piece activity that Shamsuddin has is the queen about to come out. This will get fun really, really quickly. We'll move on to our top left board. There's Shakhriyar versus Yan Nepomniachtchi. Another marquee matchup in our standings is this one. And this is what we spoke of, right? Just the nature of these two players, it doesn't allow them to sit still. And look at what we have on the board. Already an isolated queen's pawn, a bishop on the long diagonal, another guaranteed fight, that one. Yavanka, I'm with you. Let's go one by one on the tour, starting from our most critical matchup in the standings with our leaderboard. Shamsuddin Vokhidov playing with the black pieces. And what an incredible tournament Vokhidov has had. He drew the first game. He lost to Hans Niemann in heartbreaking fashion after almost holding a suffering position for so many moves and then missing that draw in one. All of that felt like eons ago right now. It happened in round 2. And then 3 back-to-back wins, 3 back-to-back draws. He's been incredibly stable coming into this final round, half a point ahead there. And he faces Uzbekistan's biggest superstar today in the final championship round for the trophy.
Exactly. This is the ultimate boss level for Shamsuddin as he plays the top seed, Nordebek Abdusattorov. Now, Nordebek with the white pieces, is looking to strike back and at least win his game yesterday, suffering a heartbreaking defeat in a very dramatic touch move incident. But let's rewind and go from the top, Tanya, as we see that there is a Petrov on the board. And let's take a look at what is happening.
Let's do just that, Ivanka. And right here, we do see the appearance of the Petrov and not taking knight takes pawn at the center of the board, but going with a Scotch approach against the Petrov defense here. One of the most solid openings. And if you want to fight it, Nodebek's idea of pushing the d pawn is a very fun one. Takes the pawn on e4. We see the bishop come out with momentum here. And then we convert into a classic Petrov position right there with a different move order. Knight takes pawn on the board. Black continues to challenge that knight at the center. It's traded off. Bishop takes knight. We see the king get to safety. Black continues with development. And this is where we need to start getting alert because things start to get really fun here. Nodebek strikes the center with c4, destabilizing the pawn. If you take it, the knight on d5 is hanging. On e4 even is hanging. Black has to go short castle, and this is where Vokhidov has sacrificed a pawn. Slightly surprising to me that he hasn't already responded, Ivanka, after this move. You know, you give up a pawn, you're on move number 9, you blitz out these moves, and then once your opponent captures it, you slow down.
Yeah. Well, perhaps it's just settling the nerves as he recalls the theory, because this is a variation that has been played before, Tanya. I can see the main move is to bolster that knight on e4 by advancing the pawn onto f5. That knight on e4 is such an asset for black. So f5 is the response, and usually white responds by challenging the knight, by going knight to c3, and then queen to f6. The sacrifices, I say sacrifices, continue as we see f5 being played. And there we see Shamsuddin saying, I do know my theory. I have recalled that subtle point, not necessarily on move 10, but definitely down at the line. So this is the kind of play that we're expecting. And just to kind of follow on the point is that if white were to take the knight, because it looks like you can just grab, and f takes e4, and then
we don't have knight c3 just yet.
No.
So knight c3,
This
queen
is-
to f6.
this
This is
is-
all us just looking into the future.
Exactly. This is what the mainstream database tells us. These are the moves that have been played before. We'll see whether the players are going to vary somewhere down the line. But this is the whole idea. Bishop takes e4. And then after, the reason why you want to go bishop takes e4 as opposed to knight takes e4 is because h2 is a sensibility. It's very weak. And after bishop takes e4, there you can go queen h4, or I was thinking queen h4, or bishop takes h2, and this is going to net black at least equality. The d pawns are going to be very, very weak. And it's the same idea in play though, Tanya. Bishop takes e4 instead, pawn takes, knight takes, and Tanya, we have a different move.
We do have a different move. The knight goes the other way. So Nodebek Abdusattorov coming up with some fresh preparation. I also want to point out an interesting fact here. After f5, there was one game that I had my eye on, which deviated not from knight c3, no knight a3 in that one, but queen to f3. And black continued with queen coming out, threatening a checkmate in one. It was stopped with the g-pawn moving forward and went on with the knight coming ahead. And eventually, at the end of all of that, black drew the game. I just want to finish by saying, Ivanka, that that game was played by Rustam Kasimdzhanov.
And who did we see? Also, he has been the coach of Nodebek Abdusattorov. The two have worked together in the past. And look at what is happening very quickly. Knight to a3 was the move that you think, okay, I will cause my opponent to think this is after all a new move. But quick as a flash, queen to h4 made an appearance. And then after queen to h4, f4 was the move. And then without thinking too much, bishop takes a3 was the move played. Obviously, you have to capture on a3. And now Shamsuddin is looking at what to do here. I'm expecting either a rook to park up onto e8. That makes a lot of sense. Or maybe activate the bishop. But I prefer rook to e8. Looks very natural.
And maybe there are ideas of a nice rook lift to assist the queen into the attack, planted on g6 and h6 eventually. But fascinating to me that this is an opening played by Rustam Kasimdzhanov, a former world champion from Uzbekistan. He was exactly on this board at the starting position, making the ceremonial move right here when we saw him move the king's pawn ahead, and it was Nordebek who immediately took it back. Anyway, he started with the king's pawn opening. This is what we have right now. Let's take stock of the position. There are ideas of continuing improvement for black here. Once again, white does still have the extra pawn, but a really strange pawn formation. There's a double-double for white in this position. Black's knight beautifully placed. You've got the bishop pair as white to get rid of this knight at the center of the board. You'd have to relinquish that pair, and black will be super happy to take that with a pawn, creating a passer down the board. Also, the dynamics of the opposite color bishop. It just feels like for Vokhidov, you should have enough compensation. I do like the idea of landing the undeveloped rook on the open line. Also eyeing, once again, the rook lift idea, Jovanka. You can also fall back with the queen, start putting pressure on d4. This bishop is pretty much out of the game behind its own pawns. So I'm still seeing white having development issues here.
Yeah, so it's going to be in Nordebek's court how he's going to handle the development issues and also how he's going to justify the very weak pawn structure that he has. Yes, is an extra pawn, but it ain't much of an extra pawn, I gotta say. So this one is going to be super fascinating. But Tanya, let's leave Nordebek to think a little bit more and let's head to our other tournament leader. That is Mukhidin Madaminov as he plays black against Hans Niemann. Now, this one's going to be very interesting because Hans on 3.5 points, Tanya, is more or less out of the race. And we saw on our cameras there that Nordebek did make a move. So nothing seems to have phased him there. But for Hans, this is the big question. He's on 3.5 points out of the tournament race. How much does he press? Is this now just about pride or is he just looking to have an easy game to finish the tournament, at least not lose, and then move on to the next event?
Well, Hans is a bit wounded from everything that happened yesterday. It's not the fact that you lost, it's the style of play that happened. It's the quality that Jan Nepomniachtchi showed, where he basically pretty much finished the whole game without falling behind below the starting time mark of an hour and a half. He finished the game with an hour and 24 minutes on the clock. Crushing preparation there, putting so much pressure on Hans Niemann, finishing it off in clinical style in that endgame. A wounded beast is a dangerous one in chess. With Hans having nothing to lose, you know, that sort of a player is the hardest to face. I'm expecting him to just go all out here. Yes, the position's blocked right now. Yes, it feels like where is white getting the pawn breaks in? But I think it's too soon to say that this is still cautious play because white eventually wants to start expanding on the queen side. There are ideas eventually of going short castle, bishop landing on e3, trying to open up the f line. While it's a slow start, for Madaminov, this could work out to perfection. Hans Niemann with nothing to lose, Jovanka, if he takes too much risk just trying to get on tilt, players can do a lot. What is Hans's mindset? I would say that he wants a big game, and maybe that's exactly what Mukhidin needs in the last round. This is going to be a very double-edged battle. So far, not a single pawn or a piece traded off.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'm a little bit on the fence when it comes to the mindset because I could also see Hans playing a very solid game, being content with a draw just to finish the tournament, which I gotta say would favor Mukhidin. Because if he gets in a draw, then he will move to 5.5 points. And that means the duo of Nepomniachtchi and Shakhriar Mamedyarov, they will have to win if they want to tie him. And if Shamsuddin wants to also overtake him, he needs to beat Nordebek, which is going to be a big ask to do with the black pieces.
Mukhidin will be not at all disappointed if he's able to get a draw here.
Yeah.
I just feel that Hans Niemann might be in a mood for a fight
You
today.
think? Yeah, I also kind of see
pieces.
that Hans is the
Although-
kind of player who was very ambitious.
Although on the camera, it does feel like Hans did not get too much of a sleep last night. And one can understand why. Playing against Jan, the game, the way it went, how much is he ready for a fight? How fresh he's feeling, how motivated he is. Every chess player wants to finish a tournament on a high. You know, wants to get a last round win, even with nothing on the line right now. Hans, I have a feeling the nature of a player that he is, he'll go all out today. He wants a fight. He wants to create something. And maybe that's where Madaminov gets his chances. Let's backtrack and see how this came out of an English opening. We see it started with the black knight for Mukhidin coming out, keeping things flexible, and then a reverse Sicilian setup is what happened as the approach against the Sicilian. And there, instead of fianchettoing immediately, Hans Niemann with the approach of blocking the center, not allowing black to get those reverse Sicilian ideas with striking with d5. So you leave behind d4, but you completely keep under control the counterpart square. We saw the bishop come out. There's a threat of trading and picking up the pawn, which was defended. Black does the same, opening up the bishop diagonal. Stop to come into play. Notice how d4 is a forever outpost with the structure that Hans Niemann has taken here. While d5, if a knight was to arrive there, can always be long-term kicked out by the c pawn. So very essential for white to play this little move h3, making sure the bishop doesn't trade for a defender of a key outpost that black has in this game. And after this, you want to fall back and get as many pieces on that spot. You want to jump in eventually with your knight. If there are trades, you want a piece on that square and not a pawn. The bishop falls back to c5. Hans continues development. This is the last move on the board. Shot castle played. I'm expecting Hans Niemann to start expanding on the queen side in this position, and black to perhaps try to get the king out of the way, the knight out of the way, and eventually get f5 going.
Interesting. No, I say interesting because I have one game in my database, Tanya, and it goes to show in these type of blocked positions, you can play on the side of the board, and both sides can do that. So, for instance, the game that I have is between Nurbek Abdusattorov against Vichy Anand.
Oh, wow.
And there, basically what happened was that white castled.
I'm wondering where that game would have happened potentially. Vichy in
GCL, could it be?
2025?
Could it be in GCL?
It could be the Global Chess League. It could, I don't think it could be the Grand Chess Tour, one of the Rapid Blitz events. I don't think it was that. I don't remember Vichy and Nordebek playing in that one. But this is from 2025, so a very recent game,
Yes.
very likely in speed chess.
Yes, that's what I'm also expecting. And after white castled, which makes a lot of sense, black jumped in with a knight to d4, and this allowed the plan that you were highlighting for black, for white to do, which just goes to show when the tension is locked there in the center, knight takes knight got played, bishop takes, and then the king slid over to h1, and then f4 made an appearance. So it's all going to be about the pawn break. Because whether white gets an f4 or, as Tanya's indicated, a3, b4, which is also super typical of these type of positions, black is also going to be navigating mainly f7, f5. So it's going to be a really interesting position, and we will see the mindset of Hans. Is he going to play solid, or is he going to play for more?
And we'll try and get our players' cams ready as quickly as we can. Let's move back to our bird's eye view, our multi-board viewer. We've had a look at the openings of our two leaders. Madaminov board playing with the black pieces. Same storyline with Vokhidov against Abdusattorov playing with the black pieces. And both promise to be building up to fun battles right now. As we go to our 5-board viewer, Ivanka, I also want to talk about the storyline here, right? What an incredible run this has been for Mukhidin Madaminov. And what UzChess in 2026 has shown us is the breadth of Uzbekistan chess that exists right now. Everyone knows Nordebek Abdusattorov. Everybody knows Vachier-Lagrave.
Yes.
But now there are names to be added to that list. You know, there is Shamsuddin Vokhidov. He is a former Olympic gold medalist. You might have heard of him. But one name to remember from this tournament is going to be Mukhidin Madaminov.
Exactly. And not just as a coach of Vachier-Lagrave. This is a breakout tournament in his own right. I mean, he's 2580 or so on the rating list, but he's gaining at least 20 points from this event. So he's going to be over 2600. And first up, let's just run through his whole breakdown, the whole run that he had. He started off with a win against Jan Nepomniachtchi, also a win against Nicholas Theodorou with tremendous preparation, 2 losses in a row, and then defeated Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Vidit, and then drew against Nordebek. And yesterday, he was very much on the front foot against Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun was the one who had to survive and get a draw. So it just goes to show the talent that there is in Uzbekistan.
He almost took down Arjun yesterday, which would have been his 4th win against a 2700 plus player. And the story of Madaminov starts back in 2009. inspired by Vachier-Lagrave, becoming his friend, becoming a part of his team, traveling with him more as a support than a second. And then the two go on to have a great run in Goa at the World Cup. Vachier wins it. A great run at the candidates. Vachier wins it. And then enters the UzChess 2026 because Sindarov drops out last minute. Madaminov finished second in the challenges last year, gets a spot into the tournament. A late arrival, starts with a bang, maximum number of decisive games. Shows that seedings and numbers mean nothing in sports. It's the form that you come on in.
Exactly. If you come swinging, well, that is the most important thing. And as we see our multi-board viewer, we are seeing that the game in the top middle doesn't have any relevance to the standings, but we can see that is very balanced between Vidit Gujarati and Nurbek Yakubov. And it is there on the top left between Shakriyar Mamajorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are the chasers. They're on 4.5 points, half point behind the lead. And let's dive into that game and see what is ensuing, because there's been a lot of trades of the minor pieces, and we are seeing that black does have a target there on d5.
I'm just going to point out that the four boards that we'll be focusing most of our attention is your top left board, top right board, and our bottom two boards. Everything depends on this, on how the day ends and who's got their hands on that UzChess 2026 trophy. We'll dive into that, but just a quick roundup of the bottom row. We've already done that. We've seen fresh ideas being employed on by Nodebek Abdusattorov in his opening, getting that knight out, and bottom right, Hans Niemann with the clamped in the center means that this is going to be a strategic battle. Bottom left, Arjun Aragaisi is already very fun with the f-pawn moving forward, very similar to what we're seeing on Abdusattorov's board. Potential rook lifts ideas there as well. Ivanka, let's head over to exactly where you suggested. Huge for our standings, it's the collision between the two chasers. Shakriyar Mamajorov playing with white, Jan Nepomniachtchi playing with black, and both of them with very confident wins yesterday.
They did have great victories. Shakriyar Mamajorov defeating Nordebek Yakubov, and Jan Nepomniachtchi utilizing prep that he had for the World Championship match.
That was fascinating, right? Because that match happened back in 2021, and Jan mentioned that when he played against Hans, it was incredible to watch Jan in action yesterday. He had an hour and 40 minutes. The players start with an hour and 30 minutes. He had an hour and 40 minutes on move 35. When he finished the game in an end game, in clinical manner, he had an hour and 23 minutes left on the clock, while Hans had barely a few minutes right there. And he mentioned that this was a line that Peter Lecco had gone in great depth for the preparation. It never, unfortunately for Jan, appeared in the match in 2021. It never happened in that match. And then 5 years later, he managed to get it on the board against Hans Niemann. And just the whole meta picture of that, you know, given Magnus and Hans's history there, a preparation that was meant for Magnus eventually getting deployed on a board in a very critical matchup against Hans. The history, the grudge history between Hans and Jan currently as well, that in play, just the weight of that and the way Jan did it, it was really something to watch. And I think for Hans, it was just trouble because this opening that was employed by Jan Nepomniachtchi is so difficult to handle from a human perspective. Has Hans had an emotional recovery? Has Nodebek today had an emotional recovery? How confident is Jan Nepomniachtchi? How confident is Shakriyar feeling after finally getting up on the leaderboard to have a real shot at championship? It all comes down to this. But Ivanka, the first feeling is, yes, you've got a d5 weakness, but look at the lead in development that Jan Nepomniachtchi currently has. You've castled, your queen is out, you're hitting the pawn on b2, the knight ready to jump onto e4 to block that bishop from attacking the pawn. I don't think you have the time to pick it up with b2 hanging, the rook ready to line up here. Piece activity, the way pieces are placed, I do like this move by Shakriyar. It controls the e4 square, defends b2 and attacks the knight here. But it also allows Jan to line up a rook against the queen. I just feel you have enough compensation for this weakness at the center of the board if you're Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, and I can tell you there's been a few games played, a lot of grandmaster games, and nearly all of them was a draw. So I gotta say that this is a very safe line for Jan, but he has to move the knight. Knight to e6 was the move that everyone has.
I was thinking about rook
No, rook
c8.
ac8. Sorry, I hadn't quite checked. So rook ac8 is the most common move. The other move is knight to e6 with the whole idea of getting in d4. But let's rook ac8. Makes a whole lot of sense. So then you guess you have to castle.
And you can castle right now because Black's knight doesn't have any juicy jumps with some discovered attacks on the queen. No matter wherever you land, White's doing fine here. But knight d4 is perhaps a move that you might have to look at, or even d4. It's always an idea that Black has in mind to neutralize that weakness at the center of the board.
I got to point out one fancy move, Tanya, which you must not be tempted to play. It's a trap. So instead of playing rook ac8, it is possible, instead of castling, to go queen takes b2.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, that is very fancy, but do not even touch this position, because at the end of all of this, you're going to be stuck with a terrible endgame where White has the bishop and the knight is caught offside. So there you can see knight is being caught, bishop takes d5, or you can go rook to b1. Either way, the b7 pawn is going to be falling, but look how powerful that bishop is on d5. e4 is going to be the backup move. So yes, it looked nice, but do not go into it. You want to be accelerating the play first, getting the rooks involved, and only then mobilizing for those tactics.
Super flashy stuff. Tactics, but it doesn't work. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he had his night adventures yesterday, so I'm sure he's aware of this, Ivanka. We'll be surprised to see this happen, but really nicely pointed out by you that it's so important when you see tactics on the board to actually see the end position and just evaluate it, because sometimes you just get so excited. Queen sacrifice,
exactly,
gotta have it on the board.
Looks so good, right? No, you've got to make the assessment at the end, as Tanya is indicating, and we're expecting rook ac8, and I can just give you a flavor of how the games have continued after rook ac8. Okay, 5 of those games continued with bishop takes d5.
Brave.
That is very brave. And then knight to e6 has been the response. So this is looking at a very clear pawn sacrifice that Black is making. But White is going to be wasting a lot of time. Queen to b3, knight c5. And suddenly you're seeing that the queen will have to drop back to c2 again, because you got to cover d3. And you don't want to be going, you don't want to be going queen a2, because knight to d3 is going to be a killer. So you have to go queen c2, and then the only move, knight ce6, and this is a repetition. And we've had about 6 games, all of them finished in a draw.
Well, I wonder how much Shakrar is in a mood to just bail out with the white pieces so early on. The other move that you did suggest here, bishop takes pawn, I think it's just a move that invites these kind of troubles with the king in the center, the queen lined up. Can White keep it going with castling?
Yes.
I don't really see a great knight jump here.
Yep, and Black has played in this one game between Anton Korobov and Denis Lazovic d4.
All right,
So
but we have a different
we
decision.
have a completely different decision, and that is to go knight to e4.
And it looks like at first it's a pawn sacrifice, but you really must not take it, because after queen takes pawn, the black queen is ready to snatch up on b2, the rook on a1 hanging, you go short castle, black can find ways to just defend this pawn, maybe even line up the rook on one of these squares, and with just the majors on the board, a healthy pawn formation, this has to be completely fine for Nepomniachtchi. So we don't have a decision by Shakhriyar, but if he wants to keep the game going, he's got to keep the last set of minor pieces on the board, Jovanka. And I'm just wondering, do you have time to just simply say, I go short castle here?
Absolutely. You do have the time for that. You also have the time to leave your king in the center, believe it or not. You can go rook to d1. Because after all, the point is you want to be pressuring d5. And yes, the rook can come over to c8.
Yes.
But it doesn't matter which rook ac8. Then the queen is just going to move and cover b2.
It's not that easy to find a very healthy square. I thought queen b3 gets hit by knight c5.
Yeah, I thought queen e2.
Queen e2 makes a lot of sense.
And then after that, you can castle.
I'm just wondering, would black be somewhat in time to double up on the c line, trying to infiltrate with c2 now that you've put your queen on e2? And it still looks like black does have enough counterplay to try to neutralize the pressure on d5.
Yeah. Yes, it is very true, but the pawn on d5 is such a weak point. It's not going to go away, Tanya. That's the whole beauty of this type of position. But knight to e4, an unusual move, not really been played before. But now Shakhriyar is thinking, Tanya.
I'll also point out that the side that plays with the isolated queen's pawn relies on activity. That's your compensation for creating this early weakness. You want to open up on the c line, you want to double up on the c file, you want to put pressure on this b2 pawn. The more pieces that get traded, the happier the side fighting against the d5 pawn, against the weakness. Because imagine if everything's off the board, the white king will have a direct path, a nice spot on d4 to eye-line that pawn. Imagine if only rooks are on the board. You can double up on the d file, you have a direct target there. So
And-
very important to try to look for activity here.
And Tanya, we're going to have our first result, but it's not one that counts towards the standings, towards the trophy. It's going to be a draw between Vidit Gujarati and Norbert Yakuboev as the players repeat.
Let's quickly get our cameras on them then.
Exactly. Let's catch the handshake.
As we see the last moments of Gujarati and Yakuboev in action at the UzChess Cup here. And very quickly, the last few moments, I think, Jovanka, as we try to get the cameras up on our players here, we've got a repetition on the board right there. Check, check, check. The king went back and forth. And understandably, for Vidit, I think this has just been a very difficult tournament. He's off to the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship directly from here to Hong Kong. For Yakuboev as well, it's been an up and down battle here. He's managed to take down some of the strong players, but some losses in the middle did cost him a lot of momentum here. 1 win and 2 losses for Yakuboev in his campaign. The tournament ends disappointingly as both players will be losing rating.
Yeah. I think yesterday's defeat by Norderbek, I think has really cost Norderbek Yakuboev, because he was also had good chances against Shakriyar Mamedyarov, and if he'd won, he would be part of that chasing pack on 4.5 points. But as it stands, a disappointing result there for Norderbek, Yakuboev and Vidit, but they are going to both be moving on to the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships.
And we'll be moving on to our marquee matchup now. Back to the board of Norbert Abdusattorov versus Shamsuddin Vokhidov. Vokhidov is half a point ahead of the field, co-leading alongside Madaminov, playing with the black pieces. This one down a pawn currently. White's got 2 doubles here, but you're up a pawn with the bishop pair. Black, beautiful knight at the center of the board, incredible harmony, all pieces at the center, nicely anchored by the pawn on f5 as well. The bishop on b2, kind of struggling to get into the game. Jovanka, I want to ask you, in this sort of a position, if you had to pick a side to play with, are you going white or black here?
I like the bishop pair, but I also like having a great pawn structure. So I would say give me both sides and I think I'm happy.
So you just like to commentate on the game.
Yeah, exactly. Can I just sit on the fence, Tanya, and just say, yeah, well, everyone's a winner. I'm happy to play both sides. And I think Shamsuddin would be happy to play as well.
I'll tell you who's a winner definitely with this kind of positions. It's chess fans in us, because it means this is going to be fun to watch. I just want to point out that this last move, rook to c1 by Norbert, does put pressure on c7. And before we deep dive into all the possibilities here, let's back up to where we left it last. We did see the knight come out. This was the first fresh move by Norbert Abdusattorov, part of preparation made in about under 2 minutes currently, and it was met by a checkmate in 1 being threatened, which was spotted and stopped. No surprises there. We saw a trade destroying the pawn structure on the left flank. The rook comes to the center of the board. The bishop develops, vacating a square for the white rook to land up on next, attacking c7. Now, you can't really sacrifice a second pawn in this position. That would make these pawns very, very strong. So I'm expecting black to find a way to defend it. One move that I'd never want to make as black is plant my rook behind this pawn.
No.
Incredibly passive, even if it's a move that's suggested by the engines. I don't think it's a human move. For me, the most natural approach would be to put my queen on d6. It feels pretty anchored there. I defend c7. Not just that, I'm eyeballing f4, not allowing any rook to e1, and I'm hitting the pawn on d5. The pawn on d5 is a very key aspect. You have to be very careful with it because it might even be black's best friend in a lot of positions. You take that pawn. Imagine a position like this, Jovanka. I chuck that pawn out of the board. Suddenly, the light squared bishop has so much to play for.
Yeah, and the bishop on b2 will suddenly be able to come out and go d5. Anyway, so queen to b6. We were looking at queen to d6. This one's an interesting one because it does invite white to go queen to b3.
I love that move. You trade on white's terms, well, that would be a mouse slip and a big blunder. You trade on white's terms, you've solved a set of pawns, a problem, and this is a beautiful ending. Again, the problem of c7 remain, not an easy pawn to defend, and white doing much better than where he started with. Queen b6, queen b3 also comes with a nasty threat of d6 at some point.
Yeah.
Just to show that line, and to show the fact that white can even sacrifice that pawn in so many ways. If you, I'm trying to make a move here, let's say you go rook to f6. Oh, Jovanka, check this out. Check this out.
This queen takes queen, right?
Queen takes
oh,
queen,
no,
but
rook
let's
takes
be a bit more
c7.
flashy here right now. Rook takes pawn, queen takes queen, maybe you take and you still infiltrate, things look good, but I think rook f6 comes with an idea of hitting the bishop if you were to take that queen, but rook takes pawn. My rook! Take it, Yovi. And then suddenly the idea of d6, hitting that queen, and again that diagonal that needs to be opened up. So this means that actually queen to b3 is sneaky stuff. You're also threatening rook takes pawn, I just realized.
Yeah, and this was my main point with queen to b3. Queen takes queen is going to be backed up with rook takes. Yeah, no, I meant for white. So if you allow, so say for instance you go knight to d2. Say instead of as black, knight to d2, saying, haha, I got a fork. Well, you don't necessarily have a fork because queen takes queen, the rook moves, and now rook to c7 is going to be the infiltration point.
Queen
And
b3
queen
played by
b3,
Nodebek Abdusattorov.
very natural move.
Great spot, Jovanka. I absolutely love it. I think it has strategic ideas and tactical motives, and those are my favorite kind of moves. If you just go to our live board, you know what you're pointing out with queen to b3, solve the problem of your double pawns here. You're also threatening to take and infiltrate with your rook.
Yeah.
And the tactical idea of rook takes pawn, d6 in the air. Vokhidov needs to be careful at this point. You know, after yesterday's loss that Nodebek had, and I want to talk a little bit, let's just zoom out at what we're seeing right now. For Nodebek Abdusattorov, playing against Nicolas Theodoru, half a point behind the leaderboard, knowing that fate in his hands on that last round, he will be facing the leader, right? Plays a beautiful game with the black pieces. In a completely level balanced game, finds a way to keep it going, wins a pawn. And yes, most likely it would have ended in a draw because it's opposite color bishop.
Yeah.
And that one inexplicable moment of a brain fart, a blind spot completely by Nodebek. And you could see it on his face, you know, suddenly.
He was in shock.
He was in shock. It was like a little child who's just realized that he's just made a big mistake and is about to be scolded.
Yeah, it did look like a little boy with his teacher and he's looking at the teacher going, please, can I take back? And obviously your opponent's like, no, touch move.
Yeah.
And the incident that we're referring to is basically Nicholas just dropped back his king, attacked Nodebek's rook, and Nodebek, without even registering the move, wrote it down, and then the hand came and just made like a pre-move, and of course king to d5, who just meant that the rook would fall off, so Nodebek had to resign. And I think this is a kind of blunder that does not happen at this type of level. It just somehow the mind just glitched, and that was that, and it's a kind of once in every 10 years
It
mistake.
was an absolute unbelievable moment. And also the stakes that were there at that match. Had Nodebek drawn that game, even with an extra pawn, the most likely outcome of that was a draw, but Nodebek was pushing. Even if it would have ended in a draw, he would have gone into this final round just half a point behind the leaders. He wins, he takes over.
Yeah.
I did see him at dinner right after, and I have to say, it was kind of nice to see him at dinner. He didn't feel completely shattered by it. Felt like he was in good spirits, because I think at the elite level, these kind of blunders, you just realize that this isn't a chess problem.
No,
It's that one moment of blindness.
exactly.
Unfortunately, at a very key moment in the tournament is when that happened for Nodebek Abdusattorov. Absolute heartbreak. And it also reminded me of everything that happened in the match against Yanda Pomnishi. With all the knight moves there that Nodebek was employing, all the rage baiting that happening, and then, you know, you walk into something like this.
It's just
Chess is brutal.
It is brutal, and these blunders do occur, like other top-level blunders where I've seen this happen before. Arjun Erigaisi, final round against Nordebek, by the way, in the Qatar Masters 2023, did something similar, just hung a piece like that, Gukesh, and I'm thinking also against Nordebek
Yes.
in Tata Steel. Also made like a completely
just makes no sense.
Like a blunder that would really not, and it just goes to show the players are under a lot of stress, and there is a lot of they're playing with a lot of intensity, a lot of concentration, and sometimes the mind just has a little glitch, and you go, "Oops, that wasn't quite was what was meant to happen," but it did.
Massive whoopsie moment that was. And Nicolas Theodorou later on said that his read into that moment was that Nodebek just forgot that his rook is there or that he'd already moved it. And in his mind, you're already ahead by
Yeah.
2 moves. And you know what? In case you missed it, take a look at what happened. It's going to blow your mind.
So this is the rook and opposite color bishop endgames that we're referring to. This is the moment here
From yesterday's
from
game.
yesterday's game. So
Count the
Nordebek,
pawns. Extra pawn, 4 versus 3 for Nodebek Abdusattorov. The rook incredibly active. The bishop beautifully placed. If anyone's playing for a win, it's Nodebek.
and Nordebek is confident. You can just read his body language there. He's feeling, well, I do have real chances at grinding this one out. The king is going to centralize to the middle of the board, and Nordebek is feeling the tension in the room as Nicholas is feeling the tension in the room as he is in survival mode. He's a pawn down. He is holding this opposite colored bishop and rook endgame. And so at this point, he throws in a check, as expected.
And just writing down the move, and Nodebek ready with his response to just step up with the king, getting more active, trying to play on the light squares as he does reach out with just a moment's pause. And the thing is, watch out on the next move, only if he had taken that pause. And he has enough time on the clock. Nodebek Abdusattorov, as Magnus Carlsen says, has the highest level of killer instinct when it comes to chess. And this is where it all went wrong. The king steps back, hits the black rook. Nodebek writes. He registers the move, but not in his head.
And this is the moment where, holding on to the king, he realizes, what on earth have I done here? The rook is hanging.
And he doesn't know what to do because you have to now make that move. Glances up at his opponent. His opponent does the same. Both of them know it is touch to move and there's nothing to be done. Only a shake of a head is the feeling that you get as a response to this position right now. Nodebek, he knows this is all gone. You can't even move it towards the white rook because the bishop on c3 covers the f6 square. Absolute disbelief.
It is complete shock there from Nordebek as he realizes what on earth has he done. He has blundered a whole rook and he has to resign the game. But Tanya, this is a devastating moment, but today it is a new day and there is still some hope for Nordebek as he fights to defeat Shamsuddin Vokhidov. If he can do that, then at least he will take that step forward to perhaps qualifying for a tiebreak if the other results fall in place.
Nodebek Abdusattorov, it's so much about that emotional recovery from everything that happened yesterday. He's taking on Vokhidov and he's taking him on in a big fight. And the opening has been an advantageous one for Nodebek right now, up a pawn. And the slight inaccuracy of placing the queen on b6 landed Abdusattorov's queen on a nice spot. But Vokhidov had his ideas. He does use his knight, which works as the best piece to block a pawn, comes back with that piece to d6, fighting against any ideas of the pawn moving forward. But now is the moment when Nodebek can look at Yovi, your idea of a queen trade and infiltrate with the rook to c7, hitting the bishop, eyeballing the pawn on b7.
Okay, we've got to dive into that one, Tanya, because it is very natural to do this. And of course, if it's working for white, I feel like white is the one who is going to have some serious chances here. So you got to take, from my eyes, you're taking with the c pawn. The evaluation bar is saying, no, 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 that's actually a mistake. Rook to c7.
Just want to point out that if you take with pawn takes queen, how inhuman this is, because you're basically giving a second pawn. And the bar says this is the right approach, but it's not going to be an easy one for Vokhidov to find. So let's just go with the most natural line first. Queen takes queen. I think so many of us would just recapture, not giving that second pawn. The rook goes in, Jovanka. I'm hitting the bishop right now.
Aha, and this is actually not correct.
And the point is that now your double bishop advantage is neutralized. And suddenly, after bishop takes bishop, knight takes bishop, it's all about the big piece activity. Notice how this bishop on b2 overloaded to the 2 pawns, the knight doing a beautiful job on b5. And if you try to keep everything defended, black just neutralizes on the spot. Check, 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 check.
Exactly. And that will continue until the game is declared drawn. Okay, but going back. So rook to c7 is definitely what Shamsuddin has calculated, but there's a better move. And so first up, I'm thinking, is it a4?
Stopping that, but it's a pawn
Stopping.
sacrifice, and
Yes.
you want to put your bishop on a3.
Yes.
Very nice.
And once you've set up that, now you can infiltrate. Let's face it, the doubled a pawn wasn't great anyway. So why not
Yes.
just give it up in order to at least activate the dark square bishop? And now
You could also just trade on the only open line, and this is so incredibly powerful because yes, they're double pawns, but they give you access to a very key square in the position as well. And the bishop pair is only as good as the open diagonals that it has. I love your move a4. And Yovi, this feels so destabilized for the knight on d6. And because we've played through this line, I think I now understand why the computer prefers to capture towards the center. This is big advantage, Notterbeck. I'm going back to queen takes queen. And I have a feeling that after pawn takes queen, it's the same idea, the same resource. You sacrifice the second pawn, but now it's again the piece activity. You neutralize the bishop pair. The bishop has to be picked up. I hit your rook. That's not 1 pawn. Let's just do the math here. That is 3 extra pawns for black. But notice how with every capture, the bar has gone down and down and down in black's favor right now. The rook swoops all the way up the board, Jovanka, and you just don't have any good squares with the bishop. If you fall back to c1, I'm coming in with my other rook to c2. I'm grabbing your pawn on d4. I'm getting in with my knight, not to c2 but to c3. And this is actually really strong for black. With 3 extra pawns, the bar says it's level. The bar, our silicon friend, extremely materialistic. It means it's advantage black, this position.
yeah, this is advantage black because, you know, the bishop on c1 is no good. But you have to calculate so many lines, Tanya, because put the bishop back on b2. It's also possible to go rook takes b6. And yes, rook takes bishop. I understood that. But there's a pin on the board and you can go a4. And apparently that is also not the best either. Is that because of rook to e8 or c8 and then rook to c2?
I think it's key that you put it on e8. I was going with rook c8, but I do see the point of you playing rook e8 here, Vanka, because after rook takes knight, if you trade, you lose. You need to have the idea of rook coming in. Now imagine if this rook is on c8, suddenly rook c5 stops that threat.
Yeah.
But nothing's going to stop rook to e2. Even if you step up with your rook, there are checks on the first rank with the same ideas. Notterbeck Abdusattorov is looking at a position where if he trades the queens currently on the live board, he's going into an endgame with a big advantage. Imagine this exact scenario with him having grabbed that half point yesterday.
Yes. Oh, I know, but it's a shoulda, woulda, coulda situation because
So
the
close,
reality
Jovanka.
is not that. The reality is that Nordberg is playing a chaser and he's only on 4 points and he's in a must-win situation. A win is the only result that's good enough for him. He needs to pull Shamsuddin Vokhidov down. And it's such a sophisticated decision, I gotta say, Tanya, after queen takes b6 to go a takes b6. Because the human move is to go, no, let me go c takes b6 and then let me employ the same idea, but not having given up the whole army.
Absolutely. And I think this is what Notterbeck might be counting on, although he is a calculator. And I have a feeling that with so much at stake here, for Notterbeck Abdusattorov, any big trade-off of the queens, you want to only do it if you're 100% confident. So if he spots the idea of bishop b5, getting rid of this defender, yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
continue. Sorry. I just.
What did I miss?
No, you haven't missed a single thing. You're doing great stuff here. It's just I got my eyes on the other games.
Okay,
So-
we can go wherever you want.
No. Yes, I was just kind of curious as to whether there would be repetition. So anyway, let's finish this point, Tanya. Sorry.
I was just saying that in a must-win situation, to trade off queens is a huge take in the position. So you only want to do it if you're 100% confident. And I think I'm expecting Notterbeck to take his time, Jovanka, so we can head over wherever you want
Yes.
right now. What have you spotted?
Well, I spotted that between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Yana Pomniachtchi, if we go back to that game, with his last move, knight to c5, is this an invitation to repeat? And
Ooh.
rook to d1, by the way, was played, not the very safe castle kingside. And rook to c8 was the move. And here we were looking at queen e2, but queen to b3. Really gutsy move there from Vachier-Lagrave. And knight to c5 is the move. And then here we're seeing Shak deep in thought. So he has a natural target on d5. But the question is, where is he going to dance with the queen? If he steps back to c2, that's kind of inviting repetition. But is he going to step forward?
That's the big question. You have to find a square for the queen. I don't think you're feeling very good about capturing the pawn on d5 with your king still in the center. Rook's coming to the center of the board. b2 under attack. Your queen kind of running out of squares. In fact, I'm struggling to find a square. You fall back. Knight d3 just wins the queen and the game on the spot. So with the pawn immune to any captures right now, Jovanka, you were talking about stepping up with the queen right now. I don't believe you ever want to place it on a2, although I don't see any tactical blows with a block on d1 at the end of it. But Black's knight just seems like you might get very active in another key idea. By the way, he does step up with the queen. I think d4, knight a4 threats, just very, very enticing in these positions. A lot of activity. And who wants a queen on a2 anyway?
Yeah.
After knight c5, the queen steps up to b4, I believe. d5 still under attack, and Black has to play energetically in this position right now. One move that I would love to make as Black is swoop the queen over to the other side and just deny the white king to get to safety. It does come potentially at the cost of a pawn, but with knight d3 in the air, you still cannot pick that up just yet. Did you see that expression by Jan? He was slightly surprised.
He was very surprised as to what is going on. Queen to b4 is the move of choice, but so far this is all very natural. And the big question, though, is after queen to a6, how is the white king going to get castled? Because I don't know about you, Tanya, but I don't like playing with my king in the middle of the board, so I'd be going bishop to e2.
+1.
Huh?
+1. I absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just about king safety. You're playing down a rook. You need to activate that rook. So you're mentioning the block on the diagonal, bishop to e2 right now, hitting the queen. Makes a lot of sense.
But where is the queen going to move? Because if you go queen to g6, well, then castles, and then you feel that white is going to go rook d4, rook d1, start to point the daggers at the d5 pawn, and that's going to be problems, at least, for Jan Nepomniachtchi. And where is he going to go? He needs to play with a lot of energy, and I'm not seeing how to continue after bishop to e2.
I'm just wondering if Black wants to put the brakes in this position and who does a potential queen trade favor. Queen to a4 is an idea, but it requires a lot of evaluation here. It does come with a threat at the end of the line on the b2 pawn. Also the rook about to land on c2. It's something that Jan could be thinking about, but again, how much fight do you want when you are half a point behind the leaderboard? It is a chasers collide here. We'll come back with his decision, Jovanka. I do want to head over to Madaminov, Hans Niemann. Hans playing with the white pieces. A lot of developments in that one.
Okay, let's head straight there. No, okay, there. For some reason, my board had brought up a rook and bishop endgame.
That hasn't happened yet. Maybe
No.
you've just looked deep into the future, Jovanka, where we do have a rook and bishop endgame, because I'll say it is a possibility with what we have right now in front of us. I'm going to do a quick action replay from when we were here last. It felt like a very cagey start by Hans Niemann in this position is where we left it. h3 was the last move, taking g4 under control. We saw the bishop rerouting itself. You really want to clamp down on the square that matters the most, which is the d4 spot. Developing moves. Finally, Black just creates a square for the bishop to fall back if it is needed. A pin on f6 kicks that bishop back. The knight does land on d4. You can do that as long as the recapture happens with the bishop. We saw queen to d2. And after knight takes pawn, whoa. Look at this move, Jovanka. Queen d2, and it felt like white is doing absolutely fine. And did Hans just miss this blow? It all relies on the fact that the queen on d2 is hanging. There are tricks with knight takes knight coming in with a check, which will remove the defender of the bishop. I think Hans just missed this tactic completely.
Yeah,
Knight takes pawn. Brilliancy, by the way. I just want to show if you take that queen, Black's ready to snap up. The knight, I was thinking, do you want to take on f3, which also makes a lot of sense. I think that line works as well in a great way. You can then pick up the queen. Rook is hanging, bishop's hanging, bishop's hanging. Already material balance restored, advantage Black. After knight takes e4, if you can't take the queen, You take the knight with either your own knight or your pawn. Let me just show that line. Black picks up the knight on f3. Bishop takes f3. Queen takes bishop. You regain your piece, but with interest. That's an extra pawn that black has. And this is the position on the board. Hans Niemann has made an early blunder. Breaking news, absolutely. Queen d2. We were talking about Hans Niemann's mindset. I just don't think he's recovered from yesterday. And let's have our players on the camera as well.
Yeah, let's have a look at our two players because I want to read the body language. I want to see whether Hans is there. There we can see Mukhadin. He senses the excitement. Look, Tanya, look at the way he's fidgeting. Whereas
he's been
Hans
gifted.
is like,
He's been gifted an extra pawn at this moment. Mukhadin, with this knight takes pawn brilliancy, has just reached out and grabbed the trophy with one of his hands right now. The other one, will it get there?
yeah, that is the issue. I mean, what a dream scenario for Mukhadin as he finds this stunning tactic. Knight takes e4. What a shocker.
Beautiful. And Ivanka, everything is fine for white in this position. You know, you can start with all the plans that we were talking about. A3, B4. Strategically, black is doing great, by the way. You feel like you've got more holes in the position. You know, the knight can reroute itself. Already looking a little uncomfortable for Hans Niemann here. But at least in the balance. Queen d2. And look at, after all these trades, Hans Niemann is in the think. Definitely a sleepless night is what I'm going to bet on, Ivanka here. Queen d2, knight takes pawn. What a move here, sacrificing a queen. But the knight on f3, hanging with a check. The queen on d2, just the tactics work out in black's favor here. You could take it with the pawn. It would be the same. So Hans Niemann decides, I'll take it with the knight. At least at the end of it, I'm able to fracture black's pawn structure, neutralize the bishop pair here. This is where we are at. And I believe, Ivanka, we do have one more move by Hans. Rook to e1 played. Now he's going to start targeting the weak pawns, but this is just a healthy extra pawn with d3 weak. Bishop ready to get to f5. You simply defend this pawn with rook e8. Get your bishop out. Line up the rook on d8. This has been a gift from Madaminov today.
Absolute. Because, you know, we are mentioning here that Hans is now only playing for 2 results.
Yeah.
He's looking at survival. I don't think it's going to be happening that Hans is going to be turning this one around. He's just simply going to focus on holding on because, as Tanya's mentioned, the pawn on d3, that is going to be a target. In Hans's favor, he can say, well, at least black's extra pawn is doubled. It's on c5, so as long as I can lock in and protect d3 and just kind of curl up into a little ball, maybe I'm going to be okay. But it is a dream for Mukhadin as he finds himself there not only on the offensive, but he has an extra pawn to boot. Because here we're just looking at either going rook to e8, you've got to defend on e5. The queen can also drop back to e7. So many good moves. And then, as Tanya's highlighted, you focus on development. You've got to blunt this bishop on f3, so c6 is probably a move that's going to be played. c6, b6, get a very solid pawn construction. And, well, for Mukhadin, he just has to hold his nerve.
This is a beautiful position for black, even though if visually it looks like you've got these 2 double pawns, they're on dark squares. White's pawns fixed on the square that the black bishop can easily target them. You know, Ivanka, you're saying about blunting bishop. The other way to plan this is to just simply defend your pawn, place all your pawns on dark squares, b6, a5, then take out your bishop to f5, and simply this weakness is for the rest of the game. It's a backward pawn. Hans Niemann, you know, we were talking about his mindset. I thought he'd want to go in for some combative approach today, just throw the kitchen sink. I have nothing to lose. But it just feels like he's out of it.
Yeah, I mean, the big point was, and let's go back to that big moment, he just missed it, Tanya. Because yes, you are on a fighting move. He basically indicated that with the bishop coming out to g5 and h4. He's like, yeah, I'm game for the fight. But what he had completely underestimated, that queen to d2, such an innocuous little move, Tanya. It looks like it has 0 consequence. Who is thinking about taking that pawn on e4? It looks like it's completely forbidden. Yet, tactically, it works.
But I also want to point out, like, the geometry of the position, you know, the alarm bells start going on. The knight on f3 is a key defender to the bishop and the queen. I don't know if this was the only way, but Ivanka, to my eyes, even taking the knight on f3 to start with works.
Yeah.
You trade this, you have to pick it up with the bishop. And again, the same idea. You've gotten rid. We've seen this tactic so many times with minor pieces at the edge of the board.
Yes, and also, but I gotta say, it's usually with the bishop on e7. So somehow, for Hans, he just thought this little queen move would get him like a small little edge, connect the rooks, and then he's looking for just pushing hard somewhere. But knight takes e4, well, that's a
Oof.
cold shower. And suddenly he finds himself there on the defensive as he's a pawn down, and he also has to connect his pieces. He has to defend his weaknesses there on d3 and find a way to generate counterplay, and that's not going to be easy.
And Mukhidin Madaminov, you saw the shift in him, right? Right after this blunder, a lot of maturity there. He just calms himself down. He had his head on the table for a bit, then sits up and is taking this new fresh position. He knows exactly what's at stake here. This could be the breakout tournament. He's had the run of his life, Madaminov here. Such fighting chess, fearless chess, taking down the top seeds one after another. And here he is. If he wins this with everything that's going on, in Nodebek Abdusattorov versus Shamsuddin Vokhidov, we might be seeing a Madaminov running away with the trophy.
Yes, it's a massive step, right? For him to get this position against Hans Niemann with the black pieces, I gotta say. And he probably was in defensive move thinking, oh, well, I've got the black pieces. I'm very satisfied with a draw. I wouldn't. But here he has the chance to play for something more. Big moment here for Mukhidin. He just has to hold his nerve, just rein in all of those emotions, and now just deal with the task in front of him. For the time being, it is defending the pawn on e5. And for Hans, he just has to accept that that was a big mistake that he made, and now he just has to get on with defending the d3 point and creating some kind of counterplay.
I'll also make an argument for another way to do it. For me, at first sight, rook e8 feels like the most natural move in the position. I don't want to line up my queen against the e7 pawn. Another interesting take on this would be to slide back with your queen to f6. I'm also setting up tactics. It's always looking for them. Bishop takes pawn, with the bishop on f3 also being destabilized. Plenty of choices here, all of them good one. An extra pawn, and I do feel that Mukhidin, he's ready to make his decision currently as we look at him. He glances over at Hans Niemann, who looks pretty distraught on camera. It just feels like it's been a tough recovery, and we see that he's reaching for the rook with the most human approach of finishing development of that rook by defending the pawn on e5. Rook e8 is what we're expecting here. Jovanka, should we do a quick roundup as the opening phase in this final round at Tashkent is coming to an end?
Yes, so there we're seeing the rook did come to e8 to defend e5. Nice, calm response there from Mukhidin. Let's definitely go to our multi-board view and see what has ensued in some of the games. And first up, my attention is drawn to the top right between Nodebek Abdusattorov and Shamsuddin Vokhidov. So we are seeing that queen takes b6 is not the move that was played.
He instead went for a rook lift, the top right board right there. And this is what I was talking about, the psychology of the match. You only want to go into an endgame. Nodebek Abdusattorov has to win this. You only do that if you see a clear path. And my guess here would be that Nodebek realized that black can actually capture that pawn towards the queen, towards the center. And bishop landing on b5, he does not want to allow that. Feeling that black keeps the activity there, Nodebek Abdusattorov wants to play a whole game. He wants to play the opening, the middle game, and the end game. So he does keep the queens on the board. If it's traded off, it will be on his terms, resolving the tension of the double pawns on the queen's side. A rook lift saw a counter rook lift by Vokhidov, now taking control of the 7th rank.
Yes, and on our other marquee matchup between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Yana Pomniachtchi, we're seeing that Shak is the one with nice positional pressure against the weakness of the isolated queen's pawn in the middle. So it's going to be all in Shakhriyar Mamedyarov whether he can convert that to something more. But for Yana Pomniachtchi, he's very much on the defensive. And between Arjun Erigaisi and Nicholas Theodorou there on the bottom left, we can see that his tension all round as the pawn has lifted up to attack the bishop. Remember, Arjun is in a must-win situation. And it's been a dream start for Mukhidin Madaminov as he did a very fine sacrifice in order to net himself a pawn. And now he sits comfortably better against Hans Niemann. So that's the start of our championship day, where today in UzChess Cup we will find out a winner. Just to remind you all, take a look at the standings because it is red hot. At the minute, we are seeing a two-way tie for first place, but the chasers, they're half point behind, and even Arjun Erigaisi and Nordebek Abdusattorov are in with a chance.
And potentially we could have a six-way tie to that trophy, depending on results. For the two players at 4 points, currently Nordebek and Arjun Erigaisi, it's a must-win, and then look around. See what's happening. Their fate not in their hands, but focus on the task, what they've got. Mamadarov, Napam Rashid, they're facing each other. It's the collision of the two chasers. It's a fun position as well, but will it be enough? And for Mukhidin and Shamsuddin, the two players who've got their fate in their hands, one of them in trouble, the other one has just been gifted a pawn. Madaminov Mukhidin looking at the win of his life.
Yes, so much drama ahead in store for the final round of the UzChess Cup Masters. We're going to go on short break. When we return, it is going to be Tanya and Shakzod who are going to be guiding you through all of the excitement.
It's Championship Monday morning here at the UzChess Cup 2026. The trophy's on the table, but whose hands are steady enough to grab it is the question today. We'll have all the answers, the opening phase done, the players well into the fight. And joining me on the call here is Shaksot. Shaksot, it's the big Tashkent test today. What's the vibe in the playing hall?
Okay, so today the round started at 11 a.m.
Yes.
local time, Tashkent time. So good morning, everyone.
Morning, morning.
Morning. So yeah, some players, you see, you got some sleepy eyes.
One in
One
particular.
in particular, yes. And not just in Masters, I've talked to these players in Challengers and Futures as well. One of the player, interestingly, got just 30 seconds before, 15-minute mark. So he
Oh.
was about to get zero. Yeah. He was
Name
about-
them. You gotta name them.
Okay, he's Peng Limin from Switzerland playing in the Futures. He was playing against Alan Pichot
Wow. So
from Spain.
had he come 30 seconds later, it would have been a
it would have
forfeit.
been zero, yes.
That is crazy. And I'll tell you one thing about chess players, and I have always struggled with this, is morning rounds.
Morning
You know,
round.
you've been playing nicely into the afternoon, having your breakfast, waking up late, you've got all the time in the world to prepare, and then suddenly on the most important day, it
Last one.
totally switches around.
Critical one, yes. So that's why I say, in chess, not just your level, your knowledge, your skills, but your stamina also plays a role, You gotta hold it on.
And today is the day when endurance will matter the most.
Yeah.
Let's bring up our bird's eye view and catch up on all the action that's happening currently. One game has already ended in a draw. It had absolutely no implications for the standings. Top center there, Vidit Gujarati, Nodabek Yakuboev. It just felt like they wanted a day off. Both of them heading to Hong Kong next for the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship. That one ended in a draw, but all other four boards incredibly important for us leaderboard or standings to decide who will take that trophy. And Shaksot, I'm going to start with the top left board there. Yan Nepomniachtchi, Shakrar Mamedyarov. Now these are our two chasers and they play against each other. The position looks like it should be in balance with equal number of pawns, but the fact that white has a direct target on an isolated queen's pawn of Yan Nepomniachtchi for Shakrar Mamedyarov, that is an advantage. An open position, a bishop is stronger than a knight. Pawns on both flanks, a bishop stronger than a knight. These strategic factors advantage white. Vidit ends in a draw against Nodabek Yakuboev. We move on to that top right board. Nodabek Abdusattorov versus Shamsuddin Vokhidov. This is one of our absolute marquee matchup. Vokhidov, one of the two tournament leaders going into that last round, finds himself in early opening trouble.
Yeah. But seemingly after the last moves, and we look at the evil bar, it is slightly favoring
Ooh,
black.
something
What just happened?
changed.
Yeah, something changed. Look at that. Okay, continuing with our board number 4. At the left bottom, we have Arjun Erigaisi playing against Nicola Theodorou. And look at the last move. Queen to h4. Giving the bishop away. Or even intending bishop takes h3.
I love
What's
it.
going on there?
Bottom left, it's Nicholas who's channeling his inner Arjun Erigaisi right now with a bishop sacrifice on the board. We'll dive into that one, and I think that's where we go to next. But I also want to bring your attention to Hans Niemann versus Mukhidin Madaminov. A one-move blunder by Hans, walking into a tactic that handed over an extra pawn to Mukhidin. He keeps that advantage. Not just that, he's solved the problem of the double C pawns that he had right now. For Mukhidin, it feels like a dream start, right? You're in
Yeah.
5 points. You're one of the two leaders. A draw would mean, especially given Vokhidov's position on that top right, a draw would feel like very safe territory. It's been an early gift by Hans. Will Mukhidin convert it? But let's go over to the Arjun board. Arjun versus Nicholas. Queen to h4. Combining some checkmating ideas potentially on the h file. If that bishop is captured, take us through what's happening here, Shakta.
All right. So let's get into Arjun's game. The last move we see after knight takes d2, black's queen comes all the way to h4. And the intention is bishop takes h3, turns out. Let me point out one thing. You cannot take the bishop immediately because you're going to face this check. After king f1, king is intending to go away, and the rook comes and just blocks its way out.
And we've seen this idea so many times that you basically box up your opponent's king in a kill zone before delivering a deadly check. I want to finish this line. Knight f3 looks like, hey, I'm surviving.
Yeah.
Knight's the king's best friend, but not so quickly. Let's show it. You give a check on h1, hit that knight, and I think amongst other options, you can also just plant your bishop on h2.
Yes.
Just pin and win that knight. Queen takes knight. I don't see how white is hiding.
Exactly. Or you can immediately just make things worse. Just get the king out because there is no other piece to take, the rook, except the king. And after which you can take this out. Or play rook e8, yes. A lot of moves are basically winning for black at this moment.
So pawn takes bishop, you
It's
can't touch that bishop.
out of
Do
question.
not touch is what that bishop is screaming right now. But you mentioned another idea, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at a sacrifice on h3.
Exactly. Let's say he's also giving up those pawns around. Let's say if
Shakhtar,
Arjun...
look at the two players. Both of them
Oh, yeah.
just looking into space currently.
Wow. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to point out how they played the opening, you know? The first thing is, for the first time I saw Arjun taking a longer time to make the opening moves. And the second thing is, in the opening, nobody, as of now, you know, looking at the board. Their eyes were on the side from the beginning. I'm like, wow, this is a game of memory, I put, you know? Because they were accessing their memory, what line, how it unfolded. And, you know, looking sideways or top also, it implicates imagination. Yeah, they are imagining what the position would look like after all calculation, and then evaluation is happening there. Yeah.
Fascinating as Arjun does turn his attention towards the board. And let's just backtrack a little bit from where we left it last. You know, for Arjun Aragaisi, he survived a very difficult game yesterday against Mukhidin,
Yes.
which could have really been Madaminov's win, but Arjun's super resourceful at the end of that. He's looking for a fight today that he knows that his task is cut up. He first needs to win on his board and then ask the questions.
Yes.
If he doesn't do that, nothing matters. For Nicholas, it's about pride. You know, yesterday he took down Nodibek Abdusattorov in that crazy moment. But sometimes you just need that luck for things to turn around. Will he play spoiler to Arjun as well today? Shakhtar, take us through the action. How did we get to Queen H4?
All right. So I guess that's where we left off, and b5 action happened. Takes the pawn, rook takes b5, attacking pawn d5 and b7 at the moment, where Nicholas be like, I'm okay with that, goes to king to h8. Why? Because you simply cannot take d5. You will be exposed to bishop h2, discover, check. So we have seen pawn h3 by Arjun. And after the trading the knights off, there wasn't any bishop h5 retreating, but all the way aggressive, getting to queen to h4. Let's explore the idea here. If not take, but any other stable
Let's take rook
moves.
takes pawn.
Rook
Let's
takes
get
pawn.
greedy, or yeah, the pawn on d5 or
Pawn
the
on-
pawn on b7, whatever. I want to look at the idea of bishop takes h3.
Pawn, taking on d5 also kind of goes after f5.
Yeah.
So, well, let's keep that. Bishop to a takes h3. Pawn takes. Queen takes. And now, wow.
We
that
love showing
bishop is-
checkmate, so we got to show that.
Okay.
If bishop takes pawn here,
If bishop takes pawn, we have... I guess now bishop h2 doesn't work because it's directly hitting the queen.
yes.
But
So
the game goes wild. So you have this check. And
Correct.
okay, now I planted rook on d5, and that's an issue.
oh, and suddenly LPDO, loose pieces drop off.
Yes, after king f1, queen to h1 check, hitting boss. Okay, let's plant it different.
No, let's just take rook takes pawn and show some
Oh, yeah.
ideas in this
Let's
position.
go rook takes pawn. We do okay. That's kind of protects, you know, f2.
Yes,
So
still
that
doesn't work.
Still doesn't work, but still it is promising because after check, king h2, king h1, bishop g3 check here. You can take this out first.
Uh-huh.
You can take this out, and after bishop f5, check. King
Ah,
f1,
and that's the case of
checkmate.
that's checkmate.
Yes.
Very nice. So
So-
bishop takes pawn is actually a massive threat in this position, which means that white needs to get defenses over to that side.
Exactly.
And I am inclined to either put my bishop on f1 or my knight on f1. Bishop on f1 supports h3, knight on f1 controls h2.
Yes. Let's explore those lines because those are very steady candidate moves, you know, as you mentioned. So my first question goes to, I mean, if knight f1, bishop h3 idea still holds, I
It's a
think,
bit
you know?
scary. It's still a
Yeah.
bit scary because I just want to point out that even if I'm holding h2, let's just take that. The idea of a rook lift, rook to f6 eventually, you take on h3, rook
Yes,
coming into the
exactly.
party, it just starts looking like you don't want to allow this,
Yes,
right?
yes.
I think the more human move
Still
is
scary.
it's still scary. The more human move is dropping back with the bishop.
Protecting the h3. Okay, looking at this position, some interesting things turns out unfolding.
I feel like we're the only ones looking at this position because Arjun's clearly not. Even though he has to make the decision, he's about to
Yeah.
get checkmated. Otherwise, Arjun needs to be very careful right now.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I think he's imagining all the way around, you know. You told Arjun is more dynamic,
Yes.
creative player, but there is one habit of positional players, let's say, you know, more of a type of Carlsen Magnus players, you know. They think of not calculation, but imagination all the way to the end and plans. Yeah. It doesn't involve just calculation. It involves like you have 10 moves depth, let's say, one position, 10 moves depth, another position, 10 moves depth, third position. And you compare all of them, you know, what is where is leading. I think that's what's happening in his mind. He is in the imagination and comparison phase, you know. He's comparing, you know, all the lines.
Yes.
Should I do this? Should I do this? Because how it's looking at the end, is that decent? Is that good enough?
Arjun's also a very brute force calculator.
Oh, wow.
He loves to go down those variations deeply, like you're pointing out. He obviously understands that bishop takes pawn is a massive threat, and pawn takes bishop, it's untouchable. You can't even imagine to take that bishop on g4 if you're white. He's going to quickly disregard that candidate moves.
Yes.
It's going to be between this bishop retreat or knight retreat. And I have seen Arjun do this so many tournaments, Shakzat, where he spends more time looking away from the board
Ah, wow.
than he does on the board. It's like he's worked something out in his
I
brain and he
see.
only double checks it really quickly by looking back at the board.
Oh, wow. I see. I see.
He's 10 moves in some variation,
Yeah.
and then he look back to just see quickly, am I missing
Confirm it,
something? And then
yes.
he just looks away again.
Ah, yeah. I see. I see.
It's fascinating to watch him.
Wow. Wow. I mean, is it just Arjun specific or how you act? Me personally, I look at the board when I calculate to compare to imagination. Yeah, I look up or sideways around, you know? Or how about you?
I think we all have that tendency to look away once in a while, but what is unique about Aragaisi is how much time he spends
Yeah,
off the
wow,
board.
wow. Yes, this
You
part.
will see him glancing over to just quickly check something before he looks away again.
Oh, yeah.
And it almost looks like he's unconcerned, he's disinterested. But don't be
Oh,
fooled
look,
by
look,
that.
look, yawning.
Yeah, he's learning as well. But all those permutations and calculations and combinations are already running through his head. He's 7 to 10 moves deep into the labyrinth of variations. Though I will point out one thing.
Uh-huh.
My feeling is that this is the kind of position Arjun would love to play with the black pieces.
Mhm.
You know, where all these ideas of sacrifices, rook lifts, queen and bishops lining up. I also want to point out one crazy idea. I don't know if it
Uh-huh.
works or not, but let's say, you know, every move has its consequence. We
Yes.
pointed out if knight comes back, bishop takes
Uh-huh.
pawn is
Yes,
still
yes.
possible.
Mhm.
If bishop comes back, there is this idea, again, I don't know if it works or not, but you could land a check on h2.
Yes, exactly. I
Just-
was about
you
to go
wanted
there.
it, no,
Yes.
Shakla? Okay, let's try to break that
Let's have a
down
look at that because that looks crazy, you know?
completely.
Bishop takes, queen f2, and suddenly you're under attack. And this pawn can push all the way down. This is pinned. Your knight cannot join in fast.
So let's say you can't support the rook, nothing is coming. So let's
There
say you
is
move
stay.
up.
Or okay, move up. Uh-huh.
Yes,
I think e6 is the only safe square.
only safe square.
Yes.
You don't even have any other square.
Yes. And here we have, I think, several candidate moves. Even you can hold it like that for a couple of moves, turns out. But f4 looks to me the most natural, you know, you're going f3 next.
But I was thinking pawn takes bishop. Do you just simply go f3?
f3.
Is it as simple as that? Is chess really that simple?
You know,
you sacrifice like two pieces.
Yes, and then you're threatening mate into suddenly.
Oh my gosh. Please show that. Let's just get super greedy. Let's go
So
rook takes pawn. Rook takes any pawn.
Queen h4 check, king g1, pawn f2.
Oh,
Whoa. That was a pawn's journey, you know.
f7, f5, f4, f3, f2.
Whoa.
Checkmate.
Check.
Can we have the arrows up the board? Speaking of the pawn moves, how it landed there.
Yeah.
And this is a crazy, scary idea.
Exactly. So even bishop f1 is, you're not like steady yet. You're
No.
not comfortable in that situation.
Yeah, not especially in the morning.
So Arjun's situation is pretty much,
Very precarious.
yeah, in all of the lines, he has to, you know, fight back, come back to a more steadiness. Because, yeah, Nicholas is shaking the position.
Shaky, shaky stuff here for Arjun Aragaisi, who has to navigate a very critical moment and survive it. What is the best move to do that before we move on to the other action? We've broken down the ideas on human terms here. What is Arjun's safest route? Because I want to point out that that rook on b5 long term is hitting 2 pawns. If you can survive on the king side, if somehow you can bring a piece to defend it, you have trumps to play for. Bishop on g4 hanging, most likely about to lose a pawn.
Okay, according to Fish, yeah, knight f1 seemingly the best, but I'm not sure to what extent I would agree with it. But turns out we have one more choice to protect it. We have tried it with bishop, and there is possibility of that looks so inhuman, let's say, to go rook e3 and get your rook hit.
No.
Next move. Come on.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right.
Doesn't feel right.
Doesn't
yes.
feel right at all. Again, look at Arjun on the camera.
Yeah.
This only Arjun Aragais you can do. The house is on fire and he's not even looking at the direction.
Yeah.
He's just looking everywhere else, calculating the lines. It's fascinating to watch him in play.
Is this camera angle or is it the lights? Or does one of his eyes red, You see, one is like, or why one is
The position's red hot as well, so you have to be very careful here. All right, we'll zoom out of this, leave Arjun to the troubles of his position currently. Huge pressure by Nicholas, who won that dramatic end against Nodirbek Abdusattorov yesterday. He's played spoiler to Nodirbek. Will he play spoiler to Arjun's chances today as well? Checkmating attack possibilities here. Let's zoom out and bring up our bird's eye view, because like you mentioned, there is so much going on the other boards as well. Shaky stuff all around. We've already had one draw. I'm going to start from top left there. Things still feel like a strategic advantage for the white pieces currently, putting pressure on that central weakness that Jan Nepomniachtchi has. Also now challenging. More pieces that come off, better it is for the side fighting against the isolated queen's pawn. Our top right board, a huge marquee matchup, and there has been a switch around. That's where we're going to head to next.
Yes.
But before that, I'll just add that for Hans Niemann and Mukhidin Madaminov, that's that bottom right board, not much has changed. Mukhidin, after that one move blunder by Hans, remains an extra pawn, a very healthy extra pawn as well. Just looking at finishing develop right now, that last little pawn move on c6 by Mukhidin, bottom right, has blunted the light squared bishop. Liking the way he's handling it, planted the queen to a beautiful spot at the center. But let's head over to Nodirbek. If Shamsuddin takes this one, he's stepping it up at the right time.
All right. So let's get into the game and let's continue from where you left off. Oh, interestingly, yes, there wasn't any queen trade on the board, and I guess that's what you were exploring. And we have seen rook to f3, which seemingly identifies as an inaccurate move. We have seen rook to f7. Again, I got the point of what Nodirbek Abdusattorov is trying to make. He's offering like, come on, take me. I'm going to get rid of my double pawns.
Yes.
And we have seen bishop b5. Okay, he's got to be a bit careful. Yes, he had the bishop pair. Now he has to go for the trade-off. Otherwise, if bishop moves back, queen a6 and bishop c4 kind of about to happen, the control is shifting to the black. And we have seen this trade-off, and I'm not sure how good of a bishop he has at this moment, because this knight seemingly quite flexible and steady, and it has very much an amazing square at e4 as well. Wow. Well, after rook d3, we have seen even him planting rook to e4, pressuring that d pawn, and probably doubling up the rooks as well. At this moment, the control is shifting more and more black side. I mean, wow, because look at the bishop, look at the pawn structure, and compare that to black's pieces. The rooks are steady, doing the protection. This rook is steady, doing the attack. The knight is in. Even it can land on d6 and be super safe there. So the natural sequence, let's say you protect the pawn. If knight goes back, like, what is white's progress? What is white's push to win the game? It would be in the black's. He has to play on the black terms at this moment.
Yeah, very nicely broken down here by you, Shakzad. That extra pawn right now really counts for nothing, because very smartly, Vokhidov has left Nodirbek with the worst bishop on the board.
Exactly.
He's gotten rid of his piece. The knight is the perfect blocker in front of these two pawns, nicely anchored by its own pawn on c7. That e4 square will never be challenged.
Exactly.
You've lost your light square bishop, f4, d4, no pawn hits on that. it really does feel like if anyone is pushing here, it should be black. You're also ready to double up on the e file next. Imagine ideas of infiltration on that e2 square at the right point. Then you can even think about capturing the queen, doubling up on the second rank
Yes.
when the time allows you to do that. For Nodebek, the idea, and another point I want to make about this last move is, what Nodebek was hoping for was to put the bishop on b4 and then make sure that that knight on d6 can be traded off. But with the rook and the queen eyelining the d4 pawn, the knight falls back to d6, and then you can't even do that because rook takes pawn is a big threat.
Yes, exactly. That's nicely put. And at this moment, okay, Abdusattorov has a choice of doing some forced sequence, and that comes with pawn to a4, which is not defending anything, but going for some trade offer, where Shamsuddin can take it or go to knight to d6.
Yes.
And let me point out, if takes, of course, we're going to see that endgame. But let me point out that knight to d6 and bishop b4 sequence. Because still, yes, he's dropping d4 pawn, but he's setting up bishop to c5 idea. Maybe that gives him some hope of fighting back, because after trade, we have that bishop c5 key in between move.
But then you take on b3 and take on d5? Or b6, you want to throw in a b6 first?
You can throw b6 as well, but... Whoa,
No, rook is hanging. Sorry, you take on d5.
d5, yes. Trading off.
Yeah, this
You take with
b6
the
was
pawn.
exactly what Nodebek did yesterday, right? With the rook
Yeah.
hanging there. And then you just defend the pawn on b7.
You cannot because of rook c8.
Uh-huh.
That's the moment where
But at the end
things
of
will
this
collapse.
line, I will have a check and another check and picking up the a2 pawn. Let's just
Yes.
follow through. Rook takes rook.
Mhm.
King takes rook.
although
But let's finish
yes,
this, Shakhtar.
let's go. Takes, check, out, check, out. I mean, take you losing a7 as well.
And now it's 4 versus 4.
Yeah, it's a like draw. Yeah,
Should be
Should be a
holdable
draw,
for black.
yes. For white as well.
Yeah, for white as well. But how much of a trouble is Nodebek thinking on our live board that his position is that he goes into this forced trades? Because again, for Nodebek Abdusattorov, only a win will suffice today.
Yes.
He has to keep the game going. And these sequence of trade gets Vokhidov closer to that draw.
Yes.
I don't know if he'd want to walk into this. I have a feeling that Abdusattorov wants to keep pieces on the board.
So that will be more likely g3. So I would evaluate he has two candidate moves. One
Yes.
is kicking to a4, another is pawn to g3, the natural defense.
I have one question.
Mhm.
After a4, can
Mhm.
black try to enforce trades and pick up that bishop on c3?
Yeah, that's possible.
I'm still eyeing your
Okay.
d4 pawn.
Yes. Knight to c3, the most likely answer. Okay, now there are choices. Whether you want to give away f4 or whether you want to give away d4.
Not an easy choice.
I guess maybe some queen endgame, I mean rook endgame would give white more hope. Hope for the draw, however, considering this pawn structure is so bad, I'm lacking to find a resource to fight as a white, for the win.
It was that resource earlier on where Nodebek had the possibility to grab the queen on b6.
Uh-huh.
It was a tricky decision to be made, but
Okay. Let's jump to that.
let's jump to that
So
moment.
that was you saying taking the queen right away.
Yes. And here, Vokhidov would have to be very precise and
Mhm.
capture with the side pawn towards the
Oh,
center.
yeah, wow.
And this is a tough decision with c7 hanging. It all relies on bishop b5, and an idea that Vokhidov has played on our live board as well. And here, pawn takes queen.
Okay,
You-
let's go natural.
But natural doesn't work.
Natural
Because
doesn't work.
white's doing great. I think after rook c7, we saw this line. Oh, it wasn't. Was it rook c7 here?
It turns out to be pawn a4,
A4,
which is a crazy move,
But
which is
very strong.
yes.
Because we saw this with Jovanka.
Oh, yeah.
You take that pawn on a4, you plant the bishop on a3, and after rook to f6, you now challenge for the open file targeting
Oh,
that
yeah,
e6
I see
square.
your point. I see your point. Yes, I do see the lines. Wow. Okay, that a4 resource probably was not on Abdusattorov's radar.
Very tough.
Yeah,
Very
it's
tough.
not the. It's on the side of the board as well. I'm not sure how it is at higher level, but at a common level, side of the board, you have to be aware. You have to pay attention. You can't. That's why when I kind of teach even students, there is a word I use, which is zoom out.
Yeah.
You like zoomed in like that. You gotta zoom out to see the edges as well.
Yeah. see the
Yes,
details in the
see the
position.
details.
I think for Nodebek, I have a feeling he did see the right capture with the A pawn coming towards the center. He saw he can't pick up the C7 pawn and perhaps just underestimated the ideas that Vokhidov then implied without the queens getting traded off. In this position, taking the pawn on C7 would have dropped a massive amount of advantage for white. Bishop B5 and black is in the game despite being
Yeah.
3 pawns down and about to lose the B6 pawn as well. We didn't see any of this. Let's just backtrack and get up with the live board. One of our absolute marquee matchups is this. Shamsuddin Vokhidov has had a fantastic run here, right?
Yes.
He's been the local hero, kind of leading the tournament for the many past rounds. And the question is, can anyone stop him? And this is his final challenge here at UzChess, the biggest superstar of Uzbekistan, Nodebek Abdusattorov. For Nodebek, it's about the emotional recovery from yesterday. With the position that we have, I really like the way Vokhidov has handled for initiative. He's not tried to play it safe. He sacrificed the pawn playing for peace activity.
Yeah, exactly. I have to point out one thing as well.
Yes.
Everything came from Queen F7. Do you get that reference?
Yes, of course. I was right here. Queen to F7, that
Yeah,
moment.
that moment, everything led
If
to-
you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Yes, exactly. Okay, let's give viewers more detail about
Yes.
that. In round 2, Vokhidov Shamsuddin was playing against Hans Niemann, and he had a fourth stalemate situation, which was easiest thing to find, but after 5 hours game, it's not that you're
One
at the
move.
perfect shape.
And it's a
Yes.
forcing
One
draw.
move. One move, that's a forced draw. We call it quote unquote easy, simple, but yeah, after 5 hours game, how do we call it? Not sure. But that loss resulted him getting back, I don't know, revenge play, or because after that loss, he got that 3 victories in a row, hat trick, and there's 3 stable draws so far, and leading the tournament.
And it was the strongest way to respond to that moment, you know. That game, Shamsuddin was struggling so much with hands for a long period of time. And just when it went like, finally, he's done it. He's held this. Misses that draw in 1. Loses that game. Goes on to win against Madaminov, who he
Yes.
now leads
Yes.
with. Goes on to take down Nicolas Theodorou, who's causing a lot of upsets and spoilers in the tournament. Goes on to take down Jan Nepomniachtchi back to back to back.
Whoa, yeah.
And then 3 very solid holds there. Goes into this last round, half a point ahead, facing Nodebek Abdusattorov right now. And with the black pieces, the live board that we have, Shamsuddin Vokhidov is very much in control.
Yes. All right, all right. And what do you think? Would he push for the win, or would he say draw is okay for me?
This is such a great question. And I've been thinking about it, you know, Shakzad, because I have a feeling that if Vokhidov is not on his board, for Vokhidov, he's probably checking out what's happening on the Madaminov board.
Yeah.
Because these two
Oh, yeah,
players
yeah.
have to keep an eye on each other, right? They're the 2 players on 5 points. And depending on what's happening on the other board, you might end up taking decisions.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think what's clear to me is that Shamsuddin is very happy with the opening outcome. Look at the clock situations. He's ahead on the clock.
Yeah.
Playing with the black pieces, he has a beautiful position. You've broken it down really perfectly. I just want to point out one thing, that don't rush with taking the d4 pawn. You know, we were
Oh, yeah.
showing this line with a4.
Let's have a look at that knight d4.
Knight takes
Why
pawn.
will it be bad? Okay, what do we see? We see that pawn a4 on the
A4
board.
is on the board. Now, Shamsuddin, do not get greedy. Do not grab that pawn on d4. Knight takes pawn would run into tactics. You take that knight with the bishop, has to recapture with the rook, and now queen takes b6, an intermezzo move, trade that off, and suddenly white ends up
Down a
with
rook.
an extra
With
rook.
an extra rook, yes. And at this position, of course, you might say, why not take queen immediately? Because you can take the knight, but suddenly that intermezzo turns into the black side and does knight e2 check
Yes.
and holds the extra pawn. Yeah, holds the piece on.
Very
knight,
important.
yeah.
So you have to be precise with the
Yes.
move order and the execution. I want to ask you, Shakzad, you know, you know the players well here, the inside story of Uzbekistan chess. And these 2 players have been part of the Olympiad bronze medal winning team
Yes.
and part of the Olympiad gold medal winning team.
Yes.
Both of them playing key roles, have also won individual medals in that Olympiad as
yeah.
well. What is the team camaraderie like between the Uzbekistan young generation?
Okay. In Uzbekistan championship, let's say, they don't fight or they don't face off a lot.
Okay.
Because not only Abdusattorov, he plays at elite level. We see that knight c3 on the board at this moment. Okay.
So this implies to me that Vokhidov wants trades on the board and perhaps could be happy with a draw, which
Yes.
would make sense, right? You're playing against Abdusattorov, you're half a point ahead, and Nodebek right now has captured with his rook. Don't pick up that d4 pawn.
Oh yeah,
Same
one more
tactic.
time, one more time.
One more time. Let's show it.
Same thing. White ends up with an extra rook.
But what about the other pawn? Is my question to you.
F4.
Yes.
That's more likely, you know, because that he, as I pointed out, would you want to give d4 or f4?
Okay.
Abdusattorov
Check this
went
out.
for f4.
Check this out. Rook takes pawn.
Uh-huh.
Can you go queen takes queen here?
Okay. More likely. Uh-huh.
Now, if you take with a c pawn,
Yeah, you open up the rook. You
yes,
gotta be
I go
careful.
check, I go rook c7
Yes.
next. And also this d pawn, maybe I'm even playing for
Rook
more in this
f7,
position.
d6 suddenly. White is pushing for the win. d7 is inevitable. Yeah.
So you have to take with the a pawn in that position.
Agreed. And
And can I go d6 here?
d6, yeah.
Can I go d6?
That's I thought, you know, what are you trying to make? 'Cause
Spanner in the
you
works.
want to open it up.
And I want to fracture your pawn structure. You know, Yovi calls it the skeleton of chess. The
Oh,
pawns are the
wow.
skeleton of chess.
Uh-huh.
You got to break those bones.
Okay,
So
that's
throw in a
interesting.
d6.
No, d6, yeah, that's amazing, actually. Yeah, I see.
Let's show
where
the
she's
idea I
heading.
checked
After
out.
take, going
Check.
in, check, you go back.
Come back.
We might see a quick draw as well if this unfolds, you know. But can Shamsuddin push for any other ideas of win? Because maybe you go after d pawn. Black is still a pawn up. Is it just one pawn? Yeah, it's one pawn. Yeah.
You know, some of us Indian players had a camp with Judith Polgar, who I absolutely love and admire beyond belief. And we got the chance to work with her once. And I
Uh-huh.
remember we were looking at some rook and pawn endings, and Judith told us that in these kind of end games, there are certain factors that are almost equal to the power of a pawn. For example, rook activity equals to one pawn.
Oh, wow.
King activity also can be seen as a compensation for one pawn. So let's say you are down a pawn in a position, but your rook is active, that compensates equal to that.
Yes.
We see rook on c7 here, which is such a strong piece. I also want to point out ideas like rook e3, rook e7 in the air. And these are factors that you need to take in and not just think about the quantity of pawns,
Oh,
but the
exactly,
quality of pieces.
Exactly.
Very often in rook and pawn endings, you sacrifice a pawn. The best defensive resource is to go active.
Yeah.
Go active with your king, go active with your rooks.
Yes, exactly. And Black's maybe last hope would be doing the same thing back, you know, to white, which means going to rook e8, making active, you know.
That's checkmate in one, by the way.
Exactly. So if you go back to rook d1 or rook c1, now it is Black's turn to
Oof.
get that to the second rank, you know.
And you don't care about the king side, the queen
Exactly.
side, nothing. So actually, rook e8 is tricky. And am I just making a square for my king?
Mm-hmm.
Is it just g
That's also possible.
h3
Pawn
or
h3.
g3? h3.
H3, okay, your king
Yes.
would be safer from any check.
Yes.
Yeah. Rook e1 check, king h2.
And I've also got the resource of rook g3 to defend g2 when and if needed.
Yes. But gotta be careful. Still complex. Oh, but what I think it might happen, or the idea that popped up to my mind is getting one of the rook to maybe f2, or maybe you want to do other way around. But it will be pushing the pawn. Pushing the f pawn all the way in, making the rook away, and f2 and f1 queen. Because at this moment it will be pinned. The pawn will be pinned.
Mm-hmm.
So also I have to point out, pawn h3 was not only resource. You can go make a block with rook f3 as well, which might be more stable one, considering right now you're offering a queen trade, rook trade. If rook moves away, your pawn is also dropping on f5. So you have the choice of trading off the rooks, and not much. With one rook, I guess, on the board, white can hold it. Yes.
So very likely this one in holding territory for Nodebek Abdusattorov, even if he's down a pawn in certain positions. I want to zoom out because a lot of things are getting out of the holding territory for some of our players. Let's bring our bird's eye view right now and get an overlook into all the action that's unfolding. And by the way, huge dynamic shifts.
Yeah.
Shakrar Madaminov has gone h4, g4. He's
Wow.
transformed from an isolated queen's pawn to a different position where notice how all of Yan's army, rook, queen, and knight are on the queen side with the black king left alone. Shakrar wants to break g5 with the hook on h6. So very aggressive play there. The white rook and the queen defend the b2 spot. c6 also tender. I think Yan will have to be careful in this one. Our top right board, we've broken this down, very likely to go into a rook and pawn endgame, and a draw is an outcome that one can start expecting. Look at the fire on that bottom row right there. Arjun Aragaisi did make the decision to fall back with the bishop to consolidate the king side against any ideas, and Nicolas just rushed through. Instead of more tactics coming in with the bishop check that we were seeing, he wants to get his knight to the other side. Also looks dangerous. Do not pick up that bishop that's hanging, Arjun. Queen h2 will be checkmate. Knight g6, knight f4 is what Nicolas has set up. Moving on to the other board, and I think this is where I want you to go next. We've seen Shamsuddin as a very likely endgame that ends in a draw. Hans Niemann, meanwhile, is suffering against Madaminov.
Yeah.
If Vokhidov draws his game, Shamsuddin, with that draw, moves on to 5.5. For Mukhidin Madaminov, if he wins,
If
that's
he wins,
championship
yeah.
over. There is no conversation to be had beyond that.
Exactly. Yeah.
What would this mean to Mukhidin, this victory?
Oh, wow. I mean, it would be big because he is, by the rating, the last one.
lowest
The
seed.
lowest one. And
And the youngest and the lowest.
And the youngest and the lowest, yes. This victory puts him as a kind of, top player in the team as well. Like he's playing, he's having a promising games against 2700s.
Yeah.
That shows that he can compete at those against those players. It's not just a result of the draw. He was one of the players with most decisive results, and his only, shortcoming was against his fellow Uzbek mates,
Yes.
where he got the 0. But I have to point out his draw. Did he make a draw? Yes. His draw against Nodrbek Abdusattorov and Arjun Aragaisi, showing that he can hold the game as well, in a stability. It's not always a fire. I'm going to get the win or a loss. Doesn't matter,
Absolutely. And the 2 points that he dropped were Vokhidov and Yakuboev.
Yes.
Like you mentioned with his own compatriots, but Madaminov is not showing a lot of Uzbekistan hospitality currently. He's been farming all the international top grandmasters in this tournament so far. And look at what we have in front of us. It's 6 pawns for Hans Niemann, 7 pawns for Mukhidin. He's blunted that bishop on f3 with the c6, b7 chain. He's also made his own pawn chain on the dark squares that can never be targeted now. And this is such a great strategy because your bishop controls the light squares, your pawns control the dark squares, if you're Madaminov here. Next, the bishop's ready to come up, get that rook to d8, and try to put pressure on d3. The question here for white is, can you ever get a d4 in?
Yeah.
With that rook pinned on e8, I think that has to be the move that we look into right now. I see that c4 is tender, but there's a pawn takes pawn. Is d4 possible here?
So d4, let's evaluate as the first candidate move because queen c4 is pretty much out of the question
Yes.
as of this moment.
Yes.
Yes.
Pawn takes pawn.
Yes. So similarly, e takes d4, your rook is under the pin. You will not do that.
It has to be bishop f5, right?
It has to be bishop f5. That will not just attack the rook, but protect your rook on e8. And now that e takes d4 is more likely once the rook retreats back to e3 or e2. But we have to explore also the possibility of e4. I mean, if rook e2, probably e4 makes more sense.
The bishop doesn't have so many
bishop
squares.
doesn't have more squares. But on rook on e3, bishop does have a square, so that's why e takes d4 is more likely, but already black stabilized, Now his pawn advantage is more obvious. And he's fine with, after queen takes, rook trading off, because now you cannot take with the queen. You are dropping another pawn on c4. So, but although maybe you can fight for some compensation. More likely, if takes, you are having bad pawn structure.
3 weaknesses.
Yes, 3 weaknesses, e3, c4, and a2. So it will be a lot more.
We see a decision, by the way. It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
d4.
yeah, yeah.
He does push another pawn, I believe.
c5.
Wait a second.
Whoa,
That pawn
I
is not
see.
defended. Queen takes pawn. You know what? He's combining our ideas here, Shakzat. This is what Hans is doing. He wants to get d4. If you take queen takes pawn right now, d4 comes with a hit on the black queen, not giving you the time to go bishop f5. The queen moves away. Suddenly pawn takes pawn and it's chaotic.
Yeah.
Even if the computer says black is fine, but this is chaos.
Exactly, exactly. So yeah, now one thing changed is black got rid out of his weaknesses, you know, and his pieces remaining active, as you were pointing out. Activity is giving you some compensation. So for that reason, I think the fish is also saying it's not -1 yet, 0.85. Why? Because white has a lot of fighting chances. The game is turning more dynamic. The most like sequences, we have seen that bishop f5 turning out. So bishop f5, rook e1, trading off. I think black can manage if he makes those accurate moves. After queen f6, I do see he's neutralizing white's all active aggressions. Yeah.
Fascinating. I also want to point out c5, I'm actually liking it a lot by Hans Niemann, you know.
Yeah.
It's so tricky, and that's what you need to do. In a position like this, you have to change
The dynamics.
the dynamics. You
Yeah.
have to do something that confuses your opponent. The queen is hit right now. And let's say you go to a3, an active square. You say, I don't want to fall into
Yeah.
this. Our idea now still, you
Oh,
strike
wow,
with
wow.
d4. And
Yes,
the
rook
difference.
e3 coming with an attack even. Yes.
Exactly. The point is that now d4, you develop the bishop, rook to e3, laterally hits that queen on a3, and this is the tempo you want,
Yeah.
with pawn takes pawn coming in next. So c5, super resourceful by Hans Niemann right now. I am expecting Mukhidin to capture the pawn, but he needs to calculate, and from a human
Exactly.
evaluation, it's not so clear the end of the line who does it benefit.
After d4, you have to compare all your queen moves because you have so many choices, you see. Of course, at the end of the thought process, if you think that this rook needs a defense, you would be more right, you know, more accurate, because after trade-off, you would find a square for your queen on f6, a lot more stable. So what Mukhidin has to figure out is queen to f8 resource. But I noticed one thing. Looking at his board, he's not even on his chair. Yeah, you see, I see left one. Yeah, you look at the board they have. Okay, now he's getting back, checking the board, seeing the c5 on the board, and then...
You know what we need at UzChess is a confessional. You know how they have it in Norway chess, where the players can go in between the game and kind of share their thoughts with everybody watching.
Oh, wow.
You didn't know that, Shakshat?
No,
It
no, I
is my
didn't.
absolute favorite part at chess tournaments. I think it works for classical chess because the players actually have time. So they have these booths that are set up, and the players are highly encouraged by the organizers that, you know, whenever you get that moment. And we've seen it. We've seen players come in, share their thoughts about opening, their insight about it, and kind of work out the lines while they're talking, because
wow.
they step away from, you know, from the tornado that they're in and kind of get a zoomed out view. We get to see what's going on in their minds. And that is one of my absolute favorite
So
assets in a
it
chess
is
tournament.
isolated place.
Yes, it's
with
soundproof,
camera,
with a
soundproof.
camera. It's like your confessional booth where you go and confess your sins.
Whoa, wow. Yeah. I wasn't aware of this kind of thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will give that idea
Would
for
love to
chess,
see it
and in
happen.
our next year, maybe we will have that.
That would be
activity.
fantastic. What is also fantastic is Hans Niemann's resource of c5, which has probably taken Shamsuddin, I was saying Mukhidin, by surprise here. I wonder how much he was expecting this move. I have to say, though, that Hans Niemann today, from the start of the game, has been looking a bit dejected.
Oh. Maybe, you know, again, it's a 11 a.m. game.
11 a.m. game
Morning
yesterday
game, yeah,
against Jan
all that.
Nepomniachtchi. The play out of that one, I think, combine these factors, and it's just a tough morning for some of the players.
I talked with Nepo yesterday, and then he was saying, yes, all of them was a prep, you know. And
Yes.
he was saying, like, bishop d5 was his kind of resource, like his theory, you know, his novelty, so to say.
On
And
move 17, I think it was.
yeah, around that, I think,
Yes.
yes. And he calculated all, I mean, he knew all the way down to that king c8 being a mistake. He was pointing
Wow.
out to me,
Oh
like,
my
that king
gosh.
e7, king d6, that's how he had to draw, you know, that's the resource he had, but it's still kind of confusing, it's still complex.
But you remember, Shakzad, we were looking at those lines in our commentary as well, that the king belongs in certain squares. So imagine Jan Nepomniachtchi's depth of preparation there. where he finds a novelty on move 17.
17.
Everything's been played till then. He finds a novelty on move 17 and his analysis goes on till move 35.
35. And that doesn't end here, you know. Maybe it goes even further. We don't know the other lines. Because, as I was telling you, every single move he's putting challenge for Hans. Because, let's say you have 3 choices. Out of them, one of them is like the best. But most of the time, as you were pointing out, those were human moves, natural moves.
Exactly.
But at one moment, humanly natural move being ended up, you know, as a mistake.
As a mistake. And what Madaminov needs to be careful about is not to make a mistake. And this 19-year-old has been doing just that all of UzChess, playing precise chess, does pick up the pawn. The best move, we see the eval bar, does approve instantly on the board. Fire action on that central line. D4 has been played, taking advantage of the pin on the E file. Hans Niemann has sacrificed 2 pawns currently. He's about to win one of those 2 pawns and completely shift up the dynamics where any endgame favors Mukhidin because of the passes on the left side. But the middle game comes before the end game. Are we going to see a weak king for Madaminov? That's going to play a role. The weak light squares. D4 on the board. I'm loving what Hans has done, surviving after an early blunder in the opening.
Yeah. As of this moment, I would say maybe
Is that smoke
Madaminov-
rising from somewhere on the camera? You know, they say there's no smoke without fire. The board is on fire.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do see, yes.
It almost feels like the position is emanating.
Oh, yeah, look,
You know,
look, as if there is a, yes, fire on the board.
It's
and
fire
then we
on the
see
board.
smoke, yeah. Initially, I didn't notice, but yeah, it's turning out.
It's also just growing, I feel
it
like.
growing?
Growing towards...
Is it coming from the clock?
No, it's...
It's
I think it's a drink. It's a beverage that Hans
beverage?
Niemann
Oh,
has.
I see.
I would hope that's the case and the board is not on a literal fire right now.
Yeah.
Okay, by the way, D4 played
D4
and
is on the
we
board.
have Mukhidin on the think currently. Huge moment for this Uzbekistan youngster. What a tournament he's had, and now a test by Hans here. The Tashkent test.
Oh, yeah, you were right.
is
You
this
see the
one.
beverage, you know.
Yeah, right there. Everything's
Yes.
under control here. But the position's heating up. So kind of
Exactly.
just for the effects.
Okay, we see that Queen e7 on the board, interestingly. So Queen e7 is also heading to the f6 square, seemingly stable, which is protecting the pawn.
Yes.
He doesn't want to give up the second one.
No.
I have to point out, however, after takes, White has a resource of bishop to h5, kicking one of the defender out of the protection.
And you know what black can do? You attack, I counter attack.
Bishop f5,
Yes.
you go there.
By the way, pawn takes pawn played. So Mukhidin hanging on for both pawns. Bishop h5, bishop f5. You're simply going to slide the rook down, keep it connected to the e5 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to fall soon, yeah.
Yes. And then you have this 3 versus 1 on one side and 3 versus 2 on the other side. Any endgame, any piece trade favors Mukhidin.
Yeah.
All right, fascinating battle this one for Mukhidin Madaminov. This is his final Tashkent test here, but let's zoom out and bring up our bird's eye view and take a look, because it's not just this board that depends who takes that trophy. Top left, so much action between the chaser group. Shakhtar Mamedyarov has gone all out.
All out.
He's
yeah.
gone h4, g4, g5. Right now, that last move hits a knight. We will dive into that one, but let's do a quick roundup. Shakhtar on the push, putting aggressive pressure on Jan Nepomniachtchi. Vidit Gujarati, Nodebek was our first draw of the day. Nodebek Abdusattorov versus Shamsuddin Vokhidov, very likely to end in a draw. We see White currently has got 6 pawns. Black has 6 pawns. The 2 rooks activated on the E and the C file for Abdusattorov compensate for the double D pawns. And look at that. He supports it laterally, the entire 4th rank. D5 you pick up, C7 falls. Bottom left, Arjun Aragaisi, he's got a big shot in this one. That cross, red cross appears on the board. It's advantage Arjun in a crazy wild position. There are checkmating ideas. Nicholas trying to get his knight into the attack, but Arjun looks like he's in time consolidating with the bishop, the light squared bishop taking control of that king side. Can start getting greedy. Advantage Arjun. Hans Niemann trying to survive an early blunder against Madaminov, who right now has 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, and we see that Queen f6 on the board. Interestingly, Hans Niemann didn't go for bishop
No,
h5.
he
doubled
didn't.
up the rooks.
He can still pick up that pawn
Yes,
though.
that pawn is gonna fall anyways.
Wow. All right. Should we just do a quick look at the Arjun board
Yes,
and take the position in? Because it felt like Nicholas was coming in with a huge attack after bishop check. But instead, he plays a cautious knight e7, and the bar just shot up for Arjun.
I mean, bishop h2 wasn't an easy resource, let's
No.
put it that way, It is the crazy one. So knight e7, you pointed out, he wants to get his knight to f4. And at the moment, he still b7 is the target. You can go after. Maybe picking up is not a bad idea as well, considering black is taking a slow time, to get into the action. Alternatively, what could be possible is pawn to c4, making more open game. Wow. Knight e7 being a slow idea, that's why the fish is pointing out to the white's advantage. So, do we dive into any lines?
I
You
want to
wanna
dive into one line because rook takes pawn is what you suggested. Nicholas has made his intention clear. I don't think bishop h2 sacrifices work anymore. Let's quickly show that. Now with a knight on e7, you can't pick up the pawn
Oh,
on
yes.
f2 because rook takes knight just wins the game. You've given up too
Exactly.
much. Let's backtrack. Nicholas wants to go knight g6, knight f4. He wants to leave that bishop on g4 until eternity and then just keep putting pressure on white's king side. I see the bar says that white is better here. Yes, you have an extra pawn, but if I was playing this with the white side, all my pieces on the first rank not feeling that great, the bishop on c1 stuck, the rook on b7 offside from the attack, I would really be very worried with knight f4 coming in.
You know what white can do, interestingly?
By the way, he's gone rook,
He goes
rook,
for
rook
rook
takes pawn.
e7, yes.
I think Nicholas gets in with the knight. That has to be his idea, is the feeling. Arjun Aragasi looking confident.
Yeah. Arjun is trying the game in his Arjun style. Let me point out why. Because as we can see, black is coming with almost all of his pieces, yeah? But we know we pointed out the attackers. Can Arjun get rid of the attackers? And there is a way you can hit 2 at one time and get rid of one of them. And that move comes as being rook to e6. The idea is I want to take you out one of your pieces and I'm going to neutralize and turn the game in my own favor where my defense is controlled. I can push my pawns, I can get my pieces in and maybe do my own attack.
I'm still finding this exceptionally unclear. With the pressure on the king side, I see that the a pawn is a massive asset, but only in an endgame. Only once
in an
you
endgame, yes. Once you neutralize any black's attacks.
Exactly,
once you get
right?
a hold of it.
Once you've traded off the pieces, once you've neutralized stuff, sure, a pawn wins you the game. But that's far away right now. I see rook e6. I'm not sure what my response is because you have this idea of taking the bishop and then taking the other bishop. Now that h2 is not under attack. For example, after knight f4, if I hit your rook, I think you immediately snap up and you go gobble, gobble, gobble.
Takes, yes.
And this looks like quite big, especially with g3 coming in as well next.
Wow.
That's 3 minor pieces potentially. But still looks pretty risky. And I don't know how black keeps the pressure on. Knight f4 is not the move here. But we will leave Nicholas to figure this out. One thing's for sure, it's going to be a firecracker of a game. If Arjun wins this, he will move on to 5 points.
Yeah, he will be one of the people trying to get even. I guess he pointed out with Jovanka, yeah, there are 6 people that can potentially tie.
But for that to happen,
yes.
and let's just pull up our standings before we go into our next break, just to set the stage of where we are at right now. Arjun Aragaisi playing a wild, wild game at 4 points right there. He wins, he moves on to 5 points. I just want to say, Shakzad, for that 6-player tiebreak, the 2 results that are non-negotiable here are that Madaminov loses and Vokhidov lose.
Oh, yeah.
It means both of them will have to stay at 5. And the positions that these two have on their board,
yeah,
highly unlikely.
Yeah, agreed with that. Because in both of the games, they are the one who is in control of the game.
But what could potentially happen are 2 draws there, with 1 and 2 moving up to 5.5. Shakhriyar putting a pressure on Yan Nepomniachtchi. Shak might win his game against Yan, move to 5.5. We saw that it's advantage Shak. And then we get a 3-way tie at the top.
Yeah. Most likely, I mean, how many percentage you put on that case,
Oh, wow. I think a 6-way tie, just simply looking at the chess that we have, highly unlikely that Madaminov and Vokhidov both lose their game. Vokhidov in control against Abdusattorov. Madaminov has got extra pawns against Hans Niemann. So I would say that's
Very unlikely.
Very, very unlikely. Shakhriyar crashing through, I would say it's a 50% chance.
50%. Okay.
I will say most likely it goes down to the wire between the two Uzbekistan
Yeah.
players. We might get a tie break between Shamsuddin and Vokhidov
Vokhidov,
at
yes.
the end of the day. And one thing's for sure, either way is how this goes. It's going to be a firecracker of a championship Monday with the traffic jam there on our standings and the positions that we have. We're going to go into our next break and be back with all the action, trophy insight here in Tashkent. We'll be right back.
And we are back with the final round of the UzChess Cup, and the race is on for our players as there is a mad dash to see who is going to finish at the top. In the end, we do have a two-way tie between Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Mukhadin Madaminov, but it's all in their hands. So let's bring up the multi-board viewer and see what is on front of us in the games. And we can see that there's a draw already, top middle between Vidit Gujarati and Nurbek Yakubov. That doesn't have an impact on the title race, so that one is done and dusted. And there we are seeing on the top right between Nurbek, Abdusattorov, Shamsuddin, Vokhidov. It is a rook and pawn endgame, and it's very much all about the grind. But Tanya, we have a real mix. We have fireworks on the board, and we also have endgames.
And the firework that I'm seeing really brew up is top left and bottom left right there. You know, the top left board, Shakhtar Mamedyarov and Yan Nepomniachtchi, though it says it's in the balance, look at king's safety being questioned there. The e3 pawn as well, tender right now. And with level material, knight still on the board, it's anyone's a game. I want to take our attention to bottom left because that has gone completely wild. Jovanka, we left it last. There were a few more pieces on the board. The dynamic that we have right now is that Nicolas Theodoru has an extra exchange. Arjun Erigaisi with 2 pawns on bait for that exchange. The rook about to pick up that third pawn, but we got to backtrack and see how we got there. This, a big one.
It is a big one as Arjun Erigaisi fights to get a win in order to keep his title hopes alive. Now, Arjun's title hopes are very much dependent on the two leaders, Mukhadin and Shamsuddin, losing, but he's got to do what he needs to do, which is win.
Exactly, right? You first finish the job at hand, and then you ask questions from the other players. And right now, you control the controllables. The only thing that you can control is the position in front of you, Arjun. Let's backtrack to where we left it last, Jovanka. When Shakhsat was here, in this position, Arjun retreated the bishop to consolidate the king's side. Nicolas had this fantastic option of sacrificing a bishop, not just once, but you pick up the pawn, and then at the end of that line, things go completely crazy. You can't really pick up the bishop, the king too exposed after that. It continues, but it's fire. You go rook to e6, f4 comes in, you take pawn takes bishop, f3 comes in. It goes completely mad. None of this happened. Instead, after the bishop retreat, we saw a different plan by Nicolas, given a question mark right now. The idea felt like he wanted to get the knight into the attack, but after Arjun played the very precise, well, not so precise according to our engines, but it looked like the human move, picks up a pawn. Instead of getting the knight to g6, Nicolas had other approaches. He starts pushing the f-pawn. He sacrificed the pawn. He sacrifices a bishop. Has to be taken because Nicolas was setting up a bishop retreat, hit the rook, f3 moving forward, completely destabilizing White's king side. So this was the moment for Arjun to strike, with the bishop now not assisting the queen on h2 because of the pawn that has just moved forward, the moment to grab that bishop. After this, what did Nicolas have in mind? Continues powering through. Checkmate in one being threatened. You take that pawn with your knight. The rook will get rid of the defender. Game over. Is what it looks like. But Jovanka, that wasn't the case because once again, Arjun steps into the line of fire. I just want to quickly point out g3 does not help the cause. Look at this, Jovanka. It's unbelievable.
Okay,
Queen takes pawn.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you wanted bishop
I
takes
wanted
pawn.
bishop takes pawn, yes.
And that is also strong. I just want to point out bishop takes pawn. It looks like you're winning on the spot. White has ways to keep the game going, but winning advantage. But this is spectacular. I was checking this during the break. Queen takes pawn. Pawn takes queen. My queen, it's not gone for too long because you give a check and you win back the queen. Promote it with incentive right here. Winning advantage. G3, not possible. Arjun had calculated this line. The only other way to stop checkmate in one, pick it up with your knight. Of course, boom comes the rook in, gets rid of that defender. And this is what Arjun had seen. In this moment, it looks like white is busted.
Yes.
H2, under fire. G3, not possible. All sacrifices aiming towards that square. Pawn takes rook, you walk into checkmate. Arjun had seen a spectacular blocking defense at the center of the board, gets awarded a brilliancy. No more play for you. Mr. Bishop has to pick up the rook, takes the bishop back, the rook falls back, now pawn takes rook in the air, and finally we had this position where the dust has settled. Every single previous move has been a capture, Jovanka, for the last 5 moves on the board.
Yeah.
There has been a piece or a pawn that has been picked up, and here we are. Exchange down for Arjun, but a bishop pair and 2 pawns to boot. He defends the center, he defends the side pawn. Nicholas gets the knight into play, wanting to line up the rook, wanting to eventually jump in with the knight here. G3 kicks the queen out, and you've got those 2 extra pawns. What do you do with them?
You push them. Exactly, Tanya, and here they come a-rolling. And just look at the bishop on c1. It might not have developed, but it's literally holding the king side together. There is no sacrifice on f4. And now this bishop on f1 can simply post up to g2. And what is going to happen is that slowly but surely, those pawns are going to get marching. And the knight on g6, look how dominated it is. Can't jump to a single square. So looking very, very good for Arjun. But only Arjun can play like that with no fear. You really have to be as reckless as they come in order to understand that you can take that bishop all the way back, allow rook takes knight, see that the g3 is not a sufficient counterplay or defense, rook to e5, beautiful sequence of moves. But the real question in this final round, is it enough to net him into the tie breaks? Let's go to our multi-boards because we got to have our eyes on the prize, and 2 people who certainly have that is Mukhidin Madaminov, as he plays black against Hans Niemann, and also Shamsuddin Vokhidov, who plays black against Nordibek Abdusattorov. And I'm looking at them and I'm seeing there looks like there's minimal danger. So top right and bottom right. Those are the games that you really have to keep an eye on. And both sides, it looks to me like black is comfortable.
Black's the one more than comfortable, Jovanka. It's an extra pawn on both boards. In fact, for Mukhidin Madaminov, currently, he's got 2 extra pawns. For Shamsuddin Vokhidov, it's 6 versus 5 in a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, that pawn on b7 is tender, but there is a double d pawn, which can already be under fire with the way the black rooks are placed. I think if it's a game for 2 results right now for Shamsuddin. I just want to point out, if Arjun Aragaisi wins his game, he moves on to 5 points. Shamsuddin and Madaminov are already at 5 points.
Yeah.
A draw puts Arjun out of the race. If either of these 2 players are able to get a minimum draw in, which looks like it should be no big ask with the positions we have on the board.
Exactly. A draw will just boot Arjun Aragaisi down the standings. And I also want to point out that there are 2 people ahead of Arjun and Nordibek, both on 4. That is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are on 4.5 points. And that board is looking as lit as they come, because White has gone gung-ho on the king side, advancing the g-pawn all the way up the board. But the question is, has it gone one step too far?
Huge questions, because pawn moves has its own set of consequences. And with the white king in the open, I'm already seeing the black queen stepping up into a path. And we all know that a queen and a knight, deadliest combination for an attack in chess. And it might be the white king that has to be its own best defenders. Jovanka, I don't think you could allow the queen to sneak into the h3 square. We might even see a king step up, not only to put pressure on the knight, force it to retreat, then make sure that it remains defended. Now, Shakhriyar and Jan are both at 5.5, 4.5 that you mentioned. So a win by either of these 2 actually makes a strong case for the tiebreaker for the top spot.
Exactly, especially if the games between Shamsuddin and Mukhidin, if they finish in draws, then whoever wins this game is going to be joining the leading pack. But Tanya, we've got to break down the moves, because you mentioned the queen sliding to d7 to e6. If the queen gets to h3, that's the golden square, then it's going to be a whole load of trouble for that king. So I agree with you. I think after queen e6, you kind of have to step up with the king to do the heavy lifting of defending the g4 point and the h3 square, and then just turn the onus onto black, where you're going to move the knight.
I just want to point out that black has to play energetically, because white is ready to gobble, 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 snack on some pawns on the other side, and then you're happy. So for example, a retreating move like knight to g6, you want to keep pieces on the board, but I think amongst other options, I don't see the pressure on the white king. It's actually a beautiful defender of its own self right now. Queen takes pawn, everything under control. Sure, the fight goes on, but you can go snacking on the left side of the board. So let's look at a more forcing line after king to g3. If you were to give a check, Jovanka, it relies on the fact that white, I think humanly you don't want the knight to live on. e3 under fire, d4 always in the air. Queen takes bishop, now picking up a pawn on c6. And you can see that black consolidates at the center of the board. E3 is a massive weakness. Queen is about to land on h1 as well. The white king not feeling completely safe. How much of an advantage are you giving this extra pawn that Shakhriyar might end up with? I'm very much expecting this line of play.
Yeah. I'm going to say that it's all about the dynamics in this position and king safety, and the white king is feeling the air. I mean, look at it, it's got no cover. But on the other hand, if Shakhriyar is able to go on the steal, take that pawn, and then consolidate and get off the queens, well, he has good winning chances. But there's a lot of ifs in that position. As we see queen to d7 being played, now there is no way that Shakhriyar can allow that queen to infiltrate with g4 onto h3. Has to step up. It can't do a big run and go king e1, king to d2.
Interesting, though.
I don't know. I would feel scared, Tanya, about doing this. It kind of feels like the king is running away when it should be feeling brave.
But the case that you're making for this is, Jovanka, now the knights and bishops stay on the board. There's no check on f5. It just felt like with the minor pieces gone, black solves a lot of problems there, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. King to e1, you're playing with fire, a dangerous game to play, but maybe when you have to win for a shot, it's test by fire.
It is test by fire, and as the clock ticks down for Shakhriyar Mammadjarov, they are on move 37, and we see that Shak has just under 10 minutes, so it's just a matter of making a few moves, and
what
then
do you
he'll
think?
get an extra
Jovanka?
30 minutes. I think he's going to step up with the
G3,
king to
E1.
G3.
Which way?
Ironically enough, it feels safer to step up with the king and be completely unprotected than try to dash and be the chicken. And the reason I'm saying this is because it's a dynamic game. And if the queen is allowed to slide into h3 or to g4, you can see that e3 is sensitive. And okay,
he does
the
step
king
up the board.
comes up the board.
And it's such a beautiful defender of its own castle right now, the king. You hit the knight, and the knight just doesn't have too many squares where it can stay alive. Controls all the squares. There's no pawn on the h file to actually assist the queen. So king g3, keeping things under control. We'll come back to this, Jovanka, as this develops, but I think action on the other boards, very critical moments.
Yes, critical moments all round. And well, Tanya, I'm going to give you a choice. Where do you want to go to? Into the rook and pawn endgame, that is Nurbek Abdusattorov against Shamsuddin, or do we want to go and see whether Mukhadin is making progress against Hans Niemann?
Let's bring up our bird's eye view, Jovanka,
Yes.
and take a look at all the boards and then decide, although you do say Mukhadin making progress, that's where intuitively I want to go. And that board is our bottom right board right there. Hans Niemann with the white pieces. See the bar. Mukhadin, huge advantage. He's got one extra pawn. It's 5 versus 4 currently. Rooks are about to be traded off. There's a pin on the longest diagonal. The bishop has just come out to develop. He's playing with all his pieces. Any endgame, any trades, you get all the majors off the board. It's an instant win for black.
It is an instant win for black. As you mentioned, 3 versus 1 on the queen side. That is good enough. So, yeah. And now the question here is, there's pins on the board. There's all kind of things. How can White's Hans, how can he avoid that mass trade? Because progress is being made. And a win for Mukhadin, well, we could see the storyline of possibly the year when the lowest ranked player, the last minutes substitutes, the youngest player to boot, the only player under 2600 wins an event.
It would be a fantastic storyline. And Mukhadin Madaminov has been the main character energy so far in this tournament. Maximum number of decisive games.
Yeah.
Taking down 2,700 plus players one after another. Draws against Nodbek and Arjun in the last 2 rounds from position of strength. And here he is going into this final battle as one of the 2 leaders. Few would have said that this would be the storyline going into the 9th round of UzChess Cup here. And Jovanka, he's playing against Hans Niemann, who's just made another mistake. And mistakes are plenty in bad positions. Hans Niemann retreats the bishop. He's trying to eye-line that pawn on a4. But Mukhadin, with this last move of consolidating c6, anyway wanted to push that b pawn ahead.
Yeah.
b5, Keep that army going, push those pawns. Ivanka, what a story, what a final chapter that would be, marking the arrival of Mukhidin Madaminov into elite chess.
Yeah, that would be certainly an announcement. And Tanya, it is quite straightforward for Mukhidin to find the move b5 because with his last move, bishop to d1, there is a small threat on the position. He wants to play rook takes rook. And after all of the trades, he's saying, hang on, there's a pawn on a4 that is hanging and it has my name on it. But at b5, close the door. No more. Everything is protected. So just to put up that whole idea, if black were, if black were to be careless and play,
Let's just make a non-move in
Yeah.
this position. It's not going to happen, but just to show the idea here, Ivanka, and this definitely invites a lot of battery ideas, but I'm going to just show what you're talking about.
Yes.
And actually, this time, the queen's hanging. So I chose the worst possible way to show this line. Gonna back up here and try to make Ivanka's idea work.
King
Let's
to
make
g8.
b6.
Yeah,
Ivanka.
b6. Okay, so this is the idea. I mean, it's not going to happen.
Check.
Exactly.
And let's say you take with this. But I'm not able to make it work because queen takes queen, Ivanka lands. Okay, so we take
Rook
it
takes
with a
rook.
check. Don't take the queen first because rook takes rook was coming. Oops, rook takes rook would have come in with a check on the first rank. And after bishop takes rook, takes 6, takes 6, takes.
Bishop takes a4. And this was my point. This is Hans's threat. It is, however, easily defended because all you have to do in the whole equation is defend the pawn on a4. And you can do that with the most natural move, the move you want to play, b5. Set up that pawn chain.
Love it. Absolutely love it. I think the only reason that Mukhidin is taking his time right now is because he's considering a rook trade at the center of the board before he starts that
Yeah.
avalanche on the other side.
Yes. So which one is better? Considering that mass trades are okay for Mukhidin, I think he's going to win either way.
Hot take by Yogi.
Yes, I mean, it's that kind of position because the plans are so straightforward. You just want to go b5, then you're going to set up c5, then you're going to come up with your pawn to b4, and it's going to be very difficult for Hans
I think
to
what
hold
Hans
it back.
has set up is that if you go b5, I want to play on the dark squares. I'm going to create this blockade and I'm going to say that break free now. No more trades of the queens for me. Rook takes rook. I'm not trading that queen off. After rook e5, how easy or difficult is it to make progress with the dark squares under control, the bishop about to come back to f3? My guess is that this is what Hans has set up.
Yeah, a bind. Yeah. And either way, I think it's going to happen if you were to go rook takes rook as well. So it is going to be unavoidable.
But Ivanka, after rook takes rook, I'm not obliged to push the b5, b pawn up ahead. You're not threatening to take a4 anymore, and I could
Just
keep myself a bit more flexible on the queen side. As long as the b pawn is on the 7th rank, queen c5 doesn't scare you because you'll always have a push out.
Yeah, that is true. So you do have the time to kind of go queen to d6, or even a small improving move is just to go bishop to e6.
I love that because you're also eyelining the b3 square where
Yeah.
you're about to land next. Ignore that evaluation bar. I think a very human approach in this position. Threatening bishop b3, threatening bishop d5. You always speak about anchored pieces at the center of
Yes.
the board. It's something I've learned from you, Jovanka, and it's just such a strong concept.
Yeah, I also learned it from the grandmasters that I've done commentary with. And I've learned a lot from you, Tanya, as well, about how one just goes on the offensive. And I love this whole point. Anchor the bishop to a pawn. And you see it suddenly increases in strength. That is going to be a beautiful piece.
I was inclined to say that I'm expecting Mukhidin to just, the first feeling intuitively you land into this position as a commentator, push that pawn, defend a4. But the deeper you dive into it, you understand these subtleties, you understand what Hans Niemann has in mind. Very important to stop your opponent's ideas when you have an advantage. b5 walks straight into Hans's hands
Yep.
with queen coming over and the bind being created.
Okay.
I'm saying Mukhidin goes for the trade and improves the position of his bishop.
Okay, but Mukhidin has a lot of time on the clock. There are how many moves in? It is, I'm just going
Move
to pull
number
up the
30, so another 10 moves to be made.
another 10 moves to be made. No serious time trouble because he does get a 30-second time bonus per move. Let's go and check in on the rook and pawn ending between Nordebek and Abdusattorov. Maybe let's just, before we do that, let's pull up the multi-board because I like to see the progression on the other boards. And I wanted to tell you, Tanya, your prediction is spot on between Shakarian Mamadov and Jan Nepomniachtchi there on the top left. Shaka's gone on the steal. He's stolen that pawn. We'll see whether that was something that he should do or and whether he'll be successful at then consolidating and holding the initiative. But it's that double rook endgame between Nordebek, Abdusattorov, and Shamsuddin Vokhidov there on the top right. That is where I want to check in on, because Shamsuddin, if he takes a look at Mukhadin's position, he will understand that he needs to press for more.
And Mukhadin did take the decision like we predicted after working the line out. B5, even if objectively is the best move, you want to keep flexibility on that bottom right board with your pawn avalanche on that left flank right now. And he lines up the rook and the queen, a direct threat on that f2 pawn. White does not have the time. Hunts, do not go pawn hunting with that a4. Queen takes pawn, a big threat. Jovanka, we'll go to that, but first let's check in with the rook pawn ending that you wanted on the Nordebek Abdusattorov versus Shamsuddin Vokhidov board. For Nordebek, he did try to create a game. Out of the opening, he won a pawn, and I think it came down to that one critical moment of a queen trade. A wrong decision, an inaccurate decision by Nordebek Abdusattorov, and Vokhidov has been so incredibly precise since then.
Yes. And maybe we can just pull up that very important moment that we're referring to. It was straight out of the opening. And I reckon if he had taken the queens, I think we would have seen some of the lines where White could have gotten a good advantage.
In fact, I'm going to back up one more move.
Yeah.
At this moment when rook c1 was played, c7 under attack, we were looking at queen d6. Vokhidov decided to plant the queen on b6, Jovanka, and here the move that you were advocating for on the board with a lot of tactical tricks. With the d pawn moving forward, queen attacking the king, rook takes pawn ideas to make that discovered check, and this was the big moment for Nordebek.
Yes, that was a big moment because he could have taken the queen on b6. And, you know, I reckon all chances are that Shamsuddin would have played c takes b6, but it was very difficult to spot that you can actually give up the a-pawn and get a much better position. But Tanya, the moves are appearing thick and fast as we see that Nordebek has 2 rooks lined up on the 7th rank. So here we are seeing that White's very, very active, so is Black. And the big question is, who can escape the checks and how?
The feeling here is that the only way that the king can escape the checks is by finding a path to the a file, Jovanka. Let me just show a potential line.
Yeah.
You give a check, only move. Or you could go to e6, it doesn't change anything. I give a check,
Run.
hide. Check,
And run again.
hide. Check,
Run.
hide. Check.
Run. That's it, Tanya. Work the magic. King a3.
And here you do really hide, because after rook takes pawn, Jovanka, king can grab the pawn, the a-pawn starts pushing, and black is with a winning advantage here.
However, there is something called establishing a cage. So let's rewind. In fact, we can follow the players right here, right now. And I was thinking that maybe it's the time to try to go rook to c7, rook takes h7.
Nordebek wants to draw this. He keeps the rook here, cuts off the b file from access of the black king, and basically just checks till eternity with the other rook.
Okay, let's show that one.
This is draw on the spot for Abdusattorov. All he has to do is pick up the rook from f7 and check, 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 check.
Yeah, because there's no way the king can cross over to the dream square that is b4. And he's going to go for the checks, Tanya.
It's happening. Let's just stay with our live board. Let's go into our tournament hall right now. The last few moments of this marquee matchup between Nordebek Abdusattorov and Shamsuddin Vokhidov. This is the Uzbek derby for championship.
They are on move 32 as we are seeing the checks there on the board. King to f6. That is more or less a draw offer there from Shamsuddin. And Nordebek, all he's going to do is keep the game checking.
Down a pawn is Nordebek Abdusattorov, but he's found the perfect resource here. You can see relief on Vokhidov. Handshakes there. Shamsuddin Vokhidov moves on to 5.5 out of 9, and it all comes down to Mukhadin's board. Will Shamsuddin secure the trophy, or will we see tie breaks?
Will we see tie breaks? That is indeed the question. And now all eyes go to Mukhadin Madaminov as he plays black against Hans Niemann. We've got to head there and see whether Mukhadin is making progress, because Shamsuddin, with that draw, the big question is it enough?
Is it enough? Shamsuddin Vokhidov, what a tournament it has been for this superstar who's been part of the Uzbekistan gold medal winning team at the Olympiad. He's been part of the Uzbekistan bronze medal team at the Olympiad. He's won not only team medals but individual board medals there as well, playing a key role for his teammates right there. And Jovanka, what an event he's had after that second loss disaster against Hans Niemann, responding in the strongest manner over the board when it matters the most, takes down 3 players back to back, 3 solid draws, ends the campaign with a hold against the biggest star of Uzbekistan, Nordbek Abdusattorov.
Absolutely. And Tanya, I mean, what a flex it is. You lose a game, which you should not lose, and then you go on the rampage with a hat trick. But fantastic tournament for Shamsuddin Vokhidov. Now, the big question is it enough to secure him the top spot or a place in the tiebreaks? As we go over to the game on the bottom right against Hans Niemann and Mukhidin Madaminov. And here we are seeing that, Tanya, you called it, rook takes e5 happened, and we're seeing that Mukhidin says, it's time for me to get motoring on the left side of the board. I will establish that pawn chain.
This was where we left it last. F2, the soft spot here, defended by Hans Niemann, doubling up on the e-file, and finally b5 does arrive on the board. And a sneaky bishop move there, setting up ideas of potential batteries along the b1 8-7 diagonal. And look at that, Mukhidin makes a classy move. He simply steps away from the king. He says there are no checks as the squares are controlled on the long diagonal on this side, and I'm just making sure that I have a runaway spot. So if you were to go with the queen to d3, that can actually happily pick up the rook. There's no checkmate, and the black king just run, forest, run. I just want to point out one thing, Jovanka. If we can pick up our standings and just set the tone, set the table for what that result on Shamsuddin's board means for the rest of the players.
Absolutely. In fact, that a huge impact there on the standings, because Vokhidov moves to 5.5 points. That means Arjun Erigaisi, Nordbek, by nature of that draw, are now out. They cannot enter the tiebreaks. However, if Mukhidin Madaminov draws his game, then we'll see a 2-way tiebreak. Now, don't forget, there are 2 people on 4.5 points. If it is a draw between Shakhriar Mamedyarov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who are currently playing each other, then they don't enter the tiebreaks. But if one of them wins, we're going to see a 3-way tie.
And my question to you right now is, as we go back to our board, where it's really all eyes on the Uzbekistan youngster Mukhidin Madaminov playing against Hans Niemann, he's seen what has gone down on Shamsuddin's board. He knows that game has ended in a draw, which means that he knows if he wins it, no questions asked, he gets that trophy. He is champion of UzChess 2026. The whole storyline, as the youngest, as the lowest seed, that is just the most beautiful end one could imagine and least expected. Does that add the pressure on Mukhidin right now? What do you think is going on in his mind?
Yeah, I don't think he's thinking about those current factors. I think he's just trying to hold his nerve, because usually when you see a result and you're thinking, if I win, I'm going to be the champion, and the heart starts pounding, the blood goes to the
very
head.
susceptible to that. If I saw that, I would be thinking that this is my moment to shine here.
Yes.
I have an extra pawn in this position.
And this is the moment where you start to play a little bit too quickly.
Yes.
You rush moments, and there's so much psychological danger ahead for Mukhidin. So this is why he has to be super calm about it, completely objective, deal with it almost on a move-by-move basis. You know, one time I was in a situation where if I won, I would get the women's prize. And it was one of these events where the women's prize was a big amount of money, Tanya. And I was winning my game. And at some point, my heart went, "You're winning, Yovi. You're winning, Yovi. You're going to win all this money." And I was like, okay, Yovi, stop. You haven't won until he resigns. And then you can celebrate. Then you can do your little dance. But until you have gotten resignation, do not relax. And that helped me,
Yes.
that kind of mindset. And so I used all of that nervous energy, paced around the board. And then when he finally resigned, I ran back to my room and I went, "Whoa!" Sorry, everyone. But that was really the emotion. And I think that's exactly what Mukhidin has to do, because it's not over until it's over.
Until the score sheets are signed. And for Mukhidin, he can be relieved that Vokhidov had a draw and did not go on to win the game, because then Mukhidin will need a win on his
Yeah.
board. It somewhat does take that pressure off a bit, but he needs to keep his nerves under control right now, and he's been doing just that so far. This is the position on the board. Jovanka king to g8, classy stuff, and Hans Niemann also very fascinating, classy move here. He says, I want my bishop to create problems for the black king. We'll do a back and forth to try to always hint at that battery we were earlier looking at. Bishop to b1. This isn't over. This is far from over, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking this is not easy at all. In fact, this could be a source of frustration for Mukhidin because, as you highlighted, the queen is primed and ready to set up that battery along the b1 h7 diagonal. And let's not forget something that you pointed out earlier, Tanya, is that the queenside pawns, they cannot advance either. So for the time being, there's like a standstill happening, and white is super, super active. So all of these things are giving Hans a lot of hope and a lot of play and some compensation for the missing pawn.
Absolutely. It is not easy for black to make progress on the left flank at all. And if not, white is kind of set up with the ideas, right? Give a check, come back with the bishop, threaten to set the battery one more time. And for Mukhidin, he really wants to get these pawns moving, but it needs a queen or a rook assist to happen. You need to try to get that. One thing that I can suggest, which I feel that would be something that black might be looking at, is a potential queen trade. I would be very tempted to offer an exchange on f4. I see it's not the best move, but it feels like a very human response here.
And this is where, look at Hans's last move. It's so sneaky, because if you were to play queen takes queen,
Yes.
rook takes queen, rook e7. Okay, I see that this is a big mistake, but it's so natural to do this. But I was going to say you can't go rook f7 because the bishop a2.
Oops. Oopsies.
Yeah, okay, but a queen takes f4, not the best move because it does allow the rook to centralize and activity. I was listening in to your training camp with Judith Polgar, the advice that she gave you, and it's so true. Like if a rook parks itself on d4, that is worth a lot of money.
It really is, especially in this position. If this was to happen, as Mukhidin is on the think right now, I will just add that I'm expecting Hans to keep the queens on the board. I'm not sure what's the ideal square here. You could also think about flicking in a check before deciding where you want to place your queen. Queen c5 is the bind that to me looks very attractive. Maybe throw in the check. Once the king slides over, I'm thinking park your queen on c5. And again, you're defending f2. You're not allowing the pawns to move ahead. And it just looks like fortress maintained for now.
Yeah, fortress maintained for now. That is exactly what Hans needs to do. He just needs to keep on just holding the balance. And for Mukhidin, it's just about, again, being calm and just making those slow improvements as the queen moves over to d6. Well, that invites Tanya.
What happened?
He played his queen to d6.
Oh, and he puts
then,
it back.
And they puts it back.
He puts it back.
He needs-
Hesitation.
He needs to calculate. If he's going to go queen to d6, he has to have an answer to queen to e4, setting up that horrible check on h7. That's something that you highlighted. So maybe Mukhidin showing some nerves there, saying, okay, let me find something else. Then he
Ooh,
puts
he
queen
changes
f4.
his mind.
And this is
He
probably a
changes
better
his
move,
mind.
though.
Jovanka, the bar does go up. I'm not sure if it's the better move, but it's the more human move. You want to trade queens, but this, we got to break this down. Just in less than a minute ago, Mukhidin was about to place his queen to a different square. He had spent his time calculating that. Tick-tock goes the clock. By the way, 12 minutes right now. 6 moves still to be made. And then he puts it back, realizing that, wait a second, after I do move my queen, bishop to b1, I move my queen to d6, queen e4, suddenly f2 is an attack. The queen's coming in. I can't defend against this check. There's no block on the board right now. He puts the queen right back to f6, changes his mind in under a minute, and then goes in for the trade. I don't think this is Mukhidin rage baiting. This is just hesitation.
And in fact, the
And
live
nerves.
board hasn't quite made up its mind where the queen is going to go. It thought, because he played the queen to d6, it didn't let it go. We all saw that he still had his queen on the board, but the queen is most certainly up on f4.
As the live board does finally catch up, at least on our analysis board right now, Jovanka. We'll also get it updated on our live board. Currently, the queen isn't on d6. It is on f4 right now. And look at the moves coming in fast and quick currently.
Yeah.
He's reaching for his queen one more time. Does he want to just centralize it to d4 and say, I'm passing the ball, I'm eyeballing the f2 pawn?
That's progress, Tanya. And a little bit of progress is exactly what you need. I think that's a great move. I don't see anything wrong with it at all, unless he's worried about the rook coming to e7. But the bishop is nicely defended.
I just also want to point out queen d4 comes in with another idea. You want to start rolling up the pawn majority on the left side. With the queen on d4, you are going to assist the c pawn moving up the board, and at least you set up those ideas.
Yeah.
On the board.
Well spotted there, Tanya. Queen to d4. I love this whole concept. c5, b4. At least create some danger there on the left side of the board for Hans to deal with.
And let's just get rid of our live board right now. It is catching up. We will get that fixed just for you, Jovanka. Let's zoom out of this situation as we do go into a position where Mukhidin Madaminov is trying to make the most of that extra pawn. But Hans Niemann has been incredibly resourceful playing on those light squares. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and get an update on what's happening in the chaser pack.
Yes, let's do that, Tanya, because now all eyes are on two games. That is between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Yana Pomniachtchi, and the game we have on our screens, Hans Niemann against Mukhidin Madaminov. And looking at the top left board, we saw the line that you especially predicted, Tanya, where white has gone on the steal, taken the pawn on c6, and now Shakhriyar is trying to consolidate, because black always has this idea of going d4 to break open the center, and with that it will come a lot of problems for white to deal with. And I found it very instructive the way that Nepo has gone, you know what, I'm not going to allow any queenside pawn expansions. I'm going to use my one pawn on a4 to hold back two. So this one is very much in the balance, I'm going to say. It feels like it's a nice status quo where white has everything just pitched to perfection, but then so does black.
All right, well, we see the evaluation bars across our board, and on both our live boards right now, that is on the bottom row, it's all upside down. Hans Niemann, big trouble, according to the board, but human evaluation says that you still have chances. I love the way that Mukhidin has been handling. We will get that board corrected. But next to that, Arjun Aragaisi with a big advantage on his board. Jovanka, should we just do a quick dive into that before we move over to the Shak board and then round up with Mukhidin's?
Yes, let's do that, Tanya, as we see there Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Yana Pomniachtchi, and also Arjun Aragaisi, Nicholas Theodorou still in play alongside Hans Niemann and Mukhidin Madaminov. So going to Arjun Aragaisi, this game is now no longer important for the title race since Shamsuddin has drawn his game against Nordebek, and here Arjun is dominating in a way that only Arjun can. Why am I saying that? And that's to do with the pawns there in the middle. They're slowly going to begin to start advancing up the board, and the bishop on f1 is doing a sterling job at protecting the white king. So it's all about pawn power.
It really is, with those two extra pawns for that exchange, the bishop pair. If white can get the f pawn moving up the board, and that's what Arjun has just set up with that last move. He overprotects a pawn on e5. He doesn't care about the a2 pawn. Who would when you've got these jewels in your position? Jovanka, queen takes pawn, and you can take your pick. You could start with f5. You could also just start with e6. I'm already looking at ideas like queen infiltrating and threatening checkmate in one, apart from talking about assisting the pawn. The bishop on f1 doing a fantastic defensive job. There are back rank issues on the board, and I just want to show this line. After queen to a1, it looks like black is threatening with rook sliding in, but you just continue with your plan, and the moment the knight falls back, that pawn does not stop. f6, game over.
Yeah, and the wrecking ball is there in progress. No, you do not survive this one as black. And I was going to say, just look how the bishop on f1 and the queen sitting there on d3 just tie the position together so nicely. The queen on d3 is beautiful, is beautifully placed, is on the Goldilocks square. Now, why do I call this Goldilocks square? It's because it has power up the board, also defensively, and can move side to side. So it was something that an English grandmaster, Neil MacDonald, told me. He said computers always try to get the queens to either e3 or d3.
Ah, very
And they'll
fascinating.
even go like queen e1, queen e3, because they understand the power of getting the queen on the third rank.
Plays a beautiful defensive resource, as you said, but also ready to jump into the attack. One way of destabilizing Arjun's last move, if you're Nicholas, that you're looking at, is the move c5. But that's exactly the kind of provocation that he's looking at. The bishop will now fall back. You can choose either of these two squares. I'm not sure if one is more precise than the other. And d5 suddenly weak, c5 suddenly weak. And this just leads to structural problems for Nicholas. Arjun Argaisi looking good on his campaign to win his last game. But with Vokhidov's draw, it doesn't help the cause.
No, it's just going to net him more prize money and further up the standings, but it does not help his title ambitions. So looking fantastic for Arjun, but maybe let's move on for this, go back to our bird's eye view and just check in on Vachier-Lagrave against Jan Nepomniachtchi, because there is still a case to be made. If one of these wins, well, we could be seeing a tie breaks.
And let's head over to that board because it's exactly the action as we called out with the trades that had happened. And currently, Vachier-Lagrave does have the extra pawn. It's 5 versus 4, but a very weakened king for the white side. Meanwhile, for Jan Nepomniachtchi, complete control on the e file. Always watch out for ideas of the d pawn moving forward as well. Ivanka, let's do a deep dive into that one before going into our championship battle between Hans Niemann and Madaminov.
Yep, let's head in there and see whether either side can make progress. Because as you mentioned, the white king looking very airy, but black is a pawn down.
And the last move with the rook stepping up, it is to destabilize that queen from c6. Again, be careful of the squares you choose. I just want to highlight one point here. If you were to go back on c1, you can see the power of the rook and the queen doubled up in the e file. Suddenly a triple attacker there, tripling down on that pawn on e3, and white will have to be the one who's careful with d3 in the air, as well as pawn takes pawn coming in with a check. Rook to e6, a4 guarded, d5 guarded, rook on e2, passive, the queen looking at an infiltration on h1. It might be time for Vachier-Lagrave to pull the brakes and try to find a way to neutralize all these factors that black is with. And I'm looking at a check on c8. If you fall back with the rook, repeat. If you come back with the king to g7, move forward, there's another check. What are the chances that we see this being played out? I would be very careful of hiding on the h file with the white rook ready to slide over to h2, which would be a deadly check.
Yes, I think this is a very plausible continuation, Tanya, because I was going to say my instinct was to go queen to c2, but I was not liking what was going to occur after the black queen says no, of course, no trades. She's going to go into h1, as you've put up there, and then how to hide against the checks. d4 is still in the air, and it almost feels like you have to go. Oh, you can even take that pawn. Oh, you're a brave person, Tanya.
I want to show your idea.
Yeah.
I want to show your idea of impossible to hide against the checks for white here. You start with a diagonal check, making sure that the white king isn't running away. And no matter, Ivanka, where you go, it's check, check all the way. You can give a check from the first rank if the king falls back. You can give a check from the g file if the king moves sideways. And nothing, no hiding space.
But bearing in mind the tournament situation where a draw is not sufficient for either of these guys, how can both of them start pressing for that little bit more? Because all you need is like a position where the choice is not that simple.
All you need is a few more pieces on the board for these two players right now. With just the two majors, white's king exposed, Jan Nepomniachtchi will always have enough checks and counterplay to make up for that pawn deficit.
Yeah.
I don't think that this lasts for too long, and there are ways for white to force a draw at this moment. If white does continue, then I think Jan Nepomniachtchi will be the one to force matters with the queen sliding in.
Okay, Tanya, let's leave this game. We are expecting this one to perhaps end in a draw. We'll see whether Vachier manages to find a way to try to consolidate. As the queen does come down to c2, we're going to expect a queen to h1 as the response there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. There you go. It's on the move. Now, Tanya, I've got to direct us away from this game because some exciting things are happening in the game between Hans Niemann and Mukhadin, if I am reading my multi-board game
I just want to
viewer.
point out that these might be the last few moves of this game, Ivanka. As we go into a zoomed out look, we do see top left, the queen's walked in and about to give a ton of checks.
Yes, and this is, look to your bottom right, Tanya.
Oof.
This G2, G4, has it really made an appearance? I mean, what a gutsy move. Tanya, we have to go in and investigate. It's the game between Hans Niemann and Mukhadin Madaminov. So just when you thought that the game was heading in one direction, no surprises, G2, G4, well, how do you like them apples?
You gotta love it. Say what you want about Hans Niemann, but brave he 100% is in this position to push that G pawn ahead. And Ivanka, my guess is that this takes under control the F5 square, denying the move bishop to F5, because this is the problem diagonal for black in so many lines. And Mukhadin, if he can just neutralize that problem, the king feels safe, you can start focusing your attention on the other side. G4 is not an aggressive move by Hans, it's a prophylactic move. It stops this idea, and he's just saying, how are you going to improve this position? I'm going to do a quick action replay here. G4 surprises you. Let's see how we got here. Queen F4, we saw that little hesitation by Mukhadin earlier, placing the queen on a different square, then deciding on offering a trade. Of course, that's denied. The queen centralizes itself, and now looking at a potential threat of rook d3 to win the bishop. So be careful. The queen falls back, making sure none of that happens. And this is the moment where g4, for the score, I want to say, but really more of an in-control move by Hans Niemann to stop any bishop f5 ideas.
Yeah, you know something, Tanya? What a beautiful move G2, G4 was, because I'm looking at this bishop on d7, it's completely dominated.
Yes.
Because what you really want to do is like pick up that bishop on d7, plant it on d5 and go, yup, that's a beaut. However, you can't do that. And there's no way to even cross the river to even get to a square. You can't go bishop to e8, that's covered by the rook and the queen. You can't go bishop e6, that's also no go. So how to even get there? And the pawns, the glorious pawns, they're not advancing, Tanya. And so that's why the queen drops back to d6.
And now he wants to start pushing those pawns up the board, trying to create that idea. But again, white can continue playing aggressively here, right? You can start thinking about chasing that. And the reason I want to make this move is, Ivanka, because after queen to c7, can't you just go all the way in and pin and win? I do see the problems with perhaps the black queen stepping in, and that kind of keeps the position under control for Mukhadin if this was to happen. But doesn't it start looking just a tad bit scary here? Even ideas like queen e4 lining up. I'm looking at light square weaknesses. Now your queen's gone the wrong direction. Rook d3 played.
This is not easy, Tanya. And I almost feel like
things are turning around.
Mukhadin has to be mega precise here, because you've highlighted this bishop a2 ideas. The queen can come up to e7. Mukhadin has to be careful. And with...
Whoa, Ivanka, you want to see something absolutely crazy?
Yes.
I was thinking, okay, queen c7, I really don't like queen to e4, setting up all kinds of problems on the light square. Why not continue with plan of trading the queen? Look at that. And the problem is that now suddenly white makes a small move, but two massive threats. The bishop's hanging. Sure, save that bishop, but guess what? The MVP in the position. Bishop to a2. Pinning and winning the black queen. This position is filled with landmines for Mukhadin is what I want to say. He needs to be very careful right now. Only move queen to c7, Ivanka.
Only move.
Everything else loses.
Yeah, because otherwise you have to drop the bishop or you play queen e6 and it's so natural. But we know there is a killer threat on the board. Queen to d2. You have to put the queen on c7. Okay, Mukhadin... If he holds his nerve, he will find it.
He's going for c7. Backward. It felt like that. The way he was reaching for the queen, it felt like a backward game.
Yeah, look at his gaze as well. He's headed back. I think queen e6 was perhaps part of the plan.
Yes, but getting to this position.
But now he's gotten to the position he thought, oh, goodness me, that's a big no-no. So queen to c7.
And let me just show that one more time. The only two squares that keep the queen connected to the dogs, to the bishop is e6 and c7. This one would be a losing move. The other one keeps the game going. Queen d2, a big threat on the bishop. You save that. You could even bring up your rook, but it doesn't matter. White just follows it up with bishop to a2, winning the game. Mukhidin does hesitate one more time with where to put the queen, but he absolutely must play queen c7 right now. Everything else, and Vokhidov will be champion.
Okay. Queen c7. That is the correct move. Queen c7. And now I'm saying, Tanya, this is not going to be easy to even defend, because you were highlighting queen e4. Queen e4 is such a nasty move. You know, once you clear the rook out of the way, queen h7 is coming. And look how g4 is such a great move.
And I'm going to go back to that moment. Queen to c5. Hans Niemann showing absolute class here. If black is able to plant the bishop on f5, trade the bishop, you have huge winning chances. He takes that away forever, simply saying, whenever now I line up my queen and bishop battery on the diagonal, you will have no blocks there, Mr. Mukhidin. And that's what we see being played out. Queen to d6. Rook slides over. Only move found by Madaminov here. And I thought queen e7 wraps it up, but there is the resource, and the only one in this position. The queen steps forward, f2 under attack. You've got no time to pick up the bishop. I'm expecting Hans Niemann to simply centralize his queen. And there might be a case to be made for the move rook to e8, Jovanka, here. Not giving white the time to actually pick up the bishop. I don't think this works.
No, it doesn't work.
You
'cause
don't have
hide
enough
on f8.
Yeah, you don't have enough firepower in this position. You keep just no checks.
Yeah.
Just keep walking up the board.
Okay, that's a very important defensive idea for Mukhidin. So he can go rook to e8 as a response to queen e4, but there's also a check there, Tanya, that we have to also consider, and that is bishop a2.
What about this check?
Oh, Lordy, what are you doing, Tanya?
And the
Okay,
bar
king
doesn't
takes-
move, of course.
I know, but king takes queen. Oh, my
I had to
goodness.
show it.
It is brilliant, Tanya. I love it. The king takes queen. You look like you picked up a free queen, but there's a bishop and a rook on the same diagonal. Look at that. Oh, okay.
Oh, don't move. Look at this. I have to be very precise here. This is beautiful stuff. If you go to g8, white flicks in the check, and you go wherever you want. You win the queen. You're up a piece. But Jovanka, black, if you're precise, you go to a dark square. No checks for you. You win the queen, but at the end of the line, black maintains balance by winning the bishop.
Absolutely wonderful. And here you actually, how easy is this particular rook and pawn endgame? This doesn't look easy at all to me, because rook takes pawn, you go rook b3, you go rook b3 and then rook c5 or rook b6. Yeah.
Yeah, this just isn't the balance
Yeah.
now. This should be trivial for players of
Yeah,
this level.
and then we'll be seeing, Tanya, a tie break.
Would love to see this one go.
Roll, yes.
Absolute drum rolls. Would love to see this one go down to the wire. But right now, this is our live board. Hans Niemann on the move. It just suddenly feels like the dragon has woken up. You know, Hans Niemann walks into the final round looking head disheveled, like he hasn't had a good night of sleep, makes a blunder in under 15 moves with the white pieces, goes down a pawn.
Starts to wake up.
Starts to wake up. You know, you poke the dragon pokes you back.
Yeah, exactly. And starts getting better and better as he says, well, okay, fine, I dropped a pawn. Accidents happen, and they do happen. And then suddenly he's back in business. And I do think that black is the one who has to be careful. But, you know, according to the calculation rules, Tanya, we really should be calculating bishop a2 check.
Yes, so you want to do check right now, or do you want to do it after queen to e4? Which
Wait,
one?
let's start with the check. Let's
Okay,
go
let's start with the check.
CCT. You know, we teach all our students this.
I'm not putting it in the line of
No.
fire. Let's keep it on dark squares. Your
Okay.
opponent has the light squared bishop.
Okay, and now how to deal with this. So if you go queen up to e7,
Again, this resource of queen f4 is what I have in
I have an
mind.
idea.
Yes.
So I can also defend by going rook to d2.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Okay, the evaluation bar doesn't move, but
But
it
I
does
gotta
not
show this
impress.
idea. I'm gonna show this idea. This is just game over. Suddenly the light square diagonals. It's all about light square control for Hans Niemann here.
Exactly. And that was my big idea, but the computer was not impressed by my theatrics.
Not forced to take. And I think black simply moves away with the bishop, keeps the pressure on Jovanka. You still have problems with the rook on d2.
Okay. So not a move to try then. So
Although it's very complex, I wouldn't be surprised if this was to happen. Bishop to a2 check. King has to go to h8.
you go queen to e7 just because it's an aggressive move. And then the queen comes out to f4. I feel that's a must. And now how to cover f2.
You know, I like this plan, but I'm also very drawn towards Hans centralizing his queen right now on our live board. I
Okay.
feel like that's extremely tricky to handle.
Especially if you see queen h7 in the air.
It's just
It's like
beautiful,
chef's
right?
kiss.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And you always have bishop a2 check. You can
Yeah.
always flick that move in.
Exactly. And I think it's a good idea to do this queen to e4 centralized. Also, it's a really scary move. Queen h7 ideas on the horizon. And how are you going to handle that one?
So rook takes bishop is a threat. You've got queen h7, for example. You know, I just want to have that because it's so pretty. Let's say black takes his eye off the ball for
Let's go
just a
c5.
moment. And of course, there are many, many ways. But just to show this idea, you give a check, and this is what you've set up with no rook coming on to e1 at the end of the line. This is how you'd win the game. And Jovanka, queen to e4, very importantly, controls the f4 counterplay for the
Yeah.
black queen.
That makes a whole lot of sense. And c5 is going to be met with this ideas of going queen h7. So it almost feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but rook to e8 is perhaps the only move.
Is it?
No, not here.
Yes, I mean, not here, but I mean, after queen e4,
But it
right?
feels like,
Yeah, very
because
possible.
queen h7 is such a dastardly threat, Tanya. So you have to be ready to give a check on the back rank and just ask questions to the bishop.
I think you're right, Jovanka. Rook e8 is the only move. Everything else loses for black on the spot. If queen e4 is played by Hans Niemann,
Yeah.
Mukhadin has to plant his rook on the open line, and all of this relies on not just being precise right now, but also finding the right square, which I think is also human intuitively. You place it on a dark square, allowing no checks. But again, just at the end of the line to make sure that you're able to win the bishop. You put it on g8, and I'm just going to have that one more time up after this check. If you plant it here, white flicks in a check, gets out of the way of any double checks that black had, and that's it. Game over.
That's it. Game over.
Queen e4 on the board, Yovi.
Okay.
Only move territory for Mukhadin.
And he has to spot the idea of queen h7, which would come as a complete shock to Mukhadin if he does not see it. It's got to be red alert time, Tanya. 5 minutes.
Queen to e4. Let's just have our big board up right now. We've broken the lines currently. Let's go full screen on the players and
Absolutely.
see which direction is Mukhadin focusing on right now on the board.
Yeah, I mean, does he even glance towards his h7 square? He's looking, Tanya. He's spotted this whole idea of giving a check with the queen appearing on h7. Oh,
Only move rook to e8 to save the game. Everything else, Hans Niemann takes this. It's not just worse, you're lost.
yeah.
And let me just show you the second best move in this position on our analysis board on the left. We've got the live board on the right. Queen to c8. Look at the bar shoot right up. Jovanka, it's the deadly battery. It's the beautiful battery here. And you've got no way to stop queen infiltrating on h7, all because of the pawn on g4.
He's reaching for the rook.
He's about to play it.
He's about...
But then, Jovanka, it's a forcing sequence of moves that
leads-
lands up in a rook-pawn endgame at the end of it.
Which is going to be a draw. So Mukhadin
Finds it.
finds it. This was the only move. This was the only move to stay in the game. And now, what will Hans play? Will
Only
he
move.
go? Queen
Only
h7?
move.
Only move.
And the point is that any other queen move, there's a check on e1 and you're picking up the bishop. If you give a check on a2, black simply slides over and there's disconnection in the pieces now.
Yeah.
You know, black gets the time to reroute. Black gets the time to go c5 next. Let's say you move the queen to f3, suddenly c5, bishop c6, b4, everything in the air. Hans Niemann has to sacrifice his queen right now. Queen h7 keeps things in the balance. Hans finds this.
He finds this. I mean, it is a very natural move. It is basically a type of move that Hans will have seen countless times before.
Jovanka, the championship rides on this move right now.
Completely.
If Hans does not play queen to h7, Mukhadin is champion of UzChess 2026. He plays h7, The queen slides over with all the tactics, and we are in for a tiebreaker. It goes down to the wire. Only between two players for now, because there is a potential third player joining if both Mukhidin and Vokhidov end up at 5.5. It comes down to Yan Nepomucci versus Shakhriyar Mamedov. Will it be a two-way tie or a three-way tie?
Yes, that is going to be the question indeed as we wait for Hans Niemann
Should I
to
show this line
find.
one more time?
Yes,
He's thinking. I think he plays this Jovanka process of elimination. Everything else either allows the bishop to fall or the pawns to start marching forward. Hans getting fidgety there. That's usually a sign of a player finding a beautiful, flashy idea. King takes queen. Rook takes bishop. Comes in with a check. Again, all about the light squares here. And once again, Mukhidin will have to play the only move in the position, not allowing Hans to flick in a check from a2. And once white wins the queen, the rook slides over. This is what the idea relies on. You win the bishop at the end of the line. White neutralizes the material by picking up the c6 pawn. And it looks like you're losing the house on the left flank, but just in time with counterplay here. Rook takes pawn. Rook takes pawn. 3 versus 3. White ready to go behind the pawn. This is a hold.
this is definitely going to be a draw. Now, if Hans finds this whole sequence, we are off to the tie breaks. Oh, Hans looking in that direction.
He's about to play it, Jovanka. Everything else loses for white.
Just the momentum has shifted.
Bishop.
Will Hans spot the moment that he can play for the draw? It's within his grasp, but will he want more, Tanya?
And if he wants more, he has to give a check from a2. That's the only other move that's possible, but it gives huge advantage to black. Hans Niemann, he's eyeing that 8-7 square, takes a big breath. Another sign that he's about to play something super flashy. Watch that queen arrive on 8-7.
Hans there in calculation mode as we get ready. Queen h7 will secure the draw for Hans, and he's just working it out. You can track the eyes. He is making sure that this is the best that he can get.
And that's the point. That's what's Hans judging. It looks so incredibly attractive, the setup that you have, you know. You can't immediately go in with rook takes bishop. Black simply recaptures and the king runs away with all the checks. You have to be precise. What Hans is trying to figure out is, does he have something more? Can he play for something with the domination that he has on the light squares right now?
Yes, but the problem is, Tanya, you and I and the evaluation bar knows that that is not the best option. For Hans, the most precise is to give a check with a queen, give her up, and then follow that up with the whole sequence that starts with queen h7 and ends with a rook and pawn endgame. So much drama here at this chess cup. The final round is delivering. We've already had a draw with Shamsuddin Vokhidov. If it's a draw in this game, we're going to be seeing tie breaks.
And UzChess 2026 comes down to this moment. Hans Niemann misses this check. Mukhidin takes the title. And what a storyline that would be. What a finish to his Cinderella run here, as the youngest player, as the lowest seed, to come in and join an elite group of players. 2024, Nodibek Yakuboev, champion. 2025, Pragnananda, champion. Feels like a launching pad for the young talents, UzChess Cup.
Definitely, his star is in the ascendant. What an explosive entry onto the world stage. Starting with 2 victories, had a setback, 2 losses, came back even stronger with 2 more victories. And we could be seeing him enter the tie breaks. And it is a do or die time here for Hans Niemann as he ponders over whether to sacrifice the queen, whether he has more in this position.
He absolutely does not. It's the only move for Hans Niemann. Everything else, and Mukhidin takes the trophy. Queen to 8-7, the super flashy queen sacrifice, is what Hans has to go for. He can't start getting ambitious right now. But it's easy to fall for that temptation when you've got nothing to lose in the tournament.
Exactly. When you are all ambition and...
What do you think, Jovanka? Does he find it? Does he play it more importantly?
He's seen it. And he's worked out that it's going to be a draw. But Is he content with that result? Does he want more? For the first time in this whole game, he senses that momentum is on his side.
And it shifted, right? Move by move, he's driven all of Mukhidin's pieces back. Move by move, complete domination on the light squares. Hans Niemann has nothing to lose, everything to win. If he does get the win in the bag. And in this moment, if you want to do that, you don't go for queen check. But Hans, it's the only move to keep white alive. Everything else, black wins.
Everything else, black is going to be better. Black is going to manage to untangle. This is as good as it gets for Hans, but does he realize that as the clock starts ticking down? It is move. We are coming close to move
39.
40.
It's the final move for Hans Niemann to reach the 40 move mark. He's got enough time to work this out. For those of you just joining us, I'm going to quickly show the line on our left analysis board. For Hans Niemann, he can't play a soft move. The rook jumps in and wins the bishop. If you give a check, which is very attractive right now, black slides over, and no matter where you place the queen, you've got time to push the pawn, queen to g6, the c-pawn starts moving up, the bishop lines up, b4 coming in, and all problems solved. And suddenly there's no bishop b1 because a check will pick up the bishop. With no queen moves, with no bishop move, Hans Niemann has to play the super flashy queen h7. It's a queen sacrifice. Black must take. The rook slides over with a discovered check on the king, about to win the queen, and Mukhidin once again must be precise to place the king on a dark square. You land up on g8 and everything slips. Bishop a2 check, flicks in a check, and then picks up the queen. Now there's no check on e1 winning the bishop. King to h8 on the other hand, and we go into a rook pawn ending, a forced sequence of moves. Hans will pick up the extra pawn that black has. You go after the a3 pawn, the rook will line itself to collect the b pawn, and this very likely heading into a draw and a tiebreaker. But all of this comes down to the moment, the live moment that we've got in front of us. Queen to h7, the only move for Niemann right now.
And the tension just building there on the tournament hall because there's so much on the line here for Mukhidin. A draw will net him into tie breaks. And that is what is going to happen after queen to h7. But if Hans does not play the saving move, then Mukhidin will be able to take over the initiative. And we could very well see a sole leader.
And Hans is fighting himself right now. Even if objectively he realizes that's the best move, he knows that he's never winning that endgame. And he wants more. He's in kamikaze mode after what has happened yesterday. You know, currently at 3.5 out of 8. A draw means nothing to him at this point.
No, he wants more. And it's the first time in the game, Tanya, where it feels like he could play for more. But it is a false avenue. It is not the correct way. Queen h7 is the only move. Hans really thinking.
It's not that he hasn't seen this entire sequence. It's just that he's looking for something better, looking for a way to keep the game going. But none exists.
Yeah. And we know that. Everyone at home knows that. The computer knows that. Hans does not know that.
He has to work it out.
He has to work out whether it's worth a gamble. And we see the eyes darting.
It's that check on a2 that he's considering right now.
Yeah.
You want to walk away from any ideas of the black rook stepping up, and that's the only way to keep the queen alive on the board. Anything else, rook check wins the bishop.
Mm-hmm. And his eyes now focusing on the check on a2.
Once again, bishop a2 check. Very tempting to keep the game going, but watch the bar slide down. The king slides over. The queen has to move. Queen g6, the most attractive square for the queen. And you could even come in with a check, just making sure that the bishop never lands on b1, but even c5. And Mukhidin is back in the game.
Mm-hmm. c5 is such an important move because it will prevent any counterplay on the center. So queen to f7 will be met with rook e1, there's bishop c6, and suddenly the black forces have come alive. And this is going to be game over.
Just game over. If he gives a check, there's no coming back for Hans from that. You might think that you play on. Sure, you play on, but the only player having fun is Mukhidin Madaminov.
It's a Hail Mary that works. Queen h7. Only move. What a moment.
Championship moment.
It is. Everything is riding on this, Tanya. Everything. Oh no! He plays bishop a2.
He plays bishop
He
a2.
goes for more.
He wants to go for more because Hans Niemann has nothing to lose. And Mukhidin is right back at it if he wins this. If he converts this, Mukhidin Madaminov will be champion of UzChess.
He will.
As he takes a sip of his water right now, it could have all been over. And Hans Niemann did not miss Queen h7. He just wants more. He's just more ambitious. You know, Jovanka, playing against a player who has nothing to lose is a dangerous game. And that's what's worked against Hans in this case right now. He's ready with his queen response, but Mukhidin right back in it. It's game on. It's party on. And there we see the queen does go in. You can give a check right now. Oh, and he decides to put it back. Hesitation there by Hans Niemann. Is he regretting his choice of not giving a check and bailing out?
Well, he looks to the side as we see he has to come in with the queen. He's banking on the fact that black cannot untangle from this light square bind that he has on the position. But there is a breakout move for Mukhidin, and maybe this is dawning on him right now. And in the meantime, Tanya, this move has reached move 40. We do have a result between Vachier Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi that has finished in a draw.
Wow, so with that draw, it means that puts Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vachier Lagrave out of the race. It's something that we did expect with the activity that Jan's queen had against Vachier's king, even though he was down a pawn.
Yeah.
And right now, it's all eyes on this board with only the fight for Vokhidov and Mukhidin in the race currently. Everyone is out of it. Arjun, no chance. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vachier at 5 points. Maybe we just quickly bring out our standings currently.
Yes.
To just show where we are with our leaderboard in these tense moments as Hans Niemann has decided to go all out in his game.
He's gone all out in his game. He has taken the risk. And here we do have a set of results. We saw earlier on, it was a draw between Shamsuddin Vokhidov and Nordibek Abdusattorov, which means Shamsuddin moves into the lead with 5.5 points. A draw between Vachier Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi, moving to 5 points. And for Nordibek Abdusattorov, just 4.5 points. Arjun Erigaisi, the max he can get is 5 points. Hans had nothing to lose. He took the gamble. We will see whether it pays off. And with now just 2 games remaining, Tanya, the players have reached move 40. I think it's the perfect time for us to go on a break. We'll see you all in a few minutes. We are back with Championship Day at the UzChess Cup, and so far we have seen absolutely everything. We have run through all of the emotions as we have seen the players fizzle out and sizzle out, and suddenly the board is set on fire. Let's take a look at the standings and set the stage, because we started the day with 6 players potentially being in the run for a tie-break, and that has been slowly whittled down. So we begin with Shamsuddin Vokhidov at the top. He has, with a draw against Nurbek Abdusattorov, he got to 5.5 points. We also saw earlier on that it was a draw between Vachier-Lagrave against Jan Nepomniachtchi in a very spicy game. Draw fizzled out. They are both on 5 points. So Shamsuddin Vokhidov at the top, currently with 5.5 points. Now, this is the key point. Mukhidin Madaminov, his game is still very much ongoing as he faces off against Hans Niemann with the black pieces. And this is the game that really caught fire. After a blunder, it looked like Mukhidin has the advantage, but now it's a situation where the position is tough, complicated, no easy room for mistakes.
Everybody is out of the race. It now just comes down to these 2 players for the UzChess Cup 2026. If Mukhidin Madaminov messes it up and loses, Vokhidov Shamsuddin is champion outright. If Madaminov converts his advantage, he takes the trophy. If it's a draw, we're in for a tiebreak. For everybody else, it's a race for 3rd place currently. So let's head back to our multi-board viewer, Yavanka. One of the places in that race for potentially a 2nd or a 3rd spot is Arjun Aragaisi.
Yes. And that's the most that Arjun can hope for after Shamsuddin Vokhidov got that draw. So let's go in and check in on this game. And it is there on our bottom left. The evaluation bar tells us it's all about the pawns and the bishop pair as we see them slowly advancing up the board.
And still down in exchange, but a winning position. Notice how white has got 2 extra pawns for the exchange, but these 2 pawns are not pawns. They're absolute monsters on the board. The a6 pawn ties down the rook, ready to go to a7 any moment. The e6 pawn ties down the black knight to defend it from moving ahead. But you've got a free path. You can push F, G, line up your bishop at the center of the board and continue moving up the board. This is completely busted for Nicolas. You can see it on the camera. You don't even need to look at the board right now. Looks like he's almost given up, Yavanka. He is hoping for a miracle. Miracles rarely come. It's already happened once for Nicolas in his game yesterday. I don't think it happens a 2nd time today.
No, this one looks like this one is gone. But okay, let's move away from this game because earlier on we didn't catch the finish of it. It was a draw between Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi. They were both chasing down the leader just half a point away. We saw a collision course, but tell us, Tanya, how did it finish?
And for these 2 players, they came in today on Championship Monday needing, not just wanting, but needing an absolute win here to try to fight for that first spot. And Vachier-Lagrave, in true Shak style, did manage to create chances. Now, both Shak and Jan are not players who stay quiet. And look at the position that we had at this point, Yavanka. Absolute wildness where Shak has an extra pawn, but no defenses for his king. At this moment, a queen trade was offered. This is where we left it last. Queen h1, as expected, did step over with a million checks on that white king being threatened. Shak went pawn hunting. That 2 extra pawns on the board. Rook hits that queen, and once the queen went over, we saw the king go back. Don't pick up the pawn on d5. Can't get greedy for the 3rd time. After rook takes pawn, you lose the queen at the center of the board. And once the king stepped up, we saw Shakhriyar drop back with the queen to c6, eyeing the f6 square. And this is where Jan could have already given a perpetual, but Jan being Jan, once more, until the very end, we saw him strike with d4, setting up a nasty rook takes pawn in the air. Again, ideas of a discovered attack. And at this moment, it was Vachier-Lagrave who forced the hand with a lot of checks on the board. If you slide over to h7, the idea is to simply get your queen to f8. You're threatening the pawn on f7. You're also threatening a queen trade with a potential winning endgame right here. So instead, sticking to plan here, Jan Nepomniachtchi back and forth with the queen and the king. And this is how this ended peacefully, putting both Shak and Jan out of the race for the first spot.
Exactly. Many players have been eliminated, nearly every single one of them, but on our screens, it's all about Mukhidin Madaminov. This is the position as it currently stands. As you can see, it is still, despite what the evaluation bar says complicated. There is no room for mistakes, as Tanya highlighted. For Mukhadin, if he loses, Vokhidov is the champion. If Mukhadin wins it, he takes it. And what a sensational storyline that would be. Youngest player, lowest rated participant. But if it's a draw, we are off to the tie breaks, Tanya.
Would love to see this go down to a wire for an Uzbek derby between Vokhidov and Madaminov. Is that a small, slight smile on his face, Jovanka? You know, this is such a huge match for this youngster. We've been talking about his storyline, the chapters he's been writing at Uzbek chess. And I have to point out what a game it's been. I'm going to get everyone just do a quick action replay because it's been dramatic over the last few moves. And all of the cinema started right here. When Mukhadin fell back with the queen, it felt like momentum was shifting, turning around for Hans Niemann, down a pawn, 5 versus 4, but complete domination on the light squares. The move g4, stopping any blocking of that diagonal with the bishop stepping on to f5, any neutralization of this white monster sniper that we have. A stunning move by Hans Niemann, planting the queen to the center of the board, all kinds of ideas of rook takes bishop, queen coming on, the black king feeling unsafe. The only move that Mukhadin had here, and he found it, rook to e8. Hans could have ended the game on the spot with a stunning sacrifice, queen h7. You pick up that queen, the rook goes on to give a check, and at the end of this line, black has a saving move, rook takes bishop, but this would have neutralized all advantage, and just to finish it off, would have ended in a draw. And I could bet my house, Jovanka, that it's not that Hans Niemann missed the idea of queen h7, but for Hans, he's a player who's got nothing to lose. He's got nothing on the line. He just wants a win. He wants to finish with a good final impression. He wanted more.
Yeah.
He did calculate it, knowing that this ends quickly in a draw. He went for the ambitious bishop to a2 check, as we saw being played out. And I will get that on our screen. Bishop a2 check. The king hides on a dark square here. Queen slides over. It was essential to flick in this check to hide against any rook e1 picking up the bishop at the end of that. We saw the c-pawn finally moving forward. The pawn majority on the queen side starts advancing, lining up a check. Bishop landing on c6 with counter checkmating ideas. Stopped with the white bishop landing on d5. And Jovanka, not only does this take control of the c6 square, Hans Niemann is again setting up a bishop and a queen battery.
Exactly. And this actually kind of brings to mind that the position is super sharp and he's reaching for the queen because he wants to stop the bishop coming to e4. Now, there are moves that black can also play. You can play rook e1 check, just give in the check first and then come in with the queen just to get those attacking pieces closer to the white king. But he's afraid of queen to f7 after this. How is black going to be dealing with this particular threat? And it's not an easy one.
And it's checkmate here. It's potential checkmates here. The d7 bishop is hanging. And Jovanka, this looks very terrifying, which is why I think he's reaching out for his queen because he wants his rook. Mukhadin wants his rook on the 8th rank to guard against any ideas. And he does reach out, plants the queen at the center of the board. And look at that. This is a mistake. The boss suddenly says that Hans Niemann is right back in it. Jovanka, I think your line was the correct path forward, which means a check. King slides up, queen e5, and there is a defensive resource in this. I mean, it's a checkmate
e6.
in one.
Bishop e6 is the only defense.
But bishop e6, you give it check.
And then,
King h7.
okay, well, no, not bishop e6.
Because,
That was the only move that I could see.
and it was a very strong one because I can't take on c. Or maybe I can because you have a rook block at the end of it.
And that would be
suddenly
a draw.
4 versus 4.
Okay, so not bishop to e6. There was another more.
I mean, this is a checkmate in one, so I'm not seeing any other move except falling back with the queen to defend the bishop and the queen.
And this is the way forward, apparently.
Apparently, but good luck making sense of it because... And the point is that the white queen doesn't have attacking prospects anymore. You either fall back to f4 or f3 and the black pawns are ready to move up the board.
Okay.
Advantage black.
How very sophisticated. And what a beautiful mechanism, actually, to untangle. But queen e5 was the move played. So now there is no queen e8 in the air whatsoever. So Hans drops the bishop back to f3. Given an x, this is not the best move because it missed something. But it does threaten rook takes bishop.
And the move that was missed was sliding over with a double tempo. You hit the bishop and you hit the black rook right now. The only way to keep everything guarded would be a slide over, but this just causes so much disharmony in black's pieces now. Suddenly no activity, and white's right back in it with piece pressure. You could start driving the queen away, you could start attacking the black rook at the right moment, and things get wild one more time. I just want to point out that after bishop d5, queen e5 was such a human move by Mukhidin. You really want to fight against queen f7, and at the end of the line with a check thrown in, the queen falling back to the square that has been vacated by the rook, incredibly hard there. So queen e5, and Hans misses bishop to f7. Understandably, he wants to keep the light squares guarded against the white king, wants his bishop on a defensive diagonal, hits the bishop, and what's the move here? And do we have a response? Not yet. Ivanka, I'm not seeing too many squares because there's also a sneaky rook e3. You fall back,
Oh, rook e3.
and you still have a check.
Oh, okay. This is the queen a1 check. Yes, okay.
And then you just take on e3 and everything's in balance. So bishop to c8 is still possible. The bishop's hanging, but there's something
But-
much stronger here.
But after bishop to c8,
Yes.
there are ideas of going queen c6.
So you're just targeting
Yeah,
both
just
pawns.
targeting the pawns, just innocently threatening rook e3. Queen takes c5, queen takes b5 in the air.
And can I go b4? Okay, let me just first hide against your threat of rook e3, throw a check, and start pushing my pawns.
Yes, but the a pawn is falling. So I can
So you take
take
on
once.
b4.
Yeah. And
I
you
can't take with my
with-
queen.
No, because the rook is hanging. So if you take with the c pawn, queen takes a4, and woof, got rid of one of those.
And suddenly white's king starts feeling very safe, like it's got a warm hug with the 3 pawns and the bishop. You know, you're controlling this dangerous diagonal and things make sense. Okay, let's backtrack to where we are. Bishop f3 played. We do see that there's a way forward for Mukhidin that keeps an advantage here.
It's okay, what about offering up a trade of queens?
I like it. Fall back. And you don't have so many squares. I mean, if you're not trading, which you absolutely must not, queen takes queen, bishop takes queen, you might think you're winning a pawn back, but the rook simply supports the b5 pawn, and there we see a winning advantage being shown by our bar here. Makes a lot of sense. Easy to explain this one. The only other square that keeps the queens alive and the pressure going is to fall back on h5, hitting the pawn on c5, threatening rook e3.
That looks also quite dangerous. But I guess at the end of the day, you can meet rook e3 with queen to g8. Ugly, but could be sufficient. And then maybe let's just get on with the job in hand and go b4. This is a very computer-like approach, Yovi, but it might work.
I like it. I really like it. And your point is that after rook e3, you're making a case for the queen falling back next to the king, defending everything, and
Yep.
the pawns are moving forward. That's all that Mukhidin's dreaming of, and he looks up at his opponent, getting ready to make his move. This is where we are. Queen e6 makes a lot of sense. Maybe Mukhidin decides to throw in a check before retreating with that queen to defend the bishop and offer a trade. I am expecting the queen to fall back first because you always have a feeling that you want to keep the resource of a check with you.
Yeah. That's a very nice idea as well, to keep that check in the back of the pocket. As we see Mukhidin considering what to play. But I gotta say, instinctively, you have to be super gutsy, to depend on ideas, like dropping back the pieces. You got to go backwards to go forwards, but it's very difficult to do that, Tanya.
But also process of elimination, right? Bishop c8 doesn't feel right. Rook feels a bit destabilized. The pawn on b5 weak. All these ideas of the queen sliding over, starting to target. So if you have to defend that bishop, you need to do it with your queen. You either fall back to e6 or to e7.
I also wonder whether you can just go for broke and start advancing the pawns, but I don't think you
Oh,
can.
that feels like it's just too
Too
far.
much.
Too much.
It is too much.
This take, and there are ideas. Oh, let's show this, because suddenly there's a very cool bishop e4. Too many checkmates for the black queen to handle. Sure, there's a checkmate in one, and you can stop that,
Yeah.
but the other one comes on the board.
Okay.
Deflection.
It doesn't
deflection.
work now, but if the pawns were a little bit closer,
It's in the air.
it's in a, yeah, exactly. It's there in the atmosphere. Okay, so
I'm expecting Mukhidin to, though I did see that maybe it's stronger to play something instead of the queen falling back. Well, the bar does approve of this move as well. I think this is a very human approach. If he spots the resource of queen to g6 after queen h5, queen to g8 even, He goes, look at that, Ivanka. And that felt like a retreating move. The way he reached out for his queen, and it's, I always like this, that, as commentators who've also been chess players, we can kind of read into like the way the hand reaches out for the piece, whether it's a backward or a forward move, and a retreating move it is.
Yes, queen to e6.
Unless we see some rage baiting here.
No. He just some hesitation as he looks for the most careful move. Hans, of course, does not want to be trading off queens. Step back immediately. Queen to h5.
And let's just show this one more time, that after queen takes queen, you have to take back with your bishop, and bishop c6 idea just doesn't work. The rook ready to line up, and then the pawns will move up the board. So down with a 3 versus 1 majority, and I think we've been talking about this for the last many hours in this game. An endgame is handshakes. He does go back with the queen, no trade allowed there, and it felt like he's reaching for his queen again, and a very sophisticated maneuver there. Simply falls back, keeping everything defended. But
So
a question mark.
it is a question mark, not the best move. The best move was it just a run with the b pawn, and probably that one looked quite adequate as well. But queen to e7 with the whole idea that after rook e3, you're just going to go queen f8, keep everything controlled, and you are preparing to advance the b pawns. Everything's protected. Very grandmaster chess, Tanya.
Very top level stuff here, and I love it. But I still want to point out that there is a domination on the light square that Hans Niemann has. And there are potential setting up of the same battery all over again. Bishop to e4, and now suddenly if you go b4, I'm threatening a checkmate in one, and the only way you defend it without giving up material is to put your queen at the corner of the board, Ivanka. And you're suddenly feeling a bit of the pressure here, right? Queen about to slide over, bishop d5, bishop lose. Doesn't feel as stable for black.
I've got to say, the first move that I would be thinking is, why does g5? g5 is going to make an appearance, and then, okay, forget the evaluation bar. That looks very, very scary to me.
Super scary.
King moves over to h2, and then, goodness me.
I think the only thing that keeps black in the game is that immediately at least the trade means that the queens get off the board. But that's one move away, right? King h2. And you're suddenly super terrified of everything happening on that right flank. All right, this is the live board. Queen e7, I think ignore that question mark. I find this move extremely strong. You keep everything defended. The queen's ready to slide over to the defense of the black king as well, if needed. So Hans Niemann has to find a way to reset the bishop and queen battery to set up checkmating ideas on h7.
And it's not easy, Tanya. Like this idea that we were thinking rook e3, bishop to e4, because the b pawn is so close to queening. So if you come up with anything else, it's going to be b4. Then it's going to be a3. And then suddenly 2 moves away from queening. And let's not forget that if a pawn queens on the first rank, it's going to be check.
So let's just see if the white king steps forward to g2. It's a waiting move. Can black simply keep pushing?
Just
and I
start
think
pushing.
the answer has to be yes here. Even if there's a better move, you got to go for b4.
Exactly. And yes, the queen might be forced, the black queen might be forced to g8, but it's sufficient. If she's holding bay, she's holding at bay the bishop, the white bishop and the white queen. That's fine. Job done. It's all about the queen side.
It's all about making a new queen on the other side. One of them can be a defensive role because there's the next one about to appear.
Exactly. So ugly chess, I think, is going to be sufficient here for Mukhidin. And I really, really struggle to see how Hans is actually going to come up with an aggressive plan.
Hans on his mind has to have the idea of pushing the queen away because there's no other way to get your bishop to the center of the board with the rook and the queen lined up. I'll also just point out, Ivanka, Arjun Aragaisi won his game against Nicolas Theodorou, which means that Arjun moves on to 5 points. It's been a strong finish by him and a beautifully played game here. We saw a ton of sacrifices, tactical skirmishes there right out of the opening. A very fun battle, and Arjun in a controlled manner winning that endgame by just pushing his pawns up the board.
So that means he moves into shared 3rd place.
Should we just take a look at the end of that?
Yeah, let's go and have a look at how Arjun managed to clinch the win.
Oof, look at these 2 pawns. The bishop
Beautiful.
about to go to b7 and the a pawn about to convert. Ivanka, we left it last around this moment. Right now, that a6 pawn, f5 about to come in. The knight moves. You don't have time to pick up the pawn on a6 after the trade. The e pawn queens. The king tries to rush to defend that, gets a check, driven back, or forcing the knight to block that. The a-pawn arrives, and this is clinical stuff by Arjun. He first guards the e7 pawn. The bishop, super powerful. If you ever dream about a bishop pair, it's got to be these two. Bishop a6 coming in, and this is where Nicholas Theodorou threw in the towel, resigns here, nothing to fight against the idea of bishop b7, winning the game.
Winning the game. Beautiful finish there. Well, good finish in the end for Arjun. I would say he would be a little bit disappointed by how things went for him, but ultimately it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and it's always good to finish a tournament on a high. But now everything is riding on this game, Tanya, and I believe this is the only game remaining in the hall.
I love it because it's the championship battle. So all eyes on, we can all just completely focus on everything that's happening here for Mukhidin Madaminov. If he wins, if he's able to convert the advantage that we see on the board, that extra pawn, the pawns marching up, it's championship time.
It is championship time. And, you know, I mentioned that this is the only game remaining in the hall, that we also have a challengers, we have a futures as well. Very much the winner of the challengers will get a guaranteed spot into next year's Masters, and that winner was already determined yesterday. It was Mohammad Muradli from Azerbaijan, just 22 years old, running away with the tournament. It was a lot closer in the futures, but it has been determined, and it was 16-year-old Humayun Begmuratov, who won with an amazing 7 points out of 9. So he will now get that automatic invite into the challengers. So it is very much all about showcasing Uzbek talent.
And it's worked to perfection so far in the Masters. When we speak about Uzbek talent and the breadth of Uzbek chess, you know, yes, we know names of Nodibek Abdusattorov, Vachier-Lagrave, absolutely in elite chess now. But there are others, and this is what that tournament has shown. There is Shamsuddin Vokhidov right behind. The entire bench, and well, one name to remember, Mukhidin Madaminov.
Mukhidin Madaminov, exactly. That is one name that everyone has to sit up and start to take note as he works his magic in order to grind out this game against Hans Niemann, the last remaining game of the competition. And the big question is, will Mukhidin hold his nerve and convert? The plan, it is quite straightforward. It is just to advance the queenside pawns, and it's all just about holding the kingside together and then going forward.
And all of Hans's counterplay rely on light square domination. It's all about trying to set up the battery of bishop e4, queen g6 with checkmating ideas on the highlighted square right there. The maturity with which Mukhidin has handled this game, you know, going aggressive with the queen at the right time, setting up ideas, and then the moment it's required, he withdraws with the queen. You know, a samurai knows when to withdraw, when to retreat. He does that when his king needs it. He's gone into defense with that, knowing that the queen from the f8 square will assist the advance of the pawn and be ready to assist the king when needed against a checkmating idea. So really nice maneuver there, very sophisticated over the last few moves. I'll do a quick action replay here. Jovanka, bishop to f3, a missed opportunity. Things could have been very different had Hans gone completely aggressive with the move bishop to f7, and one can understand why he didn't go for that. You know, you're looking at king queen to e2. Suddenly, Jovanka, king h2 runs into a checkmate on the board. So you have to put your king on a light square. I'm just going to back up. You have to put your king on g2. And now you're always terrified of ideas of the bishop falling to c6. You know, rook d8 sets up that move. And I think this is what Hans didn't like. He wanted to keep the light squares under control.
Yeah.
So instead of going aggressive, which the computer shows there is a way forward, it gets pretty complicated. Hans wanted to keep things under control, and he did that with the bishop moving back. And we see rook e3 has been played on the board by Hans. The only way to get the bishop to the center, it's arrived there. Queen g6 coming in next.
Okay, queen to g6 is the big plan for white, setting up checkmating ideas on h7. Now we've seen that black can even just ignore this, go b4 and say, well, my plan is gonna take priority over any form of defense, because at the end of the day, black does have queen to g8 as a defending option. He can also do more aggressive things. He can step up with the queen. Whether he has to be careful, I'm thinking queen f6 or queen d6. Oh, okay, he has to be careful. You can't play queen f6.
With the c5 pawn hanging, I think you want to stay connected to that. And you also take control of the square queen g6, right?
Yeah.
It's defending c5. It's also guarding against this threat. I was just wondering, after rook to d3, you hit that queen, and the bar says black is still doing fine, but it wasn't very clear to me, because once again, the queen has to defend the bishop. Let's say you fall back to e7.
And you have to go rook
Yeah,
e3.
and then rook e3 again.
And there's a nice little dance going on. I think the simplest is to go on the complete passive and start advancing the b pawn.
Okay, I want to channel my inner Arjun Aragaisi and try to be creative here as black. We saw the power of an exchange sacrifice and advancing pawns in that one. Ivanka, how much do you think the bar will rise if I was to give up my rook for this bishop and plant my own bishop on c6?
Okay, let's try it.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's go for
Shall
it.
we do a test by fire?
Yes. Rook takes bishop. Okay, it's not hating it. Rook takes
Oh,
rook.
it slowly gets to the middle of the board, so it feels like it's not strong enough to keep an advantage, but not worse either. And now I think it's essential that you drop your rook to e3, not allowing queen to f3.
Yeah. And next.
I just wanted to go b4.
No, but this is a really tempting option.
Isn't
Tanya.
it?
It clarifies the position. Suddenly you don't have to worry about checkmating ideas. And black's plan is very simple. Promote the pawn.
Yeah, I feel like we've said that line about 1,000,000 times.
Because it's literally the only thing that is going to win black the game. If they didn't have those pawns, then we would be discussing a completely different story.
Absolutely. It is all eggs in one basket for both these players. For Mukhidin, that basket is on the queen side, the pawn avalanche. Meanwhile, for Hans Niemann, the basket is the light square domination on the other flank. Oh, wait, what? Is he reaching for his rook?
He's reaching for the rook.
Are we about to see rook takes bishop, or maybe he just keeps it defended? He'll slide up to e6, Ivanka. He'll stop queen
Yeah,
g6.
the rook is not.
It's so unnice. Also, it didn't feel like a power hand.
It didn't
raise.
feel like a rook takes bishop. It felt like this. Rook to e6. Yes. This one keeps control over the all-important g6 square. No checkmating ideas for you, Hans. And now the ball is back in Hans's court. What is he going to do? What is his next point of attack?
Love this move. It's again b4 always in the air. You take away a key square, and Ivanka Wild has to play on momentum, right? You can't make slow waiting moves like king g2, just allowing the pawn to move ahead. Also, there are threats to watch out for. Bishop e8 dislodging the queen as well in the air. And when you talk about checks, captures, and threats, no checks in this position. There is a threat on the queen that can be set up though. Rook to f3. Is this something that could help black? I want to line up my queen on f5 next. And again, similar ideas.
Yeah. But this time with the rook beautifully lined up on e6, I'm just thinking you can go queen to e8. May or may not be a good idea. I may be a brave soul for doing this. Allowing queen f5, but then I wanted to go g6.
But bishop's hanging.
Yeah, the bishop is also hanging. There is that.
Oh,
there is that
Ivanka,
point.
you take this pawn, and if you take the bishop,
rook
there's
f8.
a sneaky check on f8, but so easy to fall for this. And this would be such a fantastic move, just solving all your problems with a double attack on the bishop and the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so no queen e8.
Okay, so
Rook f3.
the queen has to step up.
e7 or d6? Where are you
D6.
stepping?
No, e7. I want to keep control over the
Just a
Jeez.
little,
yes. I'm also a little bit concerned.
just a little
Just
bit.
teeny
Okay, let's
tiny
go a
bit.
little bit more active, Ivanka, because I like your idea of g6, and I'm just wondering if we can make it work in this way.
Well, apparently so. So queen to f7. No, the rook takes bishop. Look how the queen and the bishop on d7, they combine beautifully to cover the key squares. So queen f7 is impossible because of rook takes bishop.
Okay, this is a wild position right now. This is our live board. We are looking at what happens if Hans Niemann continues to be on the offense, coming in with an attack against the black queen. Ivanka, no other move is making sense to me here.
No. Also not to me.
You can't move your bishop because a rook trade can only help black. You don't have a great square with your queen.
The only compensation, Tanya, is either you want to be opening up the king side with a g5 or you want to be doing rook to f3. It's on the board as I speak. And Mukhadin has to be careful. He has to keep the queen watching the c5 pawn.
Very important. You move it away, white queen picks it up, and there's no time to go hunting for this bishop with threats on the back rank.
Yeah, and also I just had a thought about the queen to e7 business that I was suggesting. Your rook f7 is really strong here.
It was the feeling that one has with g7 tender.
And queen f5 is next move as well,
Oh,
with ideas of, there you go. Okay, I can't believe the evaluation bar hasn't
no,
risen
but
at all.
this makes no sense. I'll show you one fun line. King g8, boom, boom.
Yeah. I mean, the positioning can turn on one move. Both sides have to tread exceptionally carefully.
So queen e7, and suddenly Hans Niemann is back in the game with rook sliding over.
So queen d6, the best move by far, right?
Yes, queen d6 has to be found. I think we can be very happy with the way we've broken this position down, calling the action with rook f3 being Hans's resource, seeing it being played out. Yovi, I just want to zoom out of what's happening on the board and talk to you a little bit about how much this would mean to Mukhadin if he straight right out wins it. With a win in this game, he gets the championship, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about a field filled with Uzbekistan superstars.
The strongest chess tournament that has been held in Uzbekistan. So let's just again pull up the standings. Let's have a look at the participants. And you can just see the ratings. We have a whole load of players who are over 2,700. So we're talking about the strongest players in the world. So 6 out of the 10 players, Tanya, over 2,700. And we are seeing Mukhadin Madaminov, who is 2586, a full 100 points at least low rated, be at the top.
And these are not updated with the current score, the live score of the tournament. Vokhidov Shamsuddin, with his draw against Nodebek Abdusattorov, has moved to 5.5. We've got Shakhriyar Yan Nepomniachtchi with their draw. They've moved to 5 points out of the race for championship. Mukhadin at 5 with a winning position against Hans Niemann, but a complicated one with tactics everywhere. Still can't write off Hans in that position. We know exactly how resourceful a player he is. If he wins, he moves over to 6, leapfrogging the standings, taking the championship outright. And there we've got our current scores, Yavanka. This is where we're at. Shamsuddin at 5.5. You got Yan Nepomniachtchi, Arjun Argaisi, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Their games are over. They've finished their campaign with 5 points. Madaminov still in the fight against Hans Niemann currently. Hans at 3.5 with really nothing to play for except pride and glory right now. Mukhadin, he wins. He goes to 6 points, takes the championship. And look at that third row with rating lined up right there. For the 2,700, it's Yan Nepomniachtchi at third place who finishes at the top. Vokhidov, 2637. Madaminov, by far the lowest rated player in the field.
By far, Tanya. Almost 50 points lower rated than his nearest competitor. And I also got to point out Shamsuddin Vokhidov, also ranked number 8 out of number 10. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible that at the top of a tournament like this, we have the 8th seed, we have the bottom seed, all fighting for gold.
And it's only between these two players.
Only between these two players, and everything will hinge on whether Mukhadin will hold his nerve and convert this game to his 5th win of the tournament.
And what a win this would be at what a point. And guess what, Yavanka? Mukhadin has found the best move in the position.
He's found the best move. Let's bring up the live board. It's the only game remaining in the tournament hall as we see queen to d6 being played. He needed to play this in order to keep his pieces active. And now the question remains to Hans, how is he going to generate problems?
There are two incredible ideas that Mukhadin has stepped up. With this move, you make sure that you always have g6 to fight against a checkmate. And very importantly, I just want to demonstrate, I think this would work, that after king g2, all right, the bishop's hanging, so I need to defend the bishop to show this idea, Yovi. But let's say the bishop was to fall back to a square. I wanted to make bishop e8 work at this point, and the point is that after queen to f5, the only square, g6 now, and white is forced into an endgame. Your queen has run out of squares currently.
Mm-hmm.
An endgame means handshakes, nothing stopping these pawns on the queen side. So with this last move, Mukhidin has stepped it up, taking control of the d5 square as well from the white queen. g6 in the air as a big threat. Bishop e8 in the air right now. Bishop on e4 currently hanging. So the first problem to solve, Hans Niemann, where are you moving with your bishop?
Where are you going to go? That is the question. He has to move the piece, and it's not an easy answer. You don't want to be trading off queens because that's saying goodbye to the initiative. Maybe he's going to go rook to d3. That's a line that we looked at. Chase away the queen, but then the queen will step back to e7, keep its eyes on the e4 bishop, and the bishop will have to move away. And Tanya, you were talking about the reaction that Mukhidin would have if he won this event.
Yes.
I also would love to see the reaction of his fans, supporters, friends. Would everyone give like a football celebration, like pile on top of him, go, yay? Would he be carried from the tournament hall? I mean, it's just unbelievable, the storyline that we have.
You know, Tashkent wanted a home story, and Mukhidin Madaminov is going to give them an unforgettable one if he gets the job done today, Yavanka. It's not been a quiet tournament for the 19-year-old. It's been a fearless one. It's been an ambitious one. He knows that against this field, opportunities do not come to you. You need to create them on the board. The first 6 games for Mukhidin, each one of them decisive. 2 wins, 2 losses, 2 wins.
Yes. And you know, the storyline after his second loss, it felt like, okay, well, he started off well, but he did not continue. It was like a little mini collapse. But then he came back with a win against Shakhriar Mamedyarov. Yes, it was a little bit of a lucky one, but that signaled a change in his fortunes. He won again his next game. And after that, it is Mukhidin, who has been in pole position, just driving the game. Arjun Erigaisi yesterday was lucky to hold a draw against Mukhidin. He's incredibly well prepared, very well balanced player, and just an exciting watch for the future.
I love the point you make about being a balanced player. You know, he's gone for it when the positions demanded tactics, and he's played them out to perfection. When it's required for him to be on the defense, he's done that flawlessly as well. It feels like his range as a player, he's matured so much over the last year or two as he is pacing around Hans Niemann, you know, putting the pressure there. I wonder what's going on in the mind of this 19-year-old sitting on the brink of a career-defining win right now.
Yeah, well, it's all on Mukhidin, and he can't seem to control his nerves as we see him pacing up and down in order just to shake off that excess nervous energy. And did we see him
He was
also
calculating with his
there?
hands. He was like, you come out with your queen, I get behind it, I'm about to attack. Hans Niemann, meanwhile, you can see it on him, the pressure he's feeling. You know, he had that draw, but one can understand why Hans did not go for the idea of the check and immediately shutting the door on that draw. It just meant nothing to Hans. After yesterday's win, Hans feeling the tilt, feeling like he needs to win, nothing else can really make up for what happened yesterday. And maybe for Madaminov, that's what played into his hands. You know, when we speak about the stars aligning, playing a player like Hans in the situation that Hans is after yesterday's loss gave him the chances he needed.
It does feel like after Hans got that incredible win against Shamsuddin Vokhidov back in round 2, that things have not worked his way. Because sometimes what it takes to win a tournament is just having a dose of luck. And by that is not the way that you play, but it's just the way that your opponent handles things. Like Hans was winning against Vidit, didn't quite manage to convert through a miraculous save. Also yesterday, he was the recipient of some incredible preparation from Jan Nepomniachtchi, World Championship preparation. And now here he went for it just when he felt the moment was right, but the position was not good enough.
Hans there, twirling the piece right now as he keeps that aside, trying to get into calculation mode, putting so much pressure on the light squares, finding his counter offense, counter chances after blundering a pawn. And one has to say something about that. You know, Hans Niemann comes into the game, within the first 15 moves with white, walks into a tactical trick, losing a pawn. and just the resourcefulness that he's shown creating the ideas, as he does offer a queen trade on his own, Ivanka. And we were talking about how that means that black will be on the offense. Can you just immediately take that pawn? And look at that, Ivanka, rook to f8 is checkmate.
Whoa, well, that came from nowhere,
It
Tanya.
really
let's,
did.
let's just do an action replay there. So you cannot play queen takes queen.
This is deflection tactic by Hans Niemann. Mukhidin Madaminov, with his eyes on the back rank, has definitely spotted it. Trade on your terms if you're Madaminov. He gives the stare. I see that. I see what you wanted. Not just that, Ivanka. Setting up queen a8 and rook f8 ideas as well. But look at this. Madaminov, is he ready with his response? And if he is, what is it going to be?
Well, the objective response would be just to make a little mouse hole for the king as we see the big threat on the board. That would be an incredible turnaround. What a devastating back rank, mate.
I'll be honest, I missed it. I was playing queen takes queen to see how in the ending is white
Exactly.
surviving.
Exactly. No, rook f8. There is no survival here. So,
Oh my goodness.
okay, there is still some danger. So I think Mukhidin didn't spot this idea of queen to d5.
Initially, right?
Yes. I mean, I must admit, I also didn't see it as well because I thought, why do you want to be trading off the queens? But what a sneaky move there from Hans, as Mukhidin once again has to be very careful. Also, a big threat on the board of now queen takes queen, followed by rook f8. So this is why g6 is on the board. The black king is going to step forward to g7, and yes, that move given an exclamation mark.
Very controlled and very tactically aware is Mukhidin currently. It's incredible to see how precise he's being right now. Ivanka, I want to show your idea on the board. You know, if you don't trade, walk into a checkmate in one. And there we see. For Mukhidin, he's walking around, but thinking about the position. The position's in his head. If you try to go b4 here, queen takes queen. Thank you very much. That would have been game over as well. But the incredibly alert Madaminov here goes g6. He's inching closer towards that tournament victory.
And he's just walking up and down, Tanya, as he feels that he's so close to winning the title. He just has to keep this position under control. No back rank checkmate for you. The tension is real out there in the playing hall. King to g7 is the way for the black king to escape, as we see Mukhidin on our screens. Walk up and down. Yeah, it's a good idea if you're going to pace. Don't pace up and down in front of your opponent. That's not the best etiquette. But move around so that the opponent can't feel your presence. So
just incredible defensive resources here by Mukhidin. It's been a treat to watch this 19-year-old play this tournament out.
yeah, it absolutely has. The way that he's embraced the chaos. And also we've had different types of games from him. We had at the beginning against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He just played great chess. Against Nicholas Theodorou, it was just fantastic preparation all the way.
Do you remember against Jan, the early sacrifices that he had on the king's side?
Yes.
Finishing the game off in tactical masterpiece. You know, against Nicholas, a very controlled performance, still tactics flowed out there. Then he suffered 2 losses, and it just felt like, you know what? This has been about experience for the youngster.
Yeah.
And he will stabilize, but maybe not his tournament as the Cinderella run comes to a halt. But Mukhidin had other plans. He strikes back, takes down Shakhryar Mamedyarov, takes down Vidit Gujarati in the next 2 games before halting with 2 draws from a position of strength, from being the one player who's pushing in his games against Nordebek Abdusattorov. Almost took down Arjun Erigaisi yesterday, both games ending in a draw. Coming in with the black pieces today, was given 1 chance out of the opening, grabbed it with great tactical awareness and incredible defenses in this one. Hans Niemann keeps the fight on, keeps the queens on the board. After g6, he steps up with the queen to b7, Ivanka. Again, watch out for threats on the back rank. Watch out for ideas against the b5 pawn. But with no direct attack, is this the moment that Mukhidin can go on the offense?
Well, You can probably go on the offense, but you do have to be careful because Hans has got this sneaky ideas. He's threatening to go rook to f7 with the idea of just targeting that bishop and trying to make a nuisance of himself along the 7th row. And I also got to say that if that bishop steers clear of the 7th, then we have checkmating ideas. So there's still a lot of danger ahead for Mukhidin. He has to play very carefully.
And very actively. Rook to f7 is a massive threat. This last move, g6, it hit from any checkmates, but it has weakened the 7th rank, as you're pointing out. He's reaching for the bishop. I think he's going to plant it on the e8 square, Jovanka, just taking control of the f7 spot, keeping his own queen active, keeping his own rook active. And the more I look at the move, the more I like it. Bishop to e8. What a defensive superstar this bishop will be. Controls b5, controls g6. No rook f7 for you.
And you know what? He's rejecting the really tempting move, which is rook takes bishop. Because a lot of us will go, well, rook takes bishop, the queen will go and take the rook, and then you have bishop c6. And isn't this one going to be easy? But maybe a queen and pawn endgame is not so simple after all.
You sacrifice in exchange for one pawn here. And actually, I think white has this resource of queen d3, and I survive with my extra rook here, holding things on, just in the balance.
No. Look at this. He just keeps control. He just embraces the complications, says, I'm going to deny the white rook, the f7 square, and everything is controlled. Beautiful move there from Mukhidin. Doesn't get tempted by any sidelines, doesn't get tempted by anything that will detract him from his goal. Bishop to e8.
And comes in with a sneaky idea as well. Jovanka, if it's black's move right now, Madaminov has set up queen to e7, forcing the queens off the board. I'm trading or winning your bishop.
Wow. So you have to do something about that. But the question for Hans is how to keep the game alive. How can he keep on posing those problems for Mukhidin?
Until the black king is feeling a bit airy there, is feeling a bit unsafe, the game goes on. The last few moves, every single move made by Madaminov, he's gotten up and left his chair.
Yeah.
And that is a champion move in its own right.
I also think it's just his way of getting rid of the nervous energy because it's tense. They're the only game in the room. Everything else has been decided. But this is the game, Tanya, that is going to decide the UzChess Cup Masters 2026. It's massive. Who knows what's at stake for him?
And this is a script you could not have written if someone asked you to do at the start of the tournament. That it will be the youngest player, the lowest seed of the tournament, the debutant, Madaminov, Mukhidin, fighting for the title. So close to it right now, Jovanka. He's done everything right so far in this game. Hans Niemann is not making his life easy though. Keeps the game going, keeps the pressure on right now currently. The bishop falls back, gets an exclam on the board. Queen e7 is a threat. I'm expecting Hans Niemann to continue playing energetically, continue coming in with attacks. Maybe you hit the queen, maybe you hit the rook. But look at that. Look at Madaminov on the camera. Jovanka, he's definitely feeling the nerves right now.
Yeah, I agree. And for Hans, as the clock ticks under the 2-minute mark, it's all about finding moves that create problems. I love Tanya's bishop to d5. At least it deals with black's idea of playing queen to e7, trading off queens. Once the queens come off the board, I would say once the rooks come off the board, rook e3 also deals with the threat of queen to e7. Then it's going to be game over. Hans's fighting chances just go down the drain. So he has to do everything now. And for Mukhidin now, it's all about consolidating. Queen e7 looks like the most natural move, setting up a pin along the e-line and getting ready to advance the queen side.
Just want to say that until the pawns start moving, it's still game on. And he hasn't been successful in getting that done just yet. For Mukhidin, that problem remains because if you fall back with your queen, Jovanka, white will never trade. Queen goes back to d5. And the question is this the moment that you can get a safe and healthy pawn advance going?
Well, the main thing is that you have to work out what is going to happen after queen e4 check.
Queen d4 check
So
here.
queen d4 check. And as long as you have that hiding place for the king, yes, and you do, you have it on h7, and the queen drops back to
It's the
e7.
rook.
Oh, sorry, it's the rook.
It's the rook. Hits that queen. Again,
Fine.
keeping everything under control. The white queen doesn't have too many squares. You can either go to c8 or go to a8 to keep the queens on the board. He goes diagonally towards the corner, pinning the bishop. Now there are threats to watch out, like bishop takes pawn in the air. I'm expecting Mukhidin to sidestep the pin, and intuitively you want to place it on a dark square and not get pinned on 8-7.
Yeah. Also, the benefit of putting the queen on a8 is at least it keeps an eye over the a pawn. So if there's going to be any b4s in the air, there could be some tactical
Can you
points.
go b4?
You can, apparently. I was just a little bit afraid that the pawn on a4 could be a touch sensitive, but it's fine.
I'm not seeing a repetition.
No.
I do see the idea that Hans might have set up, Ivanka, it might be around a rook infiltration,
Mm-hmm.
just to keep the game going, keeping the tactics alive here. Notice how the queen does defend the bishop on e4, so I like that Hans chose 8 and not c8. How quickly is Madaminov ready with his response?
He's just taking care. He's saying, you know what? I don't need to rush the pawn advance. Instead, I can just make a gentle improvement. And he's going to be stepping up his king to g7. You could see it from the way he held the piece. King g7 on the board, rook to d3. Your idea, Tanya, in operation. Now the queen is going to move. I would personally put the queen in the middle of the board on e5. At least there it will come with some threats against the bishop. And Hans now has to really think about how he's going to, again, apply the pressure. He's done such a good job at
Yes.
just
Keeping the
asking the
questions.
questions to Mukhidin, keeping the game going. But Mukhidin has had all the answers at every single turn.
Hans is definitely not a member of the Chicken Chess Club,
No.
which you and I thrive in. You know, lifetime membership of that is what we've taken, but not for Hans Niemann. He's gone all out, and he's not made it easy for the youngster to wrap things up. Every move coming with an attack, and there we see he's reaching out for a queen. Ivanka, it felt like it's heading towards closer to the king, just the way he was picking it up. It felt like it was going to be a slide to e6 or f6.
Yep, you guessed right there. Queen to f6. It was also possible to go queen e5, queen f4. Those were all good moves. The queen f6, just keeping everything connected. And now for Hans, how is he going to continue? He's now down to under 3 minutes after queen to f6. Rook to... Can you go rook to d8? No, you can't, because isn't there a rook takes bishop in the air? There is a rook takes bishop. Yes. Is there? Rook takes bishop.
Rook takes bishop, then can I just take your bishop on e8?
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping that this queen and pawn endgame would be...
Oh, he does go rook d8. Your move in
Okay,
on the board, Yovi.
and we saw actually that it was a bit of a false friend, rook takes bishop, because yes, you get into a queen and pawn endgame, but it wasn't an easy one.
It's not, because the black king, after the way the pawns are placed, is also a bit out there, open to a lot of checks. And again, let's just have that on the board. It's not easy to start pushing your pawns with b5 hanging, a4 being x-rayed right now, all the checks on the 7th rank. The queen needs to stay close to the king to be able to block those. This is not ideal.
No, because what I think it would be safe if the queen could somehow be on b7 and you could rush with the b pawn. But as it stands, you cannot get the queen over to the defense because suddenly there is going to be perpetual.
And I just want to point out that it's very tempting for a player to go for, because I think our brain is always looking for control. Our brain is always looking to keep things simple here. Rook takes bishop, you evaluate, you're going into a forced queen pawn ending with a 3 versus 1 majority, but you need to evaluate the end of that line really correctly to understand that white is right back in it. He can't fall for this temptation of suddenly liquidating into that.
No. And one thing that we have seen Mukhidin is he's risen to the challenge in every single move. So he's also not gone for the easy path as well. He's embraced the chaos, and I'm expecting him not to be tempted to simplify and instead play queen e5 and just keep everything reinforced. Again, just to stress, he does not need to rush this particular stage of the game. It's all about making sure that the white's threats are neutralized, and then, and only then, is he going to advance the pawns. So, as we see Mukhadin, don't be tempted to play rook takes bishop. That is a fancy move, but it's not a good move. Queen to e5. And whilst Mukhadin is thinking this game is going to go on for a long time, as we see bishop to f7 being played.
Whoa,
Yeah.
and the bar does not like this move, Yovi. It kind of frees up the space on the last rank here. And is Mukhadin allowing unnecessary counterplay to Hans Niemann? Are there ideas of a potential rook slide over all the way to the other side? I'm looking at a checkmate in one.
Mm-hmm.
Please pick up my bishop, well, and think that you're going to get the rook on the other move, but no thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a danger that you have to guard against. So I guess his idea is rook h8. You have to move the bishop. That's the only other thing that you can do.
So let's plant it on c4, b3. Not
Yeah.
sure where you want to place it.
Let's place it on c4 because at least there you have some ideas of a rook e1 check, bishop f1.
Okay. So things still under control then. And now rook takes bishop is a big threat.
Yes, it is, because all the checks are definitely controlled, but is it so controlled?
Can I have some fun as white?
Yeah, go for it. Yes, that's very good. No, 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 no. Oh, my bishop, but that was a sneaky. So, what to do here?
You know, I see the bar says it's totally busted for white, but Yavanka, I think you and I both feel it that practically this is still far from over.
No, not until the queens or the rooks are off can you just sink your shoulders and relax. Until that moment happens, this game is still very much in the air. As Hans, look at this, 1 minute, going down to 1 minute on the clock. You can't take all the time in the world to figure this one out. And we're seeing Tanya, rook h8 on the board, and Mukhadin got to have an answer to this one. We're going to leave you with a cliffhanger. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to see exactly how Mukhadin handles this checkmating attack, and also how he's going to hold his nerve and whether he will emerge the champion of the UzChess Cup Masters. We'll see you in a few minutes. And we are back with the final game that is going on at the UzChess Cup Masters. And it's a game that is going to decide everything. If Mukhadin wins, he is the outright winner of the Masters. If he draws, we will be seeing tie breaks later on against Shamsuddin Vokhidov. So everything falls on this as we see the evaluation bar say it is advantage Mukhadin. Will he hold on to it? Will he manage to win? These are all the questions. We left you with a cliffhanger. Hans was threatening the move queen to f8, which would have been checkmate. Of course, Mukhadin spots it and he finds an answer. And it's the move that we suggested, Tanya. Bishop to d4.
Just clearing the path for the queen to come into the defense here and also getting ready to start pushing the b pawn. There are ideas of rook takes bishop in the air, and Hans Niemann runs back with his rook, puts pressure on c5, fights against rook takes bishop, which was being threatened right now. But Jovanka, this is quite an inaccuracy as the bar goes further down right now. There are ideas of queen infiltrating, giving a check on a1 and then on f1. Can we just see that line really quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Check.
Queen a1. Okay, now you got to be careful where you put the king. You can't go king h2, queen e5. Done, dusted. So that's going to drop the bishop. So you have to step up king to g2. And now it's so tempting, right? If you get rid of the bishop, you're going to have a bishop to d5 idea. But queen f1 is also really good. Where's the king going, Tanya? Has to step up, king g3.
You have to stay connected to the pawn on f2. You could move up to f3, but that lands with a check. He's moving for his queen. You've got to go up to the board with a check here. But this starts looking like the tide is changing right now. It's black on the hunt for the white king. Where are you hiding? If you get to the f file, thank you very much. My rook joins the party. Rook, queen, and bishop. 3 pieces for the attack. That's the magic number. You come back. Bishop f1 amongst... Ooh, not bishop f1.
Rook to g8. I think this is what Hans is really depending on. He doesn't have too much time on the clock.
I need to show that.
Yeah, rook to g8.
And suddenly it's checkmate.
Yeah.
King f7, queen f8, king e6. I don't know where's the mate, but I'm going to just keep checking. Jovanka, give me the next check.
Queen f5 check.
Only one. King d8.
And then
rook
you can
d6. We're getting close.
Yeah, I also rook to...
Okay, that's it.
Yeah,
just
okay,
finish
this
this.
one's great. Rook to d8.
Okay, let's just back up. Rook c8. He has a direct path right now. Queen a1 check. Only move.
King g2. Queen f1 check. Let's
Only
keep on
move.
running. And then throw in another check. And now here you
Only
could
move.
drop the bishop back. Yeah, this has to be the only move. Otherwise, rook f7. And now... what is the next move? No,
It's not this one.
It's not bishop to f1, that is for sure. And it's not rook f7 because of
Again,
rook to g8 check.
You need this bishop to guard against this idea.
Let's just be calm about it.
Okay.
The king is completely safe there on g7. Let's just move the queen away. Let's improve her. Let's go to e1. That's it. Queen e5 incoming. No bishop e4 in the air. Where's the attack? Okay, there's rook takes pawn. The game continues, Tanya. And now could we flick in... what is the move?
Can I go with a check here?
I was thinking that, but bishop...
if you go anywhere, I take
queen
your
takes
pawn.
f2. Bishop f3.
Okay, but this is really wild. This is far from clear for me because there's also king h2 and I don't know what I'm doing there because am I really allowing all the checks on the 7th rank? I mean, maybe the computer says this is winning, but is it so clear?
Well, this one is because queen takes f2. And now if you give a check, you've got bishop f7. You've got the block.
Okay,
well,
step 1, queen a1 check. Let's watch this being played out. And he goes up with the king. The only move, king h2, once again, would have landed into a double check at the center, winning the bishop. Game over. King g2 played. You could start checking the king. There's also bishop sliding over, so some choices to be made here. I do like keeping the bishop on c4, simply making sure that there's no rook g8 check anywhere.
Yeah, the bishop is such a great defender and attacker, controlling a lot of squares. Queen f1, that is the most tempting response, Tanya, as we lock in on our two players, as the clock starts ticking down and the pressure starts increasing. Now, Mukhadin under 5 minutes on the clock, and he's looking for the most precise way to win. Because with a win, he will walk away with the UzChess Cup title.
And let's just do a quick deep dive into this very forcing sequence of moves. You can't move up with the king anywhere. You lose the f2 pawn or allow a check on f7. You have to block the square. And now to try to replace the queen to a more active spot here, Ivanka. You move queen e1. I like it. You could also think about maybe moving the queen to d1, eyeing the d6 square, so that rook takes pawn is always met with the check, picking up that rook on c5. But what's the follow-up? After queen e1,
If you go rook takes c5, I think that was the only chance that Hans had.
this is huge advantage. Okay, he's getting ready.
He's
I
getting-
think he was reaching for his queen. Look at Madaminov right now on the screen. Let's back up to see our players there. He's got to be feeling that I am moments away from finishing this off. Queen f1. He has not made a single error this game. He goes up the king. f2 has to stay connected. Hans Niemann gives another check. Best move after best move. The bar says completely lost. Hans blocks the check with the bishop.
Yeah, and now this is the moment. What is the finish for Mukhidin?
It's not bishop to f1. You need to be alert for any counter chances of white.
It is not bishop to f1. You gotta keep control. And he moves the queen. Where is he placing it?
Hesitates,
Queen to c1.
but he hesitates. And he places it there.
Okay, well, this is good because everything is still covered. But what is his response after rook takes
Queen takes
c4?
pawn. He's coming in with a big threat right now, Ivanka. Queen takes pawn, wins the game on the spot. This is what Mukhidin has set up. He's about to win the third pawn on the left flank.
Okay.
And how are you fighting against it? The only move that can stop the idea is to fall all the way back with your queen. But that potentially allows the black rook into the play on the f line.
But the bridges have already been burnt for Hans. He doesn't have to, he should not worry about the pawn on a3. He needs to set up those attacks. Rook h8, resume the whole idea of playing queen to f8, checkmate.
Well, I just want to point out that queen f3 defends and comes in with that same idea, Ivanka. And I have a feeling that even if you slide up with your rook to h8, well, actually, let's just show that. Rook h8 is sneaky because suddenly I can't defend like this because there are checks on g8 as well with the queen running up the board.
Yeah. Nerve-wracking game here for our players as Hans ticks under the minute.
This is a wild battle, absolutely. Still a game for all three results. Madaminov's king not safe. Hans Niemann's king not safe. Up a pawn, but a complex battle. Super combative by both these players. This has gone down to the wire just like a championship game should.
Absolutely. It's keeping us just riveted to the edge of our seats. This is better than a blockbuster. As we see 24 seconds, rook h8, resuming the idea of queen f8, checkmate. And now for Mukhidin, what is the best move?
Only move, Ivanka. And it's not the most natural one. Madaminov, to keep the advantage, has to give a check from c3 and not give a check by capturing the pawn. And the whole idea relies on the fact that after queen c3, your queen needs to come into the defense. Let's say you block the check. Queen f6 has to be played, and he finds it. He finds it. Complete control. We're going to see this being played out. Nothing else could have guarded against the threat of queen f8. You can't put your rook on f7. You get checkmated. Queen c3, bishop f3 played, and now once again, Mukhidin has to go back with his queen, safeguarding the f8 checkmate.
Yeah.
Wow, Hans Niemann is making this incredibly difficult.
And Mukhidin is rising to the challenge, being precise until the very end. Queen c3 with the big idea of queen to f6. And as you say, Hans just keeps on finding those tricky moves to keep the game alive. Now Mukhidin has to navigate queen to f8.
Fascinating battle for Mukhidin Madaminov. It could be tempting to throw in a check as well. He's trying to figure out, does he place his queen to defend before or after giving a check? Getting ready to make the move so important and so crucial that he has those extra minutes on the clock to put the finishing touches on this one, because Hans Niemann isn't letting him go off easy. He comes back, keeps it flexible with a check right now, Ivanka. Again, b4 in the air. That's a big threat. Rook f7, a massive threat right now.
King drops back to g2.
Don't put that rook on f7. Queen g8 is checkmate in one. Not just yet. King g2 defends that bishop on f3, walking away from any checks on the first rank.
And Hans is banking on the fact that it's not going to be easy to advance b4.
But
because
can
it-
you?
Well, it gives up the a pawn.
But the rook on h8, Jovanka, is
Oh.
misplaced right now.
Yes.
Is this the moment that you go in with the pawn in it to win it?
It is definitely the moment then. If the all clear is there on the king side, he can go onwards and upwards with the queen side pawns. Nerve-wracking moment here. Mukhadin's looking in that direction.
I just want to point out that we are on move 61. The last time a move was made on the queen side was about 30 moves ago with c5. This is the moment that you try to push the pawn forward. This is your chance because the white queen is overloaded to defend the rook. He's reaching for his rook, Jovanka. It felt like he wanted to get aggressive, but hesitates, calms himself down, watch and learn. He knows this is a winning advantage. He needs to keep his nerves under control right now. Madaminov takes a breather. He relaxes himself, gets his nerves under control. This is the moment of his career. He's been having the run of his life. But this is where a good tournament becomes a championship for the 19-year-old.
And we see Mukhadin Madaminov rising to the occasion here, taking a deep breath, drinking a sip of water as he gets ready, nods his head, gets ready to make the finishing touches as we see the rook come down to e1.
And the bar does not move. Best move in the position by Madaminov. It's coming in with big ideas right now, Jovanka. b4 always in the air. Watch out for a check on f1 followed by a check on f4. And the queen just tied down to defending the rook on h8. You can't give any checks. And the point is, if you move away with your rook, trying to set up those ideas, you're a bit too late. Black gives a check. King g3. Queen e5, king h4. There has to be a checkmate. If this is not checkmate, nothing is.
Yeah, how is there not a checkmate?
Okay, the bar says there is one, Jovanka. There is a knockout checkmate here. It's got to be calculation.
It's not an easy one though, Tanya. Because
Okay, queen b8 played.
Queen b8.
I'm going to quickly show this idea because it's stunning. You need to just reroute your queen to the right square for a check, Jovanka, then get your pawn into play so that you can deliver a checkmate from g6.
Okay, perfect stuff there, Tanya. But we see queen to b8. Hans is hoping to keep the dark square diagonal closed off. So now Mukhadin is calculating what is going to happen. Bishop f1, or does he just go b4, make a break for it?
Once again, the white queen overloaded, defending that rook. It at least hides against the threats that we were pointing out after bishop to f1, giving a check, and the black queen landing with intercept. Deadly checks on the dark squares. That has been halted for now. But can you play the deflection game if you're Madaminov? Start pushing those pawns. It's untouchable on the queen side with the rook hanging and all the ideas on the dark squares.
And Mukhadin, look how he is locked in and focused.
Can we keep it simple for black?
Yes, bishop
Give a
f1.
check. Give a check.
Queen e5 check.
Trade it off. And just say that you convert this in the endgame.
Absolutely. This is the most pragmatic, no danger way to convert this particular position.
It might not be objectively the best move.
It doesn't matter if it takes 50 moves to win this one, but
He's
he's
reaching
reaching
for his
for his rook.
Okay, where does he want to place the
drops
rook?
it back.
He just comes back. Whoa, Jovanka, wait a second.
This was not the best move.
The bar just pretty much levels up, and Hans Niemann, with a slight give of his expression there, equally surprised. This puts him back in the game, and it's kind of strange, right? Because it doesn't threaten anything. You still can't go rook to f7 with queen g8 in the air. You've basically given your opponent one extra move.
I think it was just a blip.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
h4.
g5, h5.
Okay, well, this is
Rook
getting
takes
rocky.
pawn. Jovanka, rook
Rook
takes
takes pawn.
pawn. This is a massive threat in the position.
Wow. Wow, it's getting shaky here. And Mukhadin Madaminov now under 2 minutes on the clock. Oh, and the threats, they are coming, Tanya. G5 is in the air. Rook takes h6, also a tactical possibility. Oh, this one is not easy, Tanya.
And it's so strange, you know, for Madaminov, he played every single move beautifully, coming in with so much power, so many threats, every single move along the way over the last 15 moves. And then this strange rook retreat right now, trying to keep things under too much in control. And Mukhidin now slows down. And also, the players do not get any additional time. This is it. It's under 2 minutes for both these players. And Hans has just added the ammunition to his attack with this last move, h4.
No, he's just poured gas on to the fire, Tanya, with rook takes h6. Mukhidin is definitely contemplating that. And with that rook move, rook to e7.
What is this? Why
It
would
was
you go back?
unnecessary. I
Just
think
go
he
into an
just lost
endgame.
his nerve.
But Ivanka, this, even if you don't spot the best move, this is what he's been trying to get all this while. And you grind this down to eternity. b4, a3, just a straightaway path through. I'm not sure what's the best move here, but the most practical one had to be bishop to f1.
Well, now with this difficult questions to be answered here as he drops the rook back, h4 coming, bishop to e6. But still, Tanya, your move. And
Whoa,
whoa, what is happening here?
Oh my goodness! Ivanka, bishop to e6 and white is winning?
How?
Okay, I just want to point out that rook takes pawn right now does not work. Why does it not work?
Because I think queen takes bishop.
But then you just take, I mean, okay, what? Just take the queen?
No, you just take the queen and give a check on f8. Okay, so what is the whole answer? He takes
Rook takes pawn on the board and just a missed opportunity there by Hans Niemann. Ivanka, you've got to take a look, take a peek and tell us what was the winning move there for Hans. It's been missed. Rook takes pawn was what we were talking about.
bishop e4, Tanya.
King takes rook, walks into g5. Queen takes bishop, not possible. There is one saving move here. I'm not sure what it is. At this moment, when the bishop came back, bishop to e4 would have given Hans a winning advantage.
Bishop g8, Tanya. Bishop g8 is the only saving move after rook takes h6.
I'm just going to point
Bishop
out this
e4.
is impossible to understand. Bishop e4, you're not even threatening anything. I think h5 is the idea.
Exactly.
h5 and rook h7, you're basically getting that white square domination. Bishop to e4, rook takes pawn, bishop g8 was the only move found at the nick of time here. Now Hans's rook on h6 is trapped for the rest of the game, Ivanka.
It is trapped for the rest of the game, but it can be nicely anchored by g5. And now this is a situation, Tanya, where anything can and will happen. Now here, Mukhidin has to be so careful with where he puts the queen because there is h5 in the air and suddenly the black king's defenses are blown wide open. 24 seconds for Mukhidin and the position has spiraled out of control. It's ticking down. And how is Mukhidin going to handle this? Queen to f5.
Make that 10 seconds on
Make
the
it-
clock. He does move the queen away, stays connected to the g5 pawn. No h5 just for you yet. But can you go all bazooka on this position? Pick up that pawn on g6. Pick up the bishop on g8. This has suddenly blown up. Hans Niemann is right back into it. And this is a game for all three results.
In fact, I would say that Hans has the easier position to play, especially with Mukhidin losing control like that and the change in the momentum of the position. Rook takes g6. That is going to set the board on fire, and Hans knows it.
Hans has been setting the board on fire for the last 30 moves, keeping going with immense pressure. Massive threat, about to win the white queen as well. You need to be careful, but the dark squares, Ivanka, if Hans wants, he can repeat the position. Give a check on c3. Nobody's falling back with checkmating ideas on the 8th rank, forcing the black queen to step up, and you could repeat the position once if you're Hans Niemann.
And the nerves are getting to Mukhidin here as he understands that he's lost control of the position. And it is looking very likely that this game will finish in a draw and we'll be seeing tie breaks.
And Shamsuddin Vokhidov is thanking his stars right now. Or well, or should I say, thanking Hans Niemann right now, because his championship hopes are suddenly wild alive. And there we see the position being repeated once, Ivanka. The queen blocks the check. And there we have it. Hans Niemann on the call here. Does he come back with his queen to d3? Will he repeat this once? Or what? Does he continue to play for more?
Well, as the clock ticks down, it's looking more and more likely that Hans will repeat the position as we see. Let's just keep track of the analysis board.
The live board is incorrect. A lot of moves have been played there. We will stick to our analysis board right now. Queen d3 played. And it's on Mukhidin right now. Jovanka is reaching for his queen. He comes back. This is the draw offer. We might be headed into the tiebreaker right now. He glances up at Hans. The ball is in Hans Niemann's court. Does he want more? If he does, how does he do it? Queen h3 is a massive threat. If you fall back with your king, there are checks on g4 to be answered.
Yeah, it's going to be too difficult, that position. Too hot to handle. I think the most pragmatic response is to give a check and accept that it is what it is. A draw has been a fair result, especially because Hans has been looking down the barrel of defeat now for the last 20 moves or so. And as we see, Queen h3, massive threat. Hans, what is he going to do? If he wants to, maybe he can step up with the king. But
then there are still checks on e5 and you could just repeat the position. He gives a
he
check.
gives a check.
We are heading to tiebreaks for the championship battle right now. Hans Niemann, unless he changes his mind at this moment, and he does, he's going into the end game. Jovanka, it's still game on. Hans Niemann declining the repetition right there. I'll try to have the game up with us. The rook trapped on h6. The only way to get out of that after rook takes queen would be to throw in that h-pawn and then start lining up your rook towards the queen side. He's reaching out for the h-pawn. This is what we have.
As Hans keeps testing Mukhidin, as we are seeing h5 being played on the board. So now the big question is, what happens after you just take the pawn?
And let's just stay with our live board currently, as we do see h5 on the board, Jovanka.
There's a huge trap on the position. Do not be tempted to play rook takes g5. There you see the evaluation bar go because a rook takes pawn, and this king and pawn endgame is lost.
And the reason is that the white pawn is an outside passer. The black king will take forever to capture it, while the white king super quick to the queen side, picking it all up. But Mukhidin has calculated his way through, and after we will try to update that. Jovanka, I might need some help with the moves here, as my board is not updating. h5, pawn takes pawn is on the board currently. And you can pick up this pawn. There are two passes. This has become an absolute race. Do the math here. Hans Niemann, if he picks up the h5 pawn, goes 3 versus 2. That's an extra pawn in the endgame. It is Mukhidin who's on the defense.
It is Mukhidin who has to find the counterplay here. So a natural move would be c4. If we can forget the live board is incorrect. And we see rook takes h5 being played. And now Mukhidin has to be very quick with his counterplay. c5, c4. Advance the c-pawn, get that rook behind the pawn, and then everything should be fine. But he has to hold his nerve.
Wow. What a turnaround. This has been an absolute roller coaster of a game, this one. Mukhidin Madaminov played a flawless game until one move, and that's the brutality of chess. You could play 60 good moves, and then one inaccuracy, one wrong rook retreat, and everything goes to nothing. All that hard work comes to nothing, and that has been the storyline in a championship battle here. For Mukhidin, it is about survival now. Jovanka, this is turning, and I am concerned for the youngster. 2 connected passers right now. Hans Niemann might have to start rushing towards this pawn with his rook, giving up the g5 pawn, and I think this was the key defensive resource. With the white king cut off, the white rook will lose connection with the g pawn, and you can see it on Mukhidin. He's resigning himself to the fate that he needs to defend this and then take on Vokhidov in a tiebreaker. Jovanka, that means we've got a blitz battle ahead of us.
Well, first up, Mukhidin has to defend this one, because Hans's plan is very clear. Yes, he's going to drop the rook back. He does it.
But
he
you know,
puts
just
his
take
rook.
on g5. Why did Hans drop it to h1?
I was expecting him to drop it to h4.
It just felt like you go for the pawns. Maybe he didn't like rook c5. This would explain it. And
Yeah.
now the c pawn's coming up the board.
But here I thought you could go king to e2 and get the king
Yes.
behind.
Okay, it says that it still stays in the balance. The black king ready to move up. And this would have been a draw. But Hans Niemann goes the other way and still things are under control. But this gives black the free move to pick up that extra pawn. As we can see, that's been played out. Hans is relying now on his king activity to come forward. What a shift. What a fighter Niemann is.
Yeah, completely. Back from the dead. What a turnaround here, as Hans Niemann is the one who is pressing to see whether he can create something in this endgame. For Mukhidin, he now has to forget about the c-pawn. He just has to go on the hunt for the a-pawn. Rook to b5, rook to b3, rook takes a3, and that is a draw.
And potentially, this position as well, it will be Madaminov who might need to be a little careful with the white king ready to slide over. Maybe you're just in time, Jovanka. I'm not even sure what this is. With the black king so offside, the bar says it's level. But who would have thought that we would come to an endgame where it's going to be Mukhidin who will have to find a way to pull the brakes, to go into that tie break. He does go for this idea. He's getting ready to go on the counter offense. And he looks up. And for Hans Niemann, the move of choice is rook to h3. The feeling here is that you could fall back with your rook to b3. If there's a trade, black's the one who's going to be winning this game, Jovanka, because after pawn takes rook, look at the way the white king is offside and can't come into the defense. Yeah. So rook to b3, he set up a check here, forcing the black king in, and this is what Hans Niemann wants. It's still game on.
It is still very much game on, and the question for Mukhidin is how is he going to hold this one? Presumably he'll have to go rook to b2 and start shifting his attention to the f2 pawn.
But it's not over. You give a check, and yes, it's still a draw, but at least white has an extra pawn, Jovanka.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Mukhidin, what a turnaround. He has to now be on the complete defensive. This time he doesn't go rook to b3, rook to b2. And after rook to b2, we're expecting Tanya's plan of just going rook to f3. Keep the f-pawn under control.
I would be very tempted to even maybe flick in a check just to make sure that my rook comes into f3 with a check, or your king is driven more offside towards the other end of the board. I don't think white needs to be precise. Well, black's the one that needs to be precise after either of these two responses, Jovanka. He goes instead for the king. Okay, this feels like Hans's idea is you take the f2 pawn. I'm going to come in with my king, take the pawn on c4, but black is in time to come back to b2 and cut off the white king.
We have a draw, Tanya. It is tie breaks that we are going to be seeing. What a game, a roller coaster of a game, as the game between Mukhidin Madaminov and Hans Niemann finishes in a draw.
And this has got to be heartbreak for Mukhidin Madaminov. He was ruling and dominating this entire game, but what a fighter Hans Niemann has been, just keeping his chances alive, playing against the black king. And just when it felt like Mukhidin was putting the finishing touches to a near flawless game, makes one inaccuracy and all of it slips just through his fingers. He would have been champion had he not retreated with his rook right there, Jovanka. Felt like today he was unbreakable, but and you can see it on him, because he realizes that after a marathon 5.5-hour game, a marathon 78 mover, he has to do it all over again against a guy who's been waiting for this result. Resting and chilling in his room is Shamsuddin Vokhidov.
Yeah. And Mukhidin can't quite believe it. How did it all go so wrong? And as a crowd gathers round just to share their thoughts with Mukhidin, perhaps to cheer him on, because the next stage is set. Tie breaks.
Oof. It goes down to the wire. And it is against two players few would have predicted at the start of the tournament. Seeded 8th, Shamsuddin Vokhidov. Seated at the bottom there, the 19-year-old, the youngest player, 19-year-old, it is Mukhidin. And there we see they're still analyzing the position as his team steps in to tell him this was completely your game. And he cannot believe it. Look at that, Jovanka. He is trying to explain why he went for that idea and what he missed right there. And you can sense the frustration on Mukhidin as he leaves, because it's time to get ready for the next battle. As he's being pointed out with that watch, You don't have that much time to get ready. It's good to see a smile on his face.
Yes, it's good to see that he has his support network ready and able to just cheer him up, because this is the next chapter of UzChess Cup 2026. The tiebreak between Shamsuddin Vokhidov, the 8th seed, and Mukhadin Madaminov. And that is going to come shortly in around about 15 minutes. We're going to go on a break, and when we return, it is going to be tiebreak time. The champion will be decided. Welcome back, everyone, and it's tiebreak time here in Tashkent. The stage is set, the tension absolute, and only one of these two players are going to leave this playing hall with the third UzChess Cup trophy. We have a handshake and we have a liftoff as we see Madaminov playing with the white pieces against Shamsuddin Vokhidov, and we are seeing that already it is a Sicilian there from Shamsuddin.
And it's a best of two. 3 minutes is what the players start with a 2-second increment every time they press the clock right now. And we see the Alapin appear on the board. For Mukhidin, has he recovered a marathon game? It could have been a win. It could have been a championship. But now it's a reset to Championship Monday. What a flip this has been. And for Vokhidov, he gets that one more shot at the title.
And there we are seeing that the bishop has put in pressure on the knight. The queen comes out, and a little side move there with the pawn from Shamsuddin as the players get ready with their opening stages. It looks very much like a c3 Sicilian, but watch the clock, because the players started with 3 minutes. They only get a 2-second increment. Now it's all about the instinct as the rook lines up in the center.
A tensed opening right now. The bishop gets pushed back currently with that move, falls to a new diagonal with the pawn at the center of the board for Shamsuddin Vokhidov. He has to be careful of any attacks on that right side, and we've got the board with us right now. We've got the clocks with us as well. Things are heating up. This last move, bishop to d3, eye-lining the pawn on h7. Do you capture on e5? Do you keep the tensions? Are the question that Vokhidov needs to answer.
He certainly does. He needs to withstand any form of attack on that side of the board.
To Vokhidin is Mukhidin right now. To Vokhidov, it means you have to decide what you want to recapture with. He has taken the decision to land at the center of the board with his bishop. No bishop pair for you. The bishop does fall back. The black bishop ready to jump in there to c4 to hit the queen, and it lands there. White queen, where will it find solace in the position? He steps up. My moves are not updating, so I'm going to watch the live board and put the moves in right now. Queen to e3 has been played currently. This is where we are at. You could start planting your rook on the c file. The speed with which he's developed. The bishop dead on c2. The bishop dead on c1. Things are getting spicy for black right now. Vokhidov is the one on advantage. He jumps in with a knight to d3, hits that rook, but he's walked into a big pin on the board as the bar shoots up. And there we have it. Has he made a massive blunder, relying on bishop c5 to hit the queen, to hit the pawn on f2?
That's his plan, Tanya, but it does not work. And that's because the rook can just slide up, take the knight, and there's going to be issues. Wow.
At the end of this line, we can see a lot of trades that are potentially going to happen. The queens will be traded off. And look at Mukhidin. He realizes he once again calms himself down because Vokhidov has walked into a blunder, a tangible blunder where he's about to lose material. I'm really quickly going to show that line. Bishop to c5 is what he was relying on. Rook takes knight, bishop takes queen, rook takes queen. You can throw in a check, but at the end of all of this, two minor pieces are stronger than the rook. We'll go back to the live board, and we're seeing this line being played out.
Exactly, as the players are trading off the pieces fast and furious, and now bishop takes the pawn. Tanya, is exactly as you called it, but as you mentioned, it's a rook against the two pieces, and the two pieces are so strong in coordinating against the two rooks, and there we're seeing a knight will come into the center. For white now, it's just about stabilizing the position.
You want every piece of yours defended by each other right now. He first clamps down, wanting to plant his bishop on c5 to kill the activity of the rook. The rooks are only as active as the open files allow them to be. Once that bishop gets there, it is going to be Mukhidin's show. For Shamsuddin, he tries to get rid of the bishop pair. He steps up with his own bishop, takes the decision to deny that, attacking the e6 pawn. We see the move bishop to b3 land right now. This is where we are at. And bishop c4, a repetition offered, denied.
Denied. And there the bishop plants itself on a beautiful outpost on the c5 square, and this is going to be very difficult for Shamsuddin to untangle because the two rooks just do not have any open lines. And as we see a breakout move on our screens, watch the screens, A5 and the clock. Shamsuddin there with 13 seconds. The players just get a 2-second, and the hesitation there from Mukhidin as he decides to eventually capture that pawn.
But this
on
is the
A5.
huge pawn right now. Nothing's about to stop it moving up the board, and some desperate tactics here being set up by Vokhidov. I don't see it. You can see the shivering and the shaking of the hand there. 9 seconds now for Vokhidov with only a 2-second increment. Who's stopping this pawn? You can never take the bishop on the b3 square with the rook opening up at the end of it. That pawn is one step away from queening. I'm trying to keep my board as close to a live action as possible, Jovanka. The move's coming in fast and quick. Has
2
Vokhidov
seconds.
given up? 4 seconds for
4
him.
seconds.
He's got to make a move. Put the pressure on the clock right now if you're Mukhidin, trying to put the finishing touches on this. He moves the bishop away, slides it, attacks the rook.
Yeah, and now the bishop is gonna just go to the center. Rook takes pawn, and here we see Shamsuddin. He's just playing on the clock, and he's just simply material down. He's a piece down. In comes a knight, and this is looking absolutely critical. Just focus in on the players. The live board is struggling to keep up. Their players are moving so quickly. So let's just scrap this and just focus in on that beautiful board. 28 seconds. But Mukhidin is a piece up, but Shamsuddin's finding some counterplay with the b-pawn running down the board.
And once again, seconds away from getting his first win in this best of two right now as the Black King marches forward. There's an extra piece for Mukhidin. He clamps down on the king's side, but has he missed a tactic on the other end of the board? He does consolidate it. The white knight ready to step back to that b4 square to keep everything guarded. The b3 pawn will not survive there for long. For Vokhidov, 3 seconds on the clock. He comes back with his rook. The white king ready to step into the game as well right now. The one threat you have to watch out for is the b pawn moving forward. Bishop a4 will defend that key position. Bishop d3 is 4 seconds. 3, he pushes, defended.
Yes, okay. Well, can Shamsuddin, Mukhidin, can they hold their nerve as they play on their final seconds? Mukhidin doing a fantastic job of consolidating, making sure everything is protected. And then once he does that, the extra piece will count. There goes another pawn. And we have a resignation. Mukhidin takes the first game in this best of two.
Which means for Shamsuddin Vokhidov, it is set up right now. It is do or die. It is make or break. He needs to win on demand with the white pieces, the final blitz game. If that ends in a tie, if Vokhidov makes a comeback, we will go into an Armageddon decider in that one. Jovanka, something has to be said about what we set ourselves up for, right? Mukhidin comes back from that draw, a game that should have decided his championship. Flips the script completely. Going into this first game, he's the one driving the narrative with the first win. A very controlled performance with the white pieces. He found that tactic at a key moment and then never let the advantage slip.
Absolutely. And that was a critical moment as the players get ready for round number 2. The players start with 3 minutes plus get 2-second increments per move. So they have to switch up. For Mukhidin, it's all about stabilizing the position. A draw is sufficient, and he will walk away as the UzChess Cup champion. For Shamsuddin, only a win will do. As the players, they switch chairs. Maybe that old chair brought bad luck to Shamsuddin. And Mukhidin is thinking, well, I don't want to tempt fate.
Madaminov on a bit of a break right now as the final few moments before the final blitz game for Vokhidov. You know, just been given this chance, this shot. He was watching from his room the drama play out in Hans Niemann versus Mukhidin. Had probably given up all hope of a championship battle, this one. And then gets that with Hans Niemann putting on a marathon fight, a big effort, a Herculean task there. Holds Mukhidin to a draw from a pretty much lost game from start to finish. Was given one opportunity, and for Mukhidin that had to be heartbreak. But getting that first win with the white pieces. For Vokhidov, the good news, he starts this final blitz game with white. Will he be able to get that opening advantage to push Mukhidin to an edge? As he comes back, we're getting ready. It will be handshakes.
Yep.
And go time for our final blitz game. Takes a sip of water. It's time to calm down and get ready for action.
And action is certainly what we will get as Shamsuddin finds himself with the white pieces, but in a must-win situation, taking the time to control the nerves. Handshake, we are off, and we're seeing e4, e5. It is an Italian game on our screens. And there we see Mukhidin responding in kind, c3, knight to f6. How to handle this type of position when you're in a must-win situation. And now this is decision time for Shamsuddin. Will the bishop come out? There we see a trade of the breakout in the center, a4 happening, and now the bishop drops out to f5. And the player is so quick that somehow the live board isn't able to catch up. So let's just get rid of the live board for the time being, and let's just focus in on the players. And the players, they know the theory a lot, because take a look at the clock times. They've barely used any seconds.
And there we've got our live board back with us, Ivanka. We saw a central break. The knight falls back right now. For white, it's about getting active, get the pieces out currently. What Mukhidin has set up is a break at the center of the board, which will lead to queen trades. Now, don't forget, Mukhidin needs only a draw to seal the deal, to get that championship. He's already won that first game for Vokhidov. He goes up the board on the other side, hits the bishop, which has now fallen back on the board. But e4, watch out if you're Vokhidov. That would lead to a lot of trades. Something you want to avoid at all costs.
Is exactly what you want to avoid. You want to avoid simplifying the position. And for Shamsuddin, he's just thinking how he can just come up with a plan to test Mukhidin. Mukhidin needs to definitely consolidate, and he'll be looking at making those trades.
Looking at making those trades, and one eye on the clock as well. 3 minutes still for Mukhidin. That's the time the players start with. A minute deficit right now we've got for Shamsuddin, but he's the one who has to win on demand currently, trying to figure out how does he make sure that the pieces remain on the board right now. Falls under the 2-minute mark. Mukhidin has to be feeling it. This is what a storyline this is. If Madaminov gets it done in this tiebreaker, everyone stand up and tip their hat to this youngster after everything that has happened today. Taking the lead right now. And finally, look at that move. No more e4, no more trades for you. Keeps the game going, but it's the clock. That's the pressure factor. White needs to bring his pieces out. Madaminov has set up the rooks to connect and land up at the center of the board. The knight lands on the e4 square.
Yeah, the knight is landing there, and we're seeing some trades as the evaluation bar just settles firmly on the middle. And look at this. Knight comes out, putting pressure on that sensitive f2 point. Now, there's no other way. You either have to shuffle the rook back to f1 and start protecting things, or you have to offer up a trade, and that's not very attractive.
Fantastic play by Madaminov in this one. Bishop to e3. You end up, it's on the board. He does take it. That's a double pawn right there that we see. Black can just simply come back with the knight. Now that it's done its job, you could even start rerouting your other knight on the other side of the board if you're Madaminov. Look at the clock advantage. Almost 2 minutes ahead on the clock. He's reaching out with a knight. He goes to the edge of the board, eyeing the b5 pawn. The other knight pushed back. It does fall to f6. Black wants to get that knight from a7 to b5 to d6, eyeing the e4 pawn.
Yes. And that is a huge advantage on the clock for Mukhidin here as he retreats the knight, piling on the pressure on the weak point on e4. But for Shamsuddin, in a must-win situation, it's not easy to find the target. He perhaps needs to line up the rooks on the open f-line and just hope for the best. But Black is so active, especially with the plan of rerouting the knight.
But look at the clock, Ivanka. He's down to 30 seconds. He's under 30 seconds right now with almost 3 minutes on the clock for the 19-year-old. And he says, okay, wait, I'm sorry, I moved too quickly. You didn't complete your move. The queen was attacked. Apologizes for that. Ready with his response. Sidesteps it. The knight now rerouting itself to some of the dark squares on the queen side. Madaminov just way too fast in this blitz game.
Way too fast, and also breaking out in the wings there. And it is pressure on Shamsuddin.
19, 18, 17, only 2 seconds per move right now.
There's not a lot of time as we see the rook just support the pawn. But for Shamsuddin, what is he going to do? Is he going to step up with the b pawn? Is he just going to hold things? He holds things together. That's excellent choice there, but no time on the clock. Take a look, just 12 seconds.
And I just have a feeling that these Uzbekistan youngsters, they spend so much time preparing for speed chess. Vachier-Lagrave has spoken about the importance of training in fast play. And I think Madaminov has been very much part of those training sessions because look at the speed and the accuracy with which he's playing. Jovanka, 99.5% accuracy is what Mukhidin Madaminov currently has.
Yeah, and he has a very promising time advantage to boot, as well as he sets to double up on the D line. And now it's time for Shamsuddin to take the initiative, but he's done it with just 4 seconds left on the clock. 5. Oof.
There's no time. And once again, for Vokhidov, struggling on the clock. This is what came to bite him in the previous game. He has to win on demand, but no advantage on the board. A clock, a big problem. You see the bar going down and down and down. That is almost an extra pawn for black on a6 with double pawns on the other side. 1 extra pawn to boot, which has just been given up for counterplay for trades. Madaminov needs a draw to seal the championship. 3 seconds on the clock for Vokhidov.
3 seconds with some moves coming super fast as we're seeing the tricky moves continue from Mukhidin. Mukhidin, if he holds this, he is going to walk away UzChess Cup champion. And we see queen takes pawn, the position's clarified, and this one is going to be absolutely wild as knight is going to come and take the pawn. So Mukhidin, advantage both on time and on the board.
4 versus 3 is what it is. Madaminov knows it. He's got 2 minutes to figure this out. And if he draws this game, if there's a direct perpetual, he's going to take it because he needs only a draw to seal the deal. And Jovanka, I don't think the white king survives. You can start with a check on f4. I'm going to try to get our live board up right now. And Madaminov knows it. I think he knows that this is the moment that he wins UzChess. He's calculated, but he goes for more. And that is it. Resigns the rook attack, the bishop attack. It is Mukhidin Madaminov who takes the tiebreaker. He arrived as a replacement. He leaves as the headline.
Absolutely. Wow. What a performance it has been from Mukhidin Madaminov as we see smiles all around. He came, he saw, and he conquered. Every twist, every turn of this event has been a treat, and the smile is there on the champion's face.
The picture tells 1,000 words. Up against an established elite, up against pressure, up against expectation. He kept finding the best moves. He kept finding wins from start to finish. And Tashkent has a new hero right now. Jovanka, for the world, remember the name. Mukhidin Madaminov.
Absolutely. Just 19 years old. Came in as a last-minute replacement. The lowest seed in the tournament. The youngest participant in the Masters. And he blew absolutely everyone away, beginning with 2 wins. Had 2 back-to-back losses and recovered. And today is the mark of a champion. What a day it has been. When it looked like it was all over, he came back to the tiebreaks and he stamped his imprint on the game.
And how does he do it? In style. 2-0 takes down Shamsuddin Vokhidov, an Olympiad gold medalist, an Olympiad bronze medalist, and there you have it. The winner, your winner of UzChess Cup 2026 Masters is Mukhidin Madaminov, joining the Hall of Fame alongside Yakuboyev, alongside Praggnanandhaa, and the 3rd edition belongs to the 19-year-old, the youngest player, the lowest seed of the tournament. And he just showed all of us that numbers don't mean anything. Favorites don't mean anything. It's all about the hunger. It's all about the fearless play and the ambition.
It was all about the fight there in the end for Mukhidin Madaminov. What a tournament it has been. It's been a breakout performance for him. And I think everyone by the end of this day will know Mukhidin's name, not just as a second, but as a player in his own right.
And this entire tournament, you know, for home soil, for home crowd, they were looking for their hero. They were rooting for them. And it has been an Uzbekistan show. It's been a fight at the top by these youngsters from home crowd, having their favorites. But few would have expected that it's going to be Mukhidin Madaminov who puts the finishing touches, who grabs that trophy, who becomes champion at the end of it. He came in only because Vachier-Lagrave withdrew from the event. He came in because he finished 2nd last year in the Challengers. He's all of 19. Back in 2009, he wasn't even rated. He was inspired by a 2400 rated player with the name Vachier-Lagrave. Went on to become his good friend. Went on to become his training partner. The World Cup run, the candidates run, and we can see how this has played out. He's taken down 3 2700 plus players. He is rated below 2600, is Mukhidin Madaminov. He held Nordebek Abdusattorov. He almost beat our generic IC. If anyone deserves it in this tournament, it's him. Today tells that story as well. Against Hans Niemann, everything that happened, winning position slips out of your hand in one move. And the champion's mindset, the mental fortitude, coming into the tiebreaker after a 6-hour classical game and winning 2-0. Mukhidin Madaminov is Uzbekistan's newest hero.
Newest heroes. And we also have to give our congratulations and commiserations to Shamsuddin Vokhidov. What a fight it has been. It has been an incredible tournament. He came in as 8th seed and to tie for first there, just losing at the very end. We say congratulations. But Tanya, UzChess Cup, the 3rd edition, is now in the books, and what an event it has been.
It's just been fantastic. It's a script you absolutely could not have written. When we speak about something like this, you know, the perfect underdog story. If you love one, this has to be your tournament. Few would have predicted, no one would have predicted the way this went. You know, we've had so much drama on the board, off the board, but I have to say at UzChess, chess speaks for itself.
It absolutely does. It has entertained us every move of the way. And now, before we wrap up, I want to share a few quick thank yous. A huge shout out to Shahzad, who's not here with us, but Tanya as well. You have been absolutely fantastic. You have been my queen throughout this event. I couldn't have done it without you. So thank you very much. Your commentary is incredible, as always. And Shahzad, you are absolutely a star. And also, I want to extend my gratitude to the sponsors. Without you, this would not be happening. And also to the entire team here at the UzChess for their hard work and dedication. To Ovid, to Miro, to Aziz, who has been really the perfect host, and to everyone working behind the scenes. Absolutely, this whole thing would never, ever have occurred without you. This means a lot. And finally, a huge thank you to everyone watching at home. We really appreciate you being part of the journey. So from us here at UzChess, from Tanya, myself, from Ovid, from absolutely everyone, for Shahzad as well, thank you very much. It's goodbye from us, and until the next, thank you.